so I can monitor the share. And in the meantime, how are you? Pretty exciting. Has anyone seen that Jaron was live with Will Duffy?
Uh-uh.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah, I was watching the FTFE one.
Oh,
Not really though.
that guy with FTFE, he's so
Yeah. Facts.
yeah. But yeah, I was watching Will Duffy on Jaronism, and it was interesting. Jaron is doing everything he can to get out of going, and even requested Will Duffy pay for everything, including the trip, like the money to go to Chile, which is the agreement he has for someone with the other people. And he also requested another flat earther because he doesn't want to go alone. And on top of that, he won't like go. I'm pretty sure like you could give him everything he asked for and he would still not go.
Well, even if they did go, they'd probably still deny it. Try to find some way to be like, no, something's going on here,
Yeah, that's also true.
Because the problem is, if you've been pushing something for so long and you have such a huge following and making so much money, you don't want to hurt that, because the moment you come out and you're like, you know what? I guess the Earth isn't flat. Boom, watch followers just drop off.
I mean, I think what's interesting about this debate is it's completely religiously motivated.
Yeah.
This whole flat Earth globe. No, people who are not, or it's like conspiracy. It's either conspiracy theorist or religiously motivated, but it has nothing to do with like scientific stuff. It's not like a scientific inquisitor comes in and is like, maybe the Earth is not a globe. It's always religiously motivated and conspiracy oriented. That's all I can see. I've never seen an argument outside of that space, to be quite frank with y'all.
Yeah. One thing I don't understand with the flat Earth thing is like you got a lot of them saying like there's a dome over us, but then there's a lot saying that there's more lands beyond the ice wall, and I'm like, okay, so if there's a dome, how are you able to go outside of the ice wall if there's a dome? Like, I'm not understanding the logic here.
Magic. That's how you do that. You just do magic and it happens.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, there are some people don't think the extent of their claims. So if you believe that there's a dome, you can't believe that there's lands out there, or the dome is larger than you thought.
Yeah.
And it doesn't end there. So you need to sort these things out before you go giving us your stories.
Yeah.
Well, and they usually think they think there's waters above the dome too that they don't want to talk about.
Yeah. And that would also require like another container, because you can't just have water sticking to the outside of like a curved dome like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the big question is I forget who I saw mention it. It's like, well, if there's a dome, who cleans it? That thing's got to get pretty dirty with all the soot and everything else we send up in upwards. All the ashes and volcanoes, and it's like that's got to get pretty dirty. Who's up there cleaning
it? The angels clean it.
Oh man, those poor angels! They don't get to sit there and just strum their harps and live in luxury. They got to work. They better get paid though.
Check this out. Tiki Tak says, all the pilots are part of the conspiracy. They are cooperating with the world order to keep flat Earth hidden. Okay, sure. Sure, buddy. Yes, everyone is in on it. Yeah.
Just like all the 70 space agencies all work together.
Chase Hatchet says, hey, ready to hear some bullshit? Yes, we are.
Yep.
I'm so ready for Kyle. I missed that debate with Nadir. That one was interesting.
I wonder if
Yeah, I
he
guarantee.
takes a position of flat Earth. That would be hilarious if he did. I don't think he does, but it would be
No.
fun.
No.
No, he definitely doesn't. But it would be funny if he did, though. He might as well, though, the way he acts, though.
We were trying to set up a debate between Nadir and George. That would have been interesting on the flat Earth topic. That would have been very interesting, but George didn't want to. I think.
So you mean you would agree with Nadir? This would be an
Yes.
argument that you would agree with Nadir on.
I would cheer for Nadir even. Yes.
One thing I do say to some of these people that say that all these organizations and stuff work together to keep this secret, and I'm like, well, we had a president who did something with somebody in the Oval Office, and it was only between those two, and they couldn't even keep that a secret. How would thousands or millions of people keep a secret without somebody blowing it?
MK Ultra was a secret at one time. Now it's been declassified. Like it takes over time. These things should come out.
Yeah,
but maybe not. I don't know.
And to think how old the human race is, you think that by now, the truth about the Earth being flat would have come out by now.
Yeah. I guarantee you, Kyle is definitely gonna mention about the fisheye lens, and that's just gonna be his main thing. I think his main proof is gonna be about that we use fisheye lenses, and it makes the Earth look curved.
Mm-hmm. That is one of the things he does say, but the thing is that there are pictures in which you do have the lens. There's pictures from NASA where you do have the lens, and it tells you right there what the lens is, so you can't say it's fisheye.
Yeah.
And there's other, if that was the problem, there's other like non-fisheye footage. Mage 3 has non-fisheye footage, and there's a lot of options.
Well, I mean, there's a video from SpaceX where they send a rocket into space and bring it back down, and you can clearly see, actually I was showing it to somebody and they were like, oh no, it's green screen. I'm like, okay, well, how would they do that? Because it's like, if you look at or CGI, and if you look at the little, like the little like legs, I think they are, or wings, but they got like all these like holes through it and stuff. It's like, no, you can still see the Earth is curved. Or they say, oh, well, it's a fisheye lens camera. I'm like, well, if it was a fisheye lens camera, then those legs or wings or whatever they are would also be curved too, but they're not. But the Earth is still curved through those holes. So it's like make up your mind here. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
Or my favorite, there was a video that came out where a rocket was going up and was in space. And people were like saying, oh, look, there's a mouse running along the rocket, on the engine. It's like, do you know how big this engine is? If that was a mouse, that thing would be the size of a house cat. Like, it'd be pretty massive.
That one was pretty funny. I'm thinking that like any animal would stay as the second that thing starts to shake from the ignition. That is crazy. Some people are
survived.
insane.
It's like, they're like, this proves that it's not, they're not actually in space. It's all green screen. It's all fake, or like when you see like the rover on Mars and it like finds like some debris and they're like, oh, see proof of alien civilization. It's like, no, it's just parts from the rocket or the landing debris, after it left, that eventually got tore up by the Mars atmosphere, by the Mars not atmosphere, but Mars storms. Because that like those platforms just stay there, and over time, storm breaks stuff up and sends it all over the place.
What says the biggest problem to the flat Earth idea is that all the cosmologists from around the world, including hostile countries, are colluding to lie about flat Earth. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Everyone is in on the conspiracy, and it's impossible to keep such a big thing hidden for so long. It's
the Illuminati.
Yeah, it's so far-fetched. It's not even, because it has to be And it's centuries of people keeping the lie. Like that couldn't possibly happen in any way.
Yeah.
They
Not
do it
just
They
see
do
what's
hide God.
what's really happening is the Illuminati has people in cloaking devices constantly following all these people around with a gun to their head. That's what they're doing. That's the actual truth right there.
And they're turning the frogs gay.
Frogs gay. Tiki Tak, they must pay well to keep the conspiracy under wraps. Everyone should become a pilot or something. Sure, buddy. What do you say to stuff like that? All right. It has begun, so we'll go into that in just a second.
Let the madness begin.
NASA was founded in 1958. Science fiction space travel is a recent phenomenon. What do you mean?
No, people have been thinking about going to
What does this even
space
mean? No.
longer than that.
I mean, we started flying on airplanes, and very shortly, we started doing rockets. So everything is recent technically, but it's advanced like a lot. Remember the Concorde? All right. Oz says testing the stream and getting a drink. Hopefully a non-alcoholic one.
Speaking of drinks, I'm gonna go get me another Cobra.
Yeah, me too.
I wish I had some beer for this one.
water.
You have something better. Billy, you have something better than alcohol anyway. So
Yeah, I know.
not gonna mention it though on stream. Because who knows how YouTube reacts to things.
Yeah. It's better to be left unsaid.
That's why I like the thing that happened a few years ago. I just say the craziness that happened. That's why I always get nervous when people actually say it. I'm just like, oh, should we actually be saying this right now?
Depends.
Yeah, on Rumble, it's different. They can say,
Well,
some
yeah,
fucked up shit.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's
it's weird.
interesting.
But the text, you have to be careful about the text, though. But in the live stream, you can pretty much say whatever you want.
Neo, check this out. This is interesting. 98% of NASA employees believe we landed on the moon. We didn't. Only a few know. Hence why astronauts swear an oath of secrecy. Ooh. They can make simulations of the analog missions on Earth and make them feel so real. Ooh.
And they're all Freemasons too, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
just
heard
like
that.
just like all those 360 videos and videos that
Mhm.
last longer than a few minutes of astronauts floating on the International Space Station. Yet for some reason I always keep hearing, well, no, they're on one of those planes that are going up and down. I'm like, you know how
Hey,
long that lasts?
To get us started, we have
Like 20
the
seconds.
floor is all
Yeah, it's 30 seconds at a time.
30
but
seconds, yeah.
It's starting, so let's go.
All right, let's go.
Whoa,
Plus,
good to be here. I'm going to go ahead and share screen here real quick.
Kyle shaved.
And there we go. So there's a lot, and I mean a lot of evidence. I even go so far to say proof that the moon landing was a total hoax. We can just start off with Buzz Aldrin coming out and repeatedly admitting that it's a hoax on multiple times, but I think there's some stronger stuff out here. Right here, we're looking at images from the lunar landing, Apollo 11, and I've got like the actual names of the images where we can see water. Okay, water on the outside of the spaceship. You gotta tell me, where's all that water coming from on the moon? Okay. We've got sweat stains pretty much. Okay. Over here on the flag,
Yeah,
you zoom
people
in, you
sweat.
can just look at those stars and you can very, very clearly see these big watermarks on the flag.
What?
And it's not just that image, but we've got other ones too. But I've got so much to cover here. I hate to gish gallop on you, but
I don't
there's a
see it.
lot. Okay. But Mark Sargent once said that
Oh my god.
if you want to know that the moon landing was fake, you don't have to go any farther than just looking at the astronaut suit. And I totally agree with him on that. And,
Bring up the shoes.
the astronaut suit is kind of very obvious to me. So
It's the
right here,
oxygen thing.
we're looking at 1 hour of oxygen for a scuba diver. Okay, 1 hour of oxygen. Those are some big tanks for just 1 hour of oxygen. Okay, we go over here and we look at our. Oh, too far.
What the hell is he using for that presentation?
Okay.
Oh my god.
We go over here and look at our astronaut. We got 22 hours of oxygen in this little tiny pack.
No,
It's not that small.
probably,
It's kind of
probably not, and it's
The
you could fit
Mary
it 3
Poppins
times.
bag of magic. 22
And those
hours.
tanks, those
That's
tanks
pretty
weren't just for 1 hour.
insane
That
to
was a
me.
lie.
Yeah, probably.
When we go ahead and we look at a bag
Plus,
of
when a
chips,
scuba diver goes down,
when
they
you- when you
expel a
go
lot
up
of
in
that.
elevation,
Astronauts do it recycles
that
the
bag
system.
of chips swells. It gets really poofy. The same thing is going to happen to oxygen in a can. If you put oxygen
No,
into a can, the
No,
can,
Kyle.
like put it into
no,
a
Kyle. It's because
vacuum, that
no,
can
oh
will
my
burst.
God. He's
And
so,
so this is an example of just what happens when you put a balloon in a vacuum. That balloon expands; it gets bigger and bigger.
yeah, because
and
it's rubber.
We
It's
can look at
flexible.
footage from weather balloons. You send those up into outer space or whatever, if you believe in that kind of a thing. Yeah, you just send them up really high, kaboom, they go big. But you don't ever see that happening with the astronaut suit. And you definitely don't ever see that with the lunar lander. Just look at this lunar lander here, and that doesn't look poofy at all. You think about a
Because they're
balloon.
not under pressure.
Nope,
like going
that's
in
not
the
happening.
water.
It looks pretty just loose, kind of stapled together, maybe. That doesn't look very airtight. It doesn't look like it's under any kind of pressure.
Well, it's not the Seagate sub.
Oh my god.
Okay. According to
Sorry, I had to do it.
Apollo11space.com,
No,
They
I'm
claim
saying, oh
that
my god,
the
Kyle.
skin on that lunar lander
That was a
was-
Seagate joke.
thinner than standard kitchen foil. Thinner than standard kitchen foil.
This is
According to some people,
that I would think.
you-
I'm surprised
someone
people
dropped
take
a wrench,
for
or it
more.
was a screwdriver actually. Someone dropped a screwdriver and it fell right through the floor when they're doing the repairs on it. And you want to say that thing held together during the Apollo 11? I don't think so. I also like this picture of the moon and Earth in the same shot. There's a lot of issues just with this picture alone. Not only is it a globe, which it's obviously flat, the Earth is obvious, so that's a big, huge red flag for me just looking at that. No, it's not happening. But when we actually take a closer look at it, okay, look all the way around, it's kind of missing something.
Oh my god.
How often have we seen
it's
skies
these-
like this? Big, bright pink skies, often during sunrise and sunset. We go take a look at this thing. Where are all those pink skies?
Oh my god.
There was
Oh
no
my
pink
God,
skies
Kyle.
anywhere on Earth that entire day. I don't think so.
Because the light going through the atmosphere.
my
You're seeing
God.
things from the Earth out. Oh my god.
Another thing I really like to point out is I've got an art history background and drawing and painting at landscapes and stuff in
We
college.
know.
And one of the things that they really taught me was to pay attention to the way to create depth in a painting. And the way you create depth in a painting is you always make the background lighter than the foreground. And that creates a sense of depth. But the reason why that happens is because we have an atmosphere. The light in the distance ends up reflecting more atmosphere at us, and so it turns white out in the distance. You can kind of see that here where it starts to turn more sky color because more atmosphere is being reflected back at us.
The light from the sun is white,
You see that over here?
or snow wouldn't be white if it was any other color.
Light over here in the background and darker in the foreground, but we have no atmosphere to create that effect. But they're just putting it that way to create this sense of depth. And so that's kind of one of the things that really stands out here.
Why
Is
would
you're
they
even seeing
need
it right
to
here
do
on the moon. It's darker in the foreground and it's lighter in the background to make it appear more
Yeah,
3D,
the snow
give it
snow
a
can
sense of
blind you,
depth.
Kyle. Like you don't.
But
even,
there is no
you're
atmosphere
skipping
to
right now.
create this sense of depth, and so they're just kind of intentionally staging it for you.
Sure, buddy. But they believe it was a set. If it was a set, why would they have to do anything? And
Yeah,
Now,
and plus, if
on
it
the
was
subject
a
of
set,
light,
of course it would
I'd like to
have
point
that
out something
so-called
called the inverse square
depth.
law. And it's just, I want to emphasize the concept of how when you're close to a light, the closer you are to the light, the brighter it is. And the farther away you get from the light, the darker it gets. The light spreads out, it gets thin. And so one example I like to use is a ripple. You drop a rock in a pond and the ripples get big. Then the farther and farther away that ripple gets, the more it calms down. It gets smaller and smaller. And so it's kind of happening that way with light. The dimmer and dimmer it gets. So this is
Don't be
just
eating
an
that yellow
average
snow
60
chase.
watt light bulb.
Don't eat it.
And this is the reflection that comes from the light from a 60 watt light bulb, just on a piece of paper from 50 feet away. Okay. This is the light from the moon. Okay. That's a lot more than 50 feet coming from the moon there. You can see the shadow, but it's kind of similar to that.
what?
The brightness of that 60 feet light bulb 50 feet away. Now, you can take the inverse square law and you can end up backwards engineering it here with this. Okay, we've got the light from the moon. It's this bright. And so if this piece of paper was this bright and the light bulb was 60 watts, we could actually like measure the lumens. We can go ahead and just infer here, just infer with me that the moon should be a lot brighter than that 60 watt light bulb from, the thousands of miles away. If
Why?
you want to go with that whole globe model, then yeah, it's going to be like enormously bright if you want to go with that whole thing.
What?
And
No,
yet-
why?
Yeah, when we go to the moon, you got to ask yourself, what kind of filter, what kind of welder's glass do they stick on the cameras for the moon?
What is he talking about?
This is the kind of camera they
My
used.
brain's
And
starting to hurt.
have you ever heard anything about the kind of filters that they put on those things? Oh, it's just kind of, I've never heard of any kind of welder's glass thing going on these lenses before. Now, the inverse square light, or the inverse square law of light, doesn't just apply to light. As I mentioned before, we're talking about ripples in water. You get big ripples when it's really close, and then as it gets farther and farther away, the ripples get smaller. Radio waves are also affected by the inverse square law of light.
15
get-
seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
you get a
shit.
radio tower, and your normal radio tower around here takes like 10,000 watts to power that. It takes a lot of energy to power that. And I just got to say, what are they using to power the radio transmissions that come from the moon? What kind of power source did they have? I don't think they had 10,000 watts to do anything like that.
Oh my god, he's so
No worries. Sorry to cut you off there, Kyle. That is a little over 10. So thank you so much for your introductory statement. And
I'm gonna
we'll
go take some
yeah,
Advil
I'll
after
stop
that.
the screen share there, and we'll get back to our main screen. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We appreciate seeing you all in the live chat. We are a neutral space hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We hope you all feel
This
welcome.
is kind of
Hit that
fun.
like button if you haven't had a chance to. Share this out in those contentious spaces that you like having these discussions. And speaking of discussion, let's get it going with Ozian. 10 minutes on the floor. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for, yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me here, Ryan, and Modern Day Debate. Thanks for debating me today, Kyle. I have a PowerPoint to share. Did it come up?
You are up and running now. There you go.
All right. So Apollo missions. So why isn't this working again?
We choose to go to the moon in this decade.
Darn it. Sorry about that.
Gosh darn it, these for dangle buttons.
I know,
It's okay.
man.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
All right. So I'm going to prove that we went to the moon using logic. Deduction is a logical method to prove that an event occurred. Premise 1, if it is physically possible and we have historical justification the event happened, then we are justified in accepting that event is proven. I'm going to demonstrate that both are true, and it's not based on faith. It's evidentiary justification for the event, and it has evidence for it happening, and it is physically possible, so we are justified in believing it. It's not based on faith. Anyways, calculating the escape velocity. So this is part of what we have to do to prove that we could leave the Earth's atmosphere. Escape velocity is equal to square root of 2 times the gravitational constant times the mass of the Earth divided by the radius of the Earth. And that's how we calculate it. And we needed to accelerate the rocket, the Saturn V rocket, up to 11.2 meters per second. And I skipped a slide. Well, Van Allen belts, the radiation of Van Allen belts were mitigated by the travel path through the slot region. They spent under 2 hours in the belt, traveling approximately 25,000 kilometers per second. They were shielded from alpha and beta particles with aluminum and insulation. Good for noting that. Why not lead? Because lead will produce X-rays and endanger the astronauts. Space suits, good you brought that up. They're multi-layered, flexible with a life support system that's good for about 4 hours of oxygen. The rest of the oxygen was stored in the lunar module. They were there on the first trip for about 22 hours. It protects them from micrometeoroids and temperature extremes and radiation. And unlike a can of soda, which is pressurized to 50 pounds per square inch, this suit was only pressurized to about 4 pounds per square inch. Testing. All the equipment used for the Apollo mission was extensively tested. Unmanned missions were performed in Earth orbit to ensure that the descent stage, and docking back to the command service module worked successfully. They did that during Apollo 5 and Apollo 10. Well, Apollo 9 and Apollo 10 is when they tested the docking maneuvers in space. And Apollo 10, of course, as you know, they did it actually in the orbit of the moon. Proof that we went to 2. So it is physically possible for humans to travel to the moon. So I've demonstrated 1 is true. If you have any other questions about why it couldn't be physically possible, talk about it during the debate. What justifies an historical claim? If you have primary sources that support each other, secondary independent sources support primary sources, and hostile sources support primary sources. If it's all those agree, then I'm justified in believing it is true, and just claiming some conspiracy theory isn't going to overcome that justification. So we have NASA mission reports and documents, such as mission documents, storage lists, in-flight documents, post-flight documents. And then we also have astronaut testimonies, communications between Apollo 11 and Mission Control during landing, communications between Apollo 11 and President Nixon through a landline that was connected to a ham radio that was receiving the signals from the astronauts on the moon. And you're going to hear a delay during that thing too.
1201. 1201. Roger, 1201. 1201 alarms. Same type, we're go, flight. Okay, we're go. We're go, same type, we're go. Flight Shadow right on, real good. 2,000 feet, 2,000 feet.
So there was them landing on the moon. And here's them talking to the president. Notice the delay after he stops. And I cut out a little bit of the delay too.
All the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here.
And then we have astronaut testimonials. They did an 83-minute testimony here. You can go check it out on YouTube.
Now, this occurred in a vicinity close to the landing site.
And then we have Don Lind, who gives his testimony of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints of his trip to orbit on the Challenger shuttle to the General Conference.
I have absolutely no ability to describe what it was really like, and no photographic emulsion can even start to do it justice. The visibility, of course, is excellent, but I was amazed at the intensity of the colors. I estimated that there were 20 intense colors of blue as the atmosphere shades from the curved horizon up into that incredible void of black space. And when you look at an archipelago of islands, there are hundreds of shades of blue and green and yellow tan that are just beyond description. The first time I had a minute to stop and just look at the Earth, the absolute beauty of the scene brought tears to my eyes. Now, in weightlessness, tears don't roll quietly down your cheeks. They sit in front of your eyeballs and get bigger and bigger, and in a minute, you feel like a guppy looking up through the aquarium. Now, try to imagine what it was like for me to have that scene in front of me and then have the fragments of a half a dozen scriptures pop into my mind.
Yeah, nothing about seeing pinks or whatever colors with the sunsets, because when you're in orbit around the Earth, you're not seeing sunsets. You were seeing the Earth, and the waters are blue. So let's compare it, the Apollo 11 evidence versus Washington crossing the Delaware River on December 25th, 1776. We actually have photos. We actually have videos. We actually have people that are still alive today that we can go and question about them going to the moon if you wish to talk to them. They do events every once in a while. We have none of that type of evidence for Washington, but still, most of us, hopefully I do at least, accept that he did do this thing on December 25th, 1776. So primary sources support each other. So we met that requirement. Now let's talk about secondary sources. Larry Basinger detected radio transmissions of Apollo 11 astronauts on the lunar surface. Amateur ham radios could intercept the signals by pointing their antennas towards the moon. We used the rocks and stuff at universities. They used them to investigate planet formation, the nature of the surface of an airless body. And there's a link for Hawaii EDU. So we have plenty of secondary sources you can go through. Now let's talk about hostile witnesses. USSR space race and their support of the events. At first, secrecy was necessary so that no one would overtake us, wrote journalist Yoroslav in the Soviet newspaper. But later, when they did overtake us, we had to maintain secrecy so that no one knew that we had been overtaken in the race to the moon. So we met all three: primary sources, secondary independent sources, hostile sources, all support the claim to prove we went to the moon. So I did meet my burden to prove deductively that if it is physically possible and we have historical justification that an event happened, then we are justified in accepting that the event is proven. Premise 2, it is physically possible for humans to travel to the moon. Premise 3, we have historical justification to confirm that humans went to the moon. Conclusion, humans landed on the moon. No appealing to your seeing wet flags or wet through the windows is going to overcome those justifications because you did not go there to test they were wet. We've actually have other space agencies that have gone to the moon and have taken photographs of where we landed on the moon for Apollo 11. So another third-hand account of the moon landing.
Oh, shoot. No, come on. Don't give me that buffering bullshit.
This logical, deductive proof during the debate. I doubt it.
All right, that was pretty much right on time. So thank you so much for that, Ozzy. And quick little bit of housekeeping. So to Daniel in the live chat, so sorry to hear about what's going on. Hope you feel better soon. And don't worry about your membership. We love you here, brother. And also, if you want to check out our memberships at Modern Day Debate and get cool little chat emojis, check it out. So thanks, Daniel, for renewing your membership. We appreciate that as well. And we'll remind everybody, if you like what you're hearing here on the show, you can hit the like button. We try to do as much hands-off moderation as we can here at Modern Day Debate and let people fall on their own sword. So if you dig it, hit that like button. And once again, if you're listening on podcast, all of these debates will be uploaded within 24 hours with our speakers tagged in the description. If you want to ask these speakers a question, you gotta subscribe to the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel.
To who was asking, LJ is already there asking questions, so you might get that question asked.
Over to you, Kyle, to respond to some of what you just heard. Thank you so much.
You showed a lot of math there, Ozian. Ozian, do you agree that just because 2 times 2 equals 4, that doesn't mean a yardstick is 4 feet long?
Oh my God, you're so
A yardstick is 3 feet long. Why you ask me absurd questions? You claimed that the lunar module would blow up like a friggin' balloon with the pressure in the lunar module. What pressure differential did the lunar module, what was it pressurized up to?
A lot more than we can ever get to just in our typical vacuum chambers, right?
It was not. The lunar module was pressurized to 5 pounds per square inch.
I'm glad you brought that
5 pounds
up.
per square inch.
I'm glad you brought that up.
How many pounds per square inch is a can of soda pressurized up to?
Okay, my big question for you on this whole thing is, how do you control a can of soda in a vacuum? Okay, it changes. It changes.
50. It does not.
I hear you.
The cans of soda are designed to withstand high pressure because they're built that way. Because I can take a can of soda and drop it on the floor, and it experiences much more pressure of force when it strikes the floor from like 5 feet in altitude than it is pushing outside of the can in a vacuum chamber, because a can of soda is pressurized to 50 pounds per square inch, where the lunar lander was pressurized to 5. Do you understand that a can of soda has to be 10 times stronger than the lunar module to the internal pressure of the lunar module? And my can of soda is not blowing out when it's pressurized to 50 psi.
It was pressurized that way under a given outside pressure. Okay, it was not pressurized that way in a vacuum, right? So my big question for you:
neither is the lunar lander.
Let me talk. Okay, you spoke. Okay, how do you control the pressure of your can in a vacuum? Okay, it's just like that bag of chips. Right?
Yeah, just like Kyle talked, he'll ruin himself.
It starts to swell and get bigger and bigger until in a vacuum it'll pop. Okay, and the same thing can happen with a can. You can pressurize it outside of a vacuum, but the moment you start to pull that air out, the pressure differential changes.
I can show you hundreds of videos of
Can you
people
see a can in a
demonstrating.
vacuum chamber blow up?
I can show you hundreds of videos of people putting a can of
Ryan,
soda
don't do it.
in a chamber that doesn't blow up. It has to be heated or it has to be disturbed. Absolutely, you are wrong. Anybody, go look online. You can investigate this yourself. I didn't prepare a video Do you wish to show videos
I
of
want a
people
vacuum
putting
chamber.
cans of
so I
soda
could test it
in a
myself.
Action
pressure
Lab has a great
chamber
video.
where they
All right,
don't
quick
blow up?
pause. Quick pause.
No,
Just
not
quick pause.
your
Hold on,
cherry
Ozian.
pick one that was damaged.
Just right quick, Ozian, I just want to jump in here. If you could, I don't want to cut down on your style at all, but if you could turn down your preamp just a little bit because you're coming in really hot, and then people can't hear Kyle as well. I don't want you to have to slow down on your pace there. So just to let you know. All right, carry on.
No,
What was there?
because that's not my normal volume of voice. So I'm being energetic. So he's being quiet. I have it really down. So
Oh, no worries. Carry on.
yes, this is lower than I normally have it. Anyways,
I can
we
lower
should
it
have
on my-
balanced the volumes before we started.
All right, so
Um,
you're claiming that a soda can
Big critic.
will never blow up no matter how big of a pressure it's in. That's your claim, right?
What's the minimum pressure you can obtain?
What's the minimum pressure that you
Yeah.
can obtain? I don't really know. We've never been able to create a vacuum. We've never been able to create a perfect vacuum. Exactly how close we can get to a perfect vacuum,
Eh.
I'm not really sure.
In our understanding of the laws of physics, what's the lowest pressure we can obtain?
You tell me what you think and ask me if I agree.
No, you're making the claim. So what's the pressure differential of the can of soda between the can of soda and the lowest pressure we can obtain?
What's the pressure differential? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, the pressure, the pounds per square inch from the internal side of the can to the outside of the can. What's the maximum differential from
Before it
inside of the
explodes,
can of the
I'm not
pressure?
really sure. Yeah.
No, not before it explodes. It doesn't
I've got
explode
footage of
because
things exploding. That's easy to
you
find.
can show. Okay, so now anybody can go. There's Veritas videos. There's
I will
the-
love making
the
videos
Action
about this, and I'll
Lab.
just destroy you on it later. No problem.
It's the Action Lab videos. People can go. I think it's the Action Lab. People can go watch the Action Lab videos where they show how you have to heat up the can before you put it in the pressure chamber. And Kyle's just wrong. He's a flat earther,
Yeah.
so he doesn't
I
understand
will
this stuff.
love. I'm
Anyways.
thankful this is on video because I will just destroy you in another video.
Oh, yeah,
I'll take it and do it later.
you'll
It'll be hilarious.
cherry pick one observation.
You
because
say
the
it's
can was
impossible.
disturbed.
Okay, your claim is it's impossible unless you heat the can up.
No,
Okay,
no, I'm not saying that. There's other ways. The can has to be in some way deformed or heated in some way for it to fail, because the cans are designed to take a fall from a higher altitude and hit the ground, which is a lot higher than 50 psi when it strikes the corner of the can. So the pressure different, the minimum, because you don't know, the under the laws of physics, we understand it, the lowest possible pressure would be no mass in a square meter, right?
Exactly.
No mass at all, not a single molecule of mass. When there's no mass, no molecules of mass in a square meter, the pressure is zero. So the minimum pressure you can ever have is zero. Cans of soda are pressurized to 50 psi. The pressure differential between the outside of the can, the inside of the can is 50 psi. That's it. That's a max. The only way you're going to get it the other way around is if you pressurize it from the outside of the can to the inside of the can. If you put a 150 psi, 10 atmosphere pressure on the outside, now you got 100 psi, pounds a square inch differential from the outside to the inside. Compare that to the lunar module that's only pressurized to 5
what is
psi.
controlling the pressure once you put it into a vacuum, right? The greater the vacuum, the more pressure it's going to be under. What is
The greater
controlling
the
the pressure?
vacuum.
What is controlling the pressure?
No, you're wrong.
What
Why
is
would it-
controlling the pressure? You can't tell me I'm wrong when I'm just asking you a friggin' question. A question is not right or wrong. It's just a question.
It's a malformed question. It's called a loaded question. It's
It's not a loaded
malformed.
question, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, you put listen, the more air you pump into your bike tire, the greater the
Yeah.
pressure it has, the more air is in it. And so you
Yeah.
can actually do the same thing on your car, right?
Yeah.
You go get your air filled on your car, right? And that's
It's
the
math.
more air you stick in your car tire, okay, that's the more pressure it has. Okay. Now you can do the same thing with a balloon. You put air in that balloon, it's going to have more pressure, right? And it's going to be a certain pressure once you put that thing into a
Not
vacuum chamber.
necessarily.
But okay, when you put that thing into a vacuum chamber, okay, when it's already full, it's already got some pressure in it. That's why it's in there, just like your bike tire, just like your car tire,
Yeah.
right? And then you take the air out of the vacuum, and that pressure changes. That
No, it
pressure
doesn't.
changes. That's why it expands. It gets bigger. Okay, there's a bigger pressure differential between the balloon, everything on the inside, and not everything on the outside. And if it continues to go, that balloon will actually pop because the pressure is too great for the balloon. That's why the whole balloon, when you set up the balloon out into the atmosphere, those balloons will pop because the pressure gets too big for the balloon that it can handle.
Well, that's because the skin of the balloon isn't designed to withstand 50 pounds per square inch of pressure. The skin of the balloon is designed to expand at just above atmospheric pressure. Atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.7 psi. So if you blow it up at 15 psi, the differential of pressure from the inside of the balloon to the outside of the balloon is 0.3 psi. So when it's not expanding anymore, that's the maximum pressure differential between the inside of the balloon and the outside of the balloon. A can for soda is designed to withstand well over 50 pounds per square inch of pressure.
So it can go more than that. It
this?
changes now. You're changing your statement. Before
No.
you said it stays at 50 pounds per pressure in a vacuum. That was what you're claiming before. And I
You
said,
don't
no,
understand the
it actually
concept.
expands, it gets more.
No, if it expanded, the pressure would be going down.
Okay, the pressure outside of it
Expansion
goes down lower than atmospheric
inside
pressure.
the can. When the balloon expands, the pressure within the balloon goes down. You
No,
understand
the pressure
that? Because
outside the balloon goes down, the pressure inside the balloon goes out. It goes up.
No, it goes down. The pressure in the
outside
balloon
the
goes
balloon goes down. The pressure inside the balloon goes up, and that's why it expands.
Wrong.
Okay, well,
explain what's pressure. Tell me what pressure is.
Okay, the pressure is two masses pushing on each other. Okay, now there's less pressure pushing.
No, we're
on the
talking
balloon, and so there's
atmospheric
more
pressure
going out. There's no atmospheric pressure. You're dropping.
We're talking.
Pressure.
We're talking
You're
atmospheric
dropping
pressure.
atmospheric pressure that goes out with the balloon.
Oh my goodness,
pump the air out
dude.
of the balloon. Okay, but the air on the inside of the balloon ends up pushing.
Let him
outward.
finish.
Let him finish.
Okay, I think it's time.
Are you changing the number of molecules of air in the balloon?
I'm not changing the number of molecules of air in the balloon.
Okay, so pressure, like torque, like when we talk about vacuum, it's an amount of molecules and the size, how they take up the volume, pushing against it that we use to calculate, because so it's based on volume too. So if the volume expands in the balloon, the pressure within the balloon goes down.
I'm glad I got this on video because I think this is hilarious. I'll happily make this into a video. I'll happily turn this into a video. Okay, you're claiming that the balloon is expanding because the pressure on the inside of the balloon is getting less. That's what you're saying.
The pressure in the inside of the balloon is going down.
Yeah.
So the balloon is expanding.
No, only when you put in a vacuum
He doesn't
chamber. Only when you
understand
put
how
in
it
a
works.
He
vacuum
doesn't
chamber.
understand how pressure works.
When you draw a vacuum in the vacuum chamber, the pressure in the balloon goes
Vacuum
down.
pressure too.
When I'm blowing air in it, the pressure is going up.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Our
So that, now
lungs-
let's go back to the lunar module, because we're not talking about a friggin' rubber balloon. The lunar module is not made out of something that's elastic.
It's more like a tin can, but it has no pressure regulator on the inside that's going to take that pressure out.
What are you talking? Pressure regulator? What's a pressure regulator on this can?
There is none. That's my point.
You don't need a pressure regulator. The pressure
In a
regulator
vacuum,
is
in a
the
vacuum,
container.
In a
It's a
vacuum, it's going to
container.
act just like a balloon.
No, they don't expand.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Sometimes they fail, like they'll get a hole in the bottom if they're disturbed, or a lot of times people hit them to cause them to be deformed, and they'll make a video so they show a cool video of it blown up, or like the seal on here gets deformed, or they've heated the can. Even if you shake it up, and people can go watch this, and they put it in a vacuum chamber, they don't do anything. So like maybe 1 in 50 will blow up. That's because That's because this can is designed to withstand that much pressure,
Mhm.
like my oxygen tank in the other room. To see if I can go get it really quick. Well, I can stay there. But I got an 80 psi oxygen tank
We'll
in
just
the
sit
other
tight.
room. Yeah. That's okay. I don't want to get it. Anyways, it's designed to withstand a higher pressure differential from the atmospheric pressure to the inside of pressure. As a matter of fact, oxygen tanks, like the ones they build, can go really low down in altitude. But I don't think you understand the pressure differential. We're talking about the force on the external side of the can is designed to not flex. Now, the can of soda is pressurized at 50 psi. The lunar module is pressurized at 5. So it's 1/10 of the pressure. So put it in a vacuum chamber, it's 1/10 of the amount of force as a can of soda. 1/10.
Okay, yeah. Anyone can just go look at Action Labs. What happens when you put a can of soda in a huge vacuum? That's the name of their video. And you can watch the can of soda explode. You can watch it swell. It does this stuff. It acts just like the balloon. And yet you're just here denying.
And he explains, no, it doesn't act like a balloon. It doesn't expand. It fails.
It does. That's why it blows up.
No, it catastrophically fails and ruptures. It doesn't expand. It catastrophically fails and ruptures.
Let's give Kyle the floor to respond to, because you threw a lot out there, Ozian. So let's give Kyle some time.
I didn't throw it all out there. We're talking about one single topic, but go ahead.
I think we're just at an impasse here because
because
anyone can just go watch the thing and you can hear him deny it. Like,
I want to talk about your
over
silly claim about how much oxygen they were carrying in the spacesuits.
Okay, what do you want to say about it?
How much oxygen were they carrying on the spacesuits? How much for how many hours?
A lot more than just an hour there. Okay, 22 hours was it?
No, 4.
4 hours.
They
4
carried
hours.
enough oxygen on the spacesuit for 4 hours.
So you're claiming it was for 4 hours instead of 22 hours. And
I looked it up. during you making the claim, because who cares? So you know what they can do in the lunar module? They can change their tanks, or they can load more nitrogen and oxygen into their tanks. That's what they did.
And you claim there's 4 hours. So that's like already double what he's got there, except for you've got that big pressure differential problem, the same problem, which is going to mean you're going to need stronger tanks. A lot stronger tanks.
No, you don't. No.
That aren't going to pop.
No, my 80 psi tanks can withstand hundreds of pounds of pressure. Hundreds.
Those tanks are going to act just like the can of soda.
No.
Yeah. And it's going to be harder for them to carry all that.
Now I'm getting it.
Right. Hopefully you can agree that it's not in a vacuum, though.
Push Ozian, he's gonna prove something.
Kyle is so dumb. He doesn't know how pressure works. Like, he doesn't understand it at all.
Not understanding what a vacuum is. This tank can withstand. You normally fill this up to 80 psi.
And that's talking about the pressure on the inside when there's a regular atmosphere outside.
That's the amount of pressure that is pushing against all the matter inside the tank, including against the wall of the tank going out.
Yeah.
Outside of the tank is 14 psi. Okay, outside of the tank is 14.7 psi at sea level. Mm-hmm. We take these tanks down like 200 feet. Every 10 meters,
more pressure,
every 10 meters,
more pressure going on it towards it. Okay. And it's not about the pressure going out. Okay, this is
every 10 meters.
It's
every 10 meters
going out.
No, it's not. No. Okay. Do you think it takes more force to pull it this way or to pull it this way? Which way? Have you ever taken a cannon try to push on the it's the same material. Okay, so this tank at every 10, so if you go down 10 meters below the surface of the ocean, That is like going into a vacuum chamber with this tank.
Okay.
It's equivalent
Okay.
pressure.
It's like going into a vacuum. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, except
The-
for that is okay. You've got to understand that balloons don't.
It's not, this
Like-
is not a rubber balloon. Stop talking about balloons. It's a
It's
false
the same
analogy.
concept. It's the same
No.
concept. Okay.
What's
Same concept.
elasticity then? What's elasticity?
When was the last time you saw a balloon expand, like get bigger and bigger, deeper down underwater?
What's elasticity?
What's the elasticity of that? I don't
Yeah.
know.
What is it? What's it mean?
Elasticity, talking about how much it can stretch and like talking
Yeah.
about the
How much
stretchiness of the
can this?
material.
How much force does it take to stretch this?
I don't know. You tell me.
It would fail before you could stretch it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it might be a good idea to move on from the vacuum discussion. There's all kinds of other things that we can talk about, such as
Okay,
the technology available at the time. You know, I can chat I can do all the chat AI stuff to come up with lists for questions to carry us on. But I'm sure our speakers are more than capable. So I'm just going to do our housekeeping once again and remind everybody: smash the like if you haven't already. We are going to do super chats at the end. If you have questions for our speakers, they will be read out loud. And once again, thank you everybody for being here and enjoying the discussion. So Kyle, you were trying to get in there with 2 cents. I'll give you some 3 or 4 cents. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just wrapping that up there with the whole balloons don't expand the deeper and deeper you go. They end up getting compressed. And so a scuba diver knows that if you take a big deep breath and the air will actually expand in your lungs the more and more you rise. Okay, it's the opposite. Okay, it's all compressed down low, and then that air expands as it goes into less and less pressure. That's just scuba diving fact.
Force doesn't care about compression or expansion. The force is still the same. The material is constructed to withstand certain outward pressure. But we were talking about how much oxygen, how much air they took nitrogen and oxygen to the moon. They took it with them. The suits carried enough for 4 hours. So they weren't doing a lot of strenuous activity and stuff like that. I don't know specifically what side the tank the guy was. But the claim is 4 hours. They were on the surface on the first mission for 22.5 hours, I think it was. The third mission, they were on the surface for almost 3 days. So they took enough oxygen, enough nitrogen with them to the moon to last. They just changed the tanks out. That's it. Or they refilled them. I'm not sure. I think they had tanks that they swapped out. So that answers that question.
All right, let's move into some new territory.
Yeah, what about this water streaks on the lander windows? How did you verify they were water streaks?
They did not look like water streaks to you. If you don't believe that, what else is causing? Oh, are those like finger streaks?
So you're just saying it's your pareidolia that's telling you it's water streaks?
I think it's your pareidolia that's saying it's not water streaks.
No, pareidolia is when you see patterns. I'm not seeing any patterns. My
You're just
claim is
denying them.
I don't
Alien
know what
sweat.
it is. Pareidolia is you see a thing and you're coming to conclusion is something, but you don't know.
Okay, and then NASA comes out and says that they're actually water streaks, then you believe me? It's not pareidolia anymore if NASA actually admits it.
I would trust the people that were there and could observe it, and their testimony, just like Don Lynn's testimony when he performed at the governing Congress, what do you guys call it, for
you're
the
really
LDS.
big on testimonies then, right? You
accept
testimonies.
testimony claims from reputable people like Don Lynn, like
And what about the survivors
sailors
of
that went to
MK
space.
Ultra? Say the survivors of MK Ultra. Okay, I've got actual footage
First
of
of
one
all,
of those MK Ultra survivors that claims that whole MK Ultra setup took place at NASA headquarters.
First of all, this is a moon landing debate, not your freaking
NASA.
weird.
This is NASA. Okay, this is directly
No.
on here. Okay, when they're saying that
Okay.
that MK Ultra took place at NASA, which is all about brain control and mind wiping and all this other kinds of crazy nonsense. That shouldn't be, paid for with taxpayer dollars happening to the American people. Okay. Do you trust that? Okay. When the survivors come out and say this took place at NASA, do you trust that?
Is there any collaborating evidence
Is there collaborating evidence? Well, there's a lot of books published on it.
by her?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, her book.
There's her book, and there's also there's also her daughter, and there's also the
People responding to her book.
The person
yes.
who rescued her. The person who rescued her was also
claimed
part of
to rescue her. Yes.
Yeah. So there's all these people. How many other survivors are you even aware of who've lived to tell the story?
If there are any, MK Ultra is a real thing that really happened. It's not the subject of this debate. I'm not going to.
Well, it's all about testimonies.
I'm not. No,
NASA testimonies.
I'm
You're
not
putting a lot of credibility in NASA.
No, let me finish what I said because you interrupted me in the middle of my sentence when I was trying to explain that I trust testimonies based upon the credibility of the testimonies. Before you went to this weird side tangent about MK Ultra, another conspiracy theory that you believe because you believe in all of them. So why don't you trust Don Lind?
Why should I trust him?
Because he goes to your church and he gave his testimony at your church.
Yeah, then that doesn't make it believable.
So he's lying.
Well, Ted Bundy was a member of the church too, but that doesn't make him true and accurate.
So there's more than one astronaut that's Mormon.
And what? What of it?
Okay, you're just calling them liars. Good. I'm glad to know. I trust the testimony of Navy veterans.
Why aren't you a member?
I trust the testimony of Navy veterans because I don't believe that God exists, but we've already had that debate also.
So therefore you don't trust their testimonies either.
No, I trust their testimonies. What are you talking
you
about?
don't because you're not a member of the church, are you? So you don't trust their testimonies.
You're irrelevant. I trust the testimony
you're
based on
me
the
that
claim.
I believe in their testimonies. I believe in their testimonies, except for that.
I accept their trust. I accept their being truthful about their testimonies about God too. I accepted that. I accepted that you were being truthful about your own testimonies, Kyle. But I think you were misattributing the claim to a supernatural claim. Now these people, when it comes to the lunar module, when it comes to whether the flag was wet or not, these are not supernatural claims. So that's just my worldview. I reject supernatural claims unless there's some evidence to justify it. I don't think the person's lying, though. I think they're being completely truthful and honest about what they believe actually happened, just like I believe Don Lind's testimony that he actually did sacrament on the Challenger shuttle. He actually prayed. And he gave his testimony and bore witness to his experience in space, as I show 1 minute of his 10-minute speech in your general Congress or whatever you guys call it. But anyways, regardless of the fact, we were talking about what was on the windows.
Yeah, and your statement is, I don't believe what I saw. It's not water.
I believe I saw something. What did I see?
I told you it's water, but you don't believe me, so I don't know what else to tell you.
Well, how did you verify?
It's on you to come up with something else. That's their
no.
They claimed it was water too. You can read that next to the picture description. I've got the names of the pictures, and you can read that right
Where
there.
did the water come from?
It rained.
Some alien pissed on it.
No, what was their claim of where the water came from? Not your nonsense.
They just said it's water.
From what?
You can go do your own research. Yeah.
So you didn't look beyond just, somebody says there's water, I'm going to assume it's rain.
Water comes from somewhere, right? Where is water coming from outside? Are they giving it a car wash? They're giving it a car wash on the moon.
Have you ever woke up in the morning and the windows are wet?
There's dew out there on the moon, huh?
Have you woke? No, there's other phenomenon that the equipment went through that would produce water, I guess. If it was water,
could happen on
and
the inside.
I'm actually taking it. How do you know it wasn't on the inside?
Do you think the flag was on the inside?
What condensation? There's no water on the flag.
Oh, I pointed it out to you right there in my opening.
No, you didn't show any water.
I
on
showed the
flag.
big watermarks, the sweat stains. I showed you.
No, you didn't. You
Oh, well,
showed
could-
shadowing.
yeah.
On
Anyone
the
else
flag.
can just go push rewind and rewatch it, and you can see it. It's pretty plain and obvious.
Okay. No, I can actually have it on my thing here.
Yes, Javardo called.
So this is just another claim you're making that there was water on the flag now, but we were talking about the viewing ports, but now you changed it to the.
Well, it's water.
flag.
Water everywhere. So there's.
So
water on the
I don't
flag,
see any water on there. Oh, I did. Here's the. Here. Where's the water?
You got to kind of zoom in there quite a bit to see it.
So you got to zoom in to see dark spots, and you're just calling it water. I
The
see
sweat
no
stains?
water on that flag.
Yeah, that's because you're so far zoomed out.
This is another example of pareidolia. You're just seeing something that's not there. I see no water on that flag.
Yeah, that's because you're looking at a different picture too.
So what? So you look at it from a specific angle, and you think you see water on the flag, and you're
Okay.
going to dismiss all the veterans that went to space and were part of the mission, sworn oath.
My shirt
that
was wet.
uphold and defend
It's
the
not
United
wet
States
anymore.
Constitution.
My shirt was wet when I washed it, but it's not wet anymore. That kind of things can dry. It changes from time to time. When they took the
I
picture,
see.
it was wet.
There is no wetness on that flag.
Yeah, I think the audience can see it for themselves. It's pretty.
I think the
plain,
audience
apparent,
should just
obvious.
I think what the audience should take with this is Kyle is just making stuff up because he's already presupposed that you can't go to space at all. So he has to find any way to condemn any type of evidence there is. Why would they use, even if it was in a set in a room, why would they be stupid enough if they're spending all this money you think they're spending to not do it, to use a wet flag with sweat on
Because
it?
they
How
want
absurd!
they're dropping hints left and right saying
How absurd! Oh, here it is. Here it is. So he thinks these are secret messages that they're giving to Kyle. They're giving Kyle.
it's not just to
secret
me. This is to the
messages.
world. I'm not the first person to point
No.
this stuff out.
No, Kyle.
this
I
is
might
Jordan
be the first
Maxwell.
person
messages.
relaying this message to you, but I'm not the first person
Why-
to point this stuff out.
Why would they want to give secret messages?
We all know
if
it's
you're trying
aliens.
to
It's always
hide
aliens.
space, I guess, for God or whatever you're.
Jordan Maxwell, David Icke,
Because,
like this
yeah,
guy's
people
like not
Felt
far
bad
off.
about
Alex
it.
Jones.
They have to lie to people, and yeah,
I
it's
think
the whole thing. That there's a reason why all the astronauts look so bored.
I
It's
think
just
what we
like-
should do is
Tired?
we should backpedal maybe before after convictions. Let's talk about priors. So let's talk about what would be the maybe reasons for wanting to go to the moon in the first place. I'll hand the floor over to you, Kyle, and we'll try to move into that territory.
Why did they want to go to the moon in the first place? That's a kind of a big question right there. I'd say that there's a lot of money involved, kind of a big black budget. We're going to just dump, obscene amount of money towards all this stuff, and then I can put it in all these other people's pockets and say it's going to the moon, and then you'll never see it again. And that's kind of the operation right there. Okay, money is a big thing of it. But when the government can just kind of print out their own money, there's a lot more of a snowball effect going on here too, where they're trying to promote. There's the three big things: evolution, the globe, and atheism. Those are the three that go together hand in hand. And
Oh my
so
god.
they're kind of trying to do this. There is kind of a big, huge warfare going on in those departments, and you can't really have much evolution without the Big Bang and everything that goes with that.
Oh, so much nonsense there to unpack, Kyle. There is nothing about Big Bang cosmology, nothing
Fish
about
galloping.
evolution, nothing about science that falsifies the existence of God. That's just your conspiracy theory because you're afraid that, like, I'm possessed by the devil because I made a short video of me with a filter. I know where your mind goes with this stuff. It's irrelevant. Now, if we're talking about conspiracy theories, so all those Christians out there, there is nothing about evolution that says that you shouldn't be a Christian anymore. Kyle will tell you shouldn't be a Christian anymore because Kyle doesn't understand how logic works or reasons work or rationality works. He thinks his debate is making up his own definition, using it, and that's the truth. That's Kyle. But let's not go there. So let's talk about what we know is true. So we know evolution is true. We know Big Bang cosmology is true. As far as we know, none of that falsifies the existence of God. Most of the people that believe those things are true are Christians, so they have no need to hide God from anybody. So in the United States, it's majority Christians. Most people in the United States accept those things are true. If there was some type of black budget going to NASA, then they would be siloed. They're not siloed. They work together, communicate together, and they talk to each other about what they're going to do. I actually got a job offer to go work on the Artemis project, to go work with Mission Control on the Artemis project, but my health is declined. So anyways,
So why would
So
there be
let's- so
Satanists
let's-
who are totally directly involved in all that? Okay, you're
There's
saying
no
it's not
Sat-
about
there-
it's
there's
not
no
about like,
Satanists.
Christianity. It's not about evolution. It's not about
Satanists?
God or anything like that. There were direct Satanists that were like involved in all that. Like
who,
totally out in it.
who?
Aaron
Look
Rao.
into the
Name one.
JPL. Okay. Just look
Name
into the
one
people who are
Satanist.
involved in there. Okay, you
Name
really
one
don't think?
Satanist that was involved in it. Name one.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the guy who founded JPL was an outright Satanist.
JPL. What's JPL?
You don't know what JPL is, and you're a NASA
Oh,
guy.
Jet Propulsion Lab.
Thank you.
How do you know he was Satanist?
He was pretty public about it.
So how did a dude found JPL?
How did he found it?
The origin of Jet when Caltech professor Theodore von Karman oversaw binary work in rocket propulsion. So NASA, it's a NASA department, right?
Yeah, and
So NASA would found JPL, not a person that ran it. Right?
I think it was part of the Pyramid Club. Jack Parsons is his name. Look into Jack Parsons, big JPL founder. You can't.
Okay.
Really... Jack Parsons
He-
is the person you want to
He
look into.
founded JPL. Who founded JPL? Was he Church of Satan or Satanic Temple?
You can look into him for yourself.
No, you're the one making these claims. You should know. Do you know the difference between the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple?
People who make claims.
Why
have
do I need
prove
to know
it.
the difference between the two?
We are way off base as well. So
Well, because this is
wrap
no,
this
this is
around.
his conspiracy theory. He thinks
they
they're
are kind of
conspiring.
they
Okay.
The
both
high-
worship
Hold on,
Satan, so
Kyle.
why do I care?
Hold on, Kyle. 15 seconds, Ozian. Wrap this into what we're talking about.
He thinks they're conspiring to hide God from humanity, that they're Satanists. So the difference between Satanic Temple is they don't believe in a Satan. The Church of Satan don't either believe in a Satan. So some of them could.
Okay, and Jack Parsons. Okay, a Satanist is someone who worships Satan. That's what a Satanist is.
No, they can call themselves any word they want to and not worship a Satan. Temple of Satan, they don't worship Satan. They don't worship a God at all. They're atheistic.
Okay,
They
and
don't believe
Jack
God
Parsons.
exists.
No, you can say that, but yeah, Jack Parsons has got some crap on his fingers. I'm telling you, like into his history, yeah. And it's not just him. You just look into Operation Paperclip and the NASA Nazis.
not
It's got a
Operation
really dark
Paperclip.
history behind NASA. It's not just things like Project MK Ultra. They've got some real sludge on their hands
Okay. so
and blood on
Parsons
their
played-
hands. They got blood on their hands too.
Ooh,
He was part of the Church of Satan. Some of them believe in Satan. Most of them don't. They believe like in the power of their own personal like growth. Like they believe in themselves in that regard. So there's a little bit different. There's more philosophy involved in Church of Satan than there is in the Satanic Temple. But
And
most
it's
of
very
them,
much
almost
connected to
none of
NASA.
them. No, that's one person. So you're this is called an
I
association
named more than one
fallacy.
person.
This is called an association fallacy, Kyle.
Oh, kind
And
of like what you
neither
were
of them-
saying with the whole Jack or the Lund guy, the testimony, right? You're trying to get me to believe that the moon landing happened because someone spoke in conference.
That's not an
Association fallacy.
association fallacy because he was actually associated with going to space. Are you
Okay.
saying he was also part of the conspiracy to hide God from you?
I believe there's a lot of wolves out there in sheep's clothing. I'll tell you that much.
Wow.
So
So Church of Satan. So he was part of the Church of Satan. It's called an association fallacy. You're trying to say NASA, which means uplifting in Hebrew, is trying to hide God from people. At first, you were saying it was about money, Black Ops projects, but now you're saying it's about God.
there's
Pick a
there's
lane.
multiple things. There's multiple
Pick a
things
lane.
going on.
Pick a lane.
Because there's only one cause that could ever be it.
If it was about money, there's a lot smarter things they could do. They could just say the Van Allen belt makes it impossible for humans to travel through.
Okay, how would that make them money?
Then they could just spend money wherever they want to, because Black Ops projects actually do exist.
I'm glad you agree with that. I'm really glad you agree with that.
But it's not NASA. Those are public. They get audited.
They do. There's a big
Yes.
movement to audit NASA because the lack of auditing.
No, there's a bunch of flat earthers that think they're going to audit NASA, but NASA gets audited all the time. There's an
When was the last time
auditing
they got audited?
department. Continuously they get audited because they
Okay,
have to
should be
maintain their
really easy
budget.
so it's continually, like every day kind of a thing. Is that public?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see the records.
You know how much they spend. You guys talk about it constantly.
Okay, let's see the records. Exactly how all that money is used. Okay, just how much they spend is not like a full audit. That's just like a tiny bit of information.
Go look it up.
It's actually holding it accountable for like what the money is actually going for.
You should know this, but you're not going to trust them anyways because you think the whole government's lying about it's going to space.
Well, you're the one
because
claiming
you
that
think
they're
space is
continually
fake.
being audited, and so I'm just telling you to substantiate your claim.
Who audits NASA? Ernst & Young LLP, they audited them for 2023. They externally audited them.
Okay,
They have
externally audited them.
Yeah,
And
was
is that
an
is that
independent
information
public accounting
public?
firm. Looks like it. Yeah, oversight.gov. Go to oversight.gov and you can look up the audit of NASA for 2023. There's a document. You can, here, I'll open it up for you since you don't do your own research.
Coming in with the extra juicy there. All right.
Yeah.
I will remind our live audience that we will move into Q&A. Probably within 30 minutes, depending on how many more
Right.
topics you guys want to cover. Our speakers can let me know. So
I
you
would love to
guys-
hear him talk about the. I'd love to hear your big response to the inverse square law and exactly why the moon was so dim. And I never even got to talk
Okay.
about the black rocks that they found on the moon. Okay,
I did
pitch
the
black
math.
rocks.
He doesn't want a small response, Ozian. He's looking for a big response. And
Yeah, I did. I
Go
did
ahead.
the math. So a 60-watt light bulb at 50 feet away, what would the watts be at 60 feet away or 50 feet away, like you talked about?
It was a 60-watt light bulb, and so
Yep.
it doesn't have watts anymore at 50 feet away.
What would the lux be?
I'm not sure. You could just kind of compare it with your own camera. I showed it. I didn't know the looms on that.
Well,
What do you think the
it
looms
was. You can calculate them inverse square law. The light at 1 meter away would be 63 lux.
From 60-watt light bulb, which is I don't know how many lux.
It would be 63 lux from 1 meter away. I calculated it.
Okay. So how about with the
when
moon?
you were debating. So at 50 feet away, it would be 0.273 lux.
from 50 feet away from the
Yeah.
light bulb. Okay. So,
Yes.
Okay. And how bright would that light bulb be? Okay. In order to have the same thing if it was 200,000 miles away.
But- 230,000 miles away. So the moon has what's called albedo. You know what albedo is?
How bright it shines or reflects light.
Reflects light. Yep. So it's reflecting the light off the surface of the moon. So for every square meter on the moon during daylight is something like 150 to 200 watts of light from the sun, because there's no atmosphere blocking the sun. So we have that's what's reflected back to the earth. So you can like calculate it, right? Total lumens from moon. So from the moon, we're getting 10 to 12 lux or lumens. I don't know what what's lumens to lux? 2 lux. 1 lux is equal to 1 lumen per square meter. So
Okay, so how bright are you claiming the moon had to be in order to have that?
it's like 200 watts per meter, I said.
Okay, so how bright would the moon have to be?
6 to 10,000 lumen. Oh no, that's the moon has to be 10 to 12 lumens at the Earth's surface.
The moon has to be 10 to 12 lumens. That does not seem proportional at all with the light bulb.
At the Earth's surface.
Okay,
It's
at the
actually a
Earth's
little
surface,
bit brighter than
how
the light bulb.
bright does the moon have to be on the moon? If you're standing on the moon, that's kind of like standing on the light bulb.
Yeah.
Right?
So you did the math, right? So how much sun is the
I'm
moon
just
getting
taking
at
a little observation.
230,000?
That's it. I'm just looking at the observation and saying
No.
this light bulb is pretty bright, and so that tells me if it's going to be even farther away, it's got to be even brighter than this light bulb.
That's not observation. You
That
just
is an
looked at
observation.
something.
That's all it takes is just this little simple observation. You don't have to do any math to know that the farther away it is, the brighter it has to be in order to have this effect on the light on this paper. If it's going to be this bright on this paper, the farther away it is, the brighter it has to be. Okay, that tells you that the moon would have to be brighter than that little 60-watt light bulb.
It is much brighter.
Okay, how much brighter are you claiming that it was? You were saying something about
I just said it's like
thousands
200
of lumens. And the thousands of lumens is what
Oh,
you
it's
said
more
before.
than that. But it's
More than that. Okay, so what kind of welding glass did they put on those cameras?
welding glass is 200 watts per meter. It's like 3
That
times
stacks up.
brighter than the
Several
it's like
thousand lumens is pretty bright.
it's like 3 times brighter than your 60-watt light bulb. When you're on the surface of the moon, it's very bright. You know that, right?
So what kind of welder's glass did they put on those cameras?
They put solar lenses filters on them. Wasn't that bright? Welding
so it's-
glass? What are you talking about?
It's not as bright as that.
It's not an eclipse.
No, it's not that bright. It's
Maybe.
because you're close and you're not seeing the whole surface of the moon.
So if I'm putting my nose up against a 60-watt light bulb, you're saying it's not that bright.
Yeah, go put your nose up against 60-watt light bulb.
And it's not that bright.
It is bright. The moon's brighter, so they
Okay,
ward.
so it's got to be brighter than the 60-watt light bulb when you're putting your nose up against it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
let's see what filter did the camera on the moon use. Let's see. No, that's for imaging the moon. Let's see. Did you look up what filter they use for the camera?
I looked. I didn't find like any kind of welding glass.
Why would it be welding glass? It's not that bright. It's not
How
as
bright
bright
is
as a
You're bad at
welder.
doing research.
No, it's a
Kyle.
lot
I get
farther.
it.
Okay, it's a lot farther than just 50 feet away. So,
Okay.
like I said, the farther away it is, the brighter
know.
it has to be.
But you
The
also
farther away it
no,
is, the brighter it has to be. It's not that
It is brighter.
complicated. Okay.
But there's
So
more surface area, so you have a bigger bulb. So imagine so it's like having 60. It's like having a 200-watt bulb every square meter.
uh-huh. Okay.
Okay. Like,
The farther
and
away,
then
the farther away it is, the brighter it has to be.
you don't understand, do you?
I understand that perfectly. The farther away it is, the brighter it has to be.
No, it has to have more light. It doesn't have to be brighter. It
That's
is
what-
brighter, but about
That
3
is
times
what
brighter.
having more light is.
No,
Having more light means it's brighter.
no.
That's what it means.
Is all light visible, Kyle?
Is all light visible? No. So you're saying it's brighter,
Oh,
but with
okay.
invisible light?
No, Kyle. I'm just saying
More
just
infrared
because
light?
there's what do you think more light means? What does that mean?
It's brighter.
It's reflecting more photons back to the earth than your 60-watt light bulb.
Okay. Well, light is a wave. Okay. And that wave has to move through a medium. in order
No,
to
it
get
doesn't.
there, Okay.
No,
What
it doesn't.
Medium is, yeah, it does. That's what.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. It needs a,
No,
a
it was
medium to move through.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
How did you test? When did you test that?
When do you test that?
When
light
did you
is a
test that
wave?
light?
You're
When
gonna say
did you
mixed
double
test
slit
that
more
light?
experiment.
fucking idiot.
When did
The
you
double
test
slit
that?
experiment shows that light is a wave.
When did you test that light has to travel through a medium?
That's just like Khan Academy even admits that this is just logic. Okay.
When did you test that light has to travel through a medium? I don't care what.
That's
Khan
what a wave
Academy
is. A
says.
wave is a disturbance of a medium. A wave is a disturbance of a
No,
medium.
that's
Until-
your claim. So when did you test that light disturbs a medium? When did you test that?
When did I test it? That's what the whole double slit experiment is
No,
observing
it's
that.
not.
That's just
No, Kyle.
It
Okay, what
doesn't
it-
observe that light is traveling through a medium or
that's what a
disturbing a
wave is.
medium.
A wave is a disturbance of
No.
a medium.
Nope.
That's just what a wave is.
No, this is you again. Remember, people, earlier I said all he does is make up his own definition of words and uses it as an argument
Okay, how are you
instead of
defining wave,
explaining
then?
instead of
Define
explaining
wave
what the
better than me.
instead
Then.
of instead of
You
explaining
define
what
it.
the
You
concept
define it. What is
instead
a
of ex-
wave? You
instead of
define it.
explain
Instead of my definition, you define it. Give
Am
me
I
your
Waves are
not
made
definition
of
of what a wave
particles.
is. Okay, I'm
instead
hearing you define it. You're complaining about my definition, but you are refusing to provide your own definition. So if you don't like
And-
mine, let's hear yours. Floor is yours.
No, it's your claim. You need to justify. If you think the word wave means that it must travel through a medium and light doesn't travel
Is
through a
the
medium,
definition of wave, okay, a wave is a disturbance of
stop
a medium.
talking in the middle of my sentence. This is very disrespectful, Kyle. Please be
Oh,
more
yeah,
respectful.
you've been disrupting me too. It's not
Okay.
one way here. Okay, I've been hearing you interrupt me over and over again.
Yeah. So if light is traveling through a medium, like you claim, then you need to show the evidence for that. Now, if you think the word wave means that it must travel through a medium and light doesn't travel through the medium, then the word you're using for wave doesn't describe what light is doing, and you're doing what's called an equivocation fallacy. You're using your own personal definition for a wave to describe what light must be doing,
And you're just
which is
denying,
which
you're just
using
refusing
which
to
is
provide
using
any definition at all.
which is using a definition to define how something works, which is not how science.
Your
in
definition
the
is
real
wrong,
world.
and therefore, I'm sorry.
No,
Your
you're
definition is wrong,
saying
but I refuse to give you the correct definition.
Wow.
you're saying
You're
the
just
nature
wrong.
of
That's it. You're just wrong. Just shut up. You're wrong. Okay. I just refuse to give you a correct
now he's
definition.
acting like
Now would be a good time to just shut up, Kyle.
now
That's
he's,
it.
I
he's
know
just acting like a
Yeah.
child.
he's
so
making
that
a parody, and I understand what he's doing as a
Yeah.
parody aspect. But let's try to wheel it in.
Ryan
I
should have
said
said,
we got
"Shut
about
up,
12
Kyle."
minutes left.
But
Yeah.
So if we got any
buddy.
other avenues that we can explore and try to put a bow on this one, that would be probably a good idea.
We can leave
Well,
light. We can go on to
he's
radio
a
waves.
parody-
Hopefully, you can agree that a radio wave
he's a parody
requires a
of an
medium to move
intelligent
through.
person. He just pretends
Hold
to
on.
be intelligent. and he's not. He doesn't understand the nature of reality.
You just don't
He
understand.
thinks words.
You just don't
He
understand.
thinks words.
Oh my goodness!
He
you just don't
thinks
understand.
words define the
You're
nature
wrong.
of
I can't tell you
reality.
exactly how you're
Okay.
wrong or why you're wrong. You're
All
just
right.
wrong.
All
Oh
right,
my
all right,
lord,
before we
control
start
that
putting in-
fucking
all right, Kyle,
Mormon.
I did give you the
This
floor.
guy has
It
children,
seemed like
too,
you were
that he
going to
teaches with
explain what's
Platter,
going on.
too.
Just 1 second, Ozian.
That's
So,
how dumb he is.
explain why you're making this parody and why you think Ozian is so incorrect on this point.
I'm just doing this because he's refusing to provide his own definition. He's just saying I'm wrong without explaining how I'm wrong or why I'm wrong. Just, you're wrong. That's it. It's just really, really shallow.
All right, let's give you some time there, Ozian, and then if you have any other topics you'd like to explore, we can
I'm
move
sharing a
into it.
screen.
Okay, there you go. What a
Light
fella,
wave,
just like
oh.
that. That's perfect.
The movement of light conceptualized as a wave defined by such properties as refraction, refraction, and dispersion. We falsified the luminiferous ether with the Michelson-Morley experiment. Light does not travel through a mechanical medium. Kyle is just wrong. We conceptualize it like a wave, but it's not disturbing a medium. For you to make that claim, you have to demonstrate that it is true. Equivocation fallacies are not evidence for anything except for your own fallacious reasoning.
Okay, your definition there had nothing to do with anything I was saying. It didn't say anything about like the Michelson-Morley. It didn't say anything about it works through a vacuum. It didn't say anything like that.
Yeah, you
Just
did. You
used
said
the
it needs to
definition.
travel
or
through
sorry,
a
it just
medium.
used the word in the definition.
No, I didn't.
Yes, it did. It said wave in the definition.
It defined light wave.
Yeah, light wave. A light wave is a wave. Oh, look at that. Wow.
No, light wave is a particular thing.
That's that's what the definition said. That said the light wave is a wave.
When we conjoin two words, they can have a different meaning than the root words.
All right. It might be, if we have a chance, fellas, if we have a chance to talk about the technology and some of the potential advances that are talked about in relation to the Apollo mission 1969. I'll hand the floor over to you, Kyle, to talk about some of the technology, and Ozian, if you want to follow up on what is the general, like I say, consensus about some of the medical and technological advances that may have arisen from that exploration. So let's talk about that for a little bit here. Once again, I'm just using my chat GPT to try to push us along here because we've been talking about some of the
I'm not
hard stuff.
prepared. I'm not prepared for any medical advances or technological advances. I would just Google it and look up a list of things. We could talk about like Teflon and all types of stuff. But you were asking him, but he denies all that technology anyways because he doesn't understand technology.
You just don't understand. Oh my goodness, I got you beat because you don't understand.
All right, before
you gotta do better than that.
Before we go down that path,
How
Kyle,
about you debate and you stop
try to
playing a
expound
character,
on what
freaking
you might
Kyle?
think of, like I say, public perception.
I think at this point we need
about
Cartman to
all
come
this as
in and
well.
take
So
care of Kyle.
There's all kinds of avenues we
Yes.
can move into just to try to explore this before we move into Q&A. Once again, everybody, get your
Well-
questions in. We are going to move into Q&A shortly.
Can't say about
If
Kyle's mom.
our speakers want to explore this topic.
Okay,
Well,
we
I'd
got
like to
people-
talk about how atmospheric condition causes depth,
Okay.
perception of depth. That was another one of your claims in your opening argument. I have a whole list of things he claimed that are false in his opening argument. So depth, when you look at a painting, you said you were an artist. You look at a picture or a painting, you can see depth without atmosphere, right? Depth is based upon shadows and lights. That's how you perceive depth. So it has nothing to do with atmospheric conditions, has to do with the contrast between the colors and the shadowing and the shading and the light.
It's about what
produce the
gives
perception of depth.
it's what creates the shadows and the light, and that's why the mountains. You're telling me that the mountains in the background didn't look brighter and more sky color because of the atmosphere?
Atmospheric conditions can change to block the clouds. So you can have fog, you can have clear atmospheric conditions where the mountains are more perceivable. But actually, the problem you got with mountains, because of how far away they are, is they're at your maximum like focal, like your like a cameras have maximum like focal zoom or infinite or
You
whatever it's
agree
called,
that the atmosphere
where it's hard to
reflects
see
the
depth.
light that passes through it?
Atmosphere can reflect light. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
it
I do agree with
refracts
that.
it, but that's not what
It does
causes
that too.
depth.
I'm talking about reflection. Okay, atmospheric reflection. And that's why the more atmosphere you look through, the more it's able to reflect the light that passes through it.
That's it.
That's
It
very-
can.
He's
No,
talking about
If you look at
refraction.
like clear skies, you look at clear
It's-
skies at a horizon, the horizon, it gets wider and wider the closer it gets to the horizon, right?
There's a
It's
mirror
because
there.
of this
What
atmospheric
gets wider?
opacity. Okay, the atmosphere.
yeah, it's opaque. Yeah.
The
Well, it's not really
atmosphere becomes-
opaque. It's pretty clear.
It is. It is. That's what opaque is. It's a block.
I know what
block the light
opaque
that passes
is.
through. Okay, and so if you look at,
Yeah.
there's an atmosphere
It
gradient.
absorbs the
You
light
get
and
a
reflects.
gradient when you look at the
back
horizon. Okay, it's
or
like dark blue up high,
emits it
and then it
back.
gets lighter and lighter in terms of like white on the
But we're
horizon.
talking- We're talking the perception of depth. That
It creates a perception of
that's
depth.
not shadowing can create the perception of depth. A linear change in brightness does not create a perception of depth. I don't know any artist that would ever tell you that just making the whole picture lighter gives a perception of depth. As a matter of fact, mountains, when they're far away, don't have a lot of depth, but when you get up close, you can see all the depth. Actually, you see depth better when things are closer. If anything, the atmosphere blocks your perception of depth because of the opacity of atmosphere over long distances. But we can see
This is
through
atmospheric
the atmosphere
layering that
pretty
takes place. It's
far.
layers. Layers create depth in painting.
There's no atmospheric layers between you and the street light down below. It's one
If it,
atmosphere.
it takes miles to kind of get this, depending on what the
You-
atmosphere
you
is
don't-
like.
You don't need layering on a picture to see depth.
It's one thing that is there to create depth. I agree that it's not just one thing. There's
Oh my
multiple
God,
things that are there.
Kyle, you're
But that's
so
just kind of
dumb.
one of the major things that ends up
Yeah.
helping out a lot in landscapes. When you want like a flat picture, like a lot of like little kid drawings, they don't really know about that
Well,
concept.
we'll talk about the
So
best.
they end up having like very
Photos.
2D kind of
Photos
drawings.
photos have no layering, but photos will show depth.
That's because you're observing something in real life with the photo.
I can make an AI image that will show depth.
Yeah.
So you
I'm
don't
not
need
doubting that.
you don't need atmosphere to perceive depth in a 2D image.
I never claimed you did. I'm just saying that this is something that's about landscapes.
You say it claims the atmosphere causes depth.
It can create depth in a picture.
Oh
When
my
we're talking
God,
about our vision.
this
We
is
don't
so
need an
dumb.
atmosphere to see depth.
Okay, I'm talking about the whole getting it lighter out in the distance. You do that's
Yeah,
what the
I think-
atmosphere does.
What? All right. What about your? I don't think you understand. But anyways, what about Earthrise, the photo? You're seeing part of it's missing. What part of it is missing?
The red,
Oh,
the red.
sorry.
There's no pink clouds there.
Why would there be pink clouds when you're
'Cause that's
looking
what
at it
people
from above?
observe. That's what people observe, and that's what
What?
people observe in the morning and in the evening. Pink clouds.
Different colors, usually orangish to me, but sometimes pink.
Purple.
Sometimes clouds can look rainbow color. There's a
purple.
special effect where you get ice crystals in the clouds, and
Yeah,
it
but you're not
causes
seeing
this
any
rainbow
of that
effect.
anywhere on that in that picture.
Yeah, why?
Because it's fake.
What?
Because it's fake.
No, what's the explanation for why you wouldn't see that in the model of reality that we all live in.
Because it's fake.
So you don't know. Okay, that's
You
fine.
don't see it because the artist who painted the picture didn't think about that. They just, it's not
No.
there.
They didn't think about
It's kind
that.
of like
right?
one of those AI images. Why does
They
this
paid so
person
much
have an
money and
extra
they didn't
finger?
think about that.
Right?
It's Don Lind
Because it's fake.
explained.
It's not real.
How thick is the atmosphere?
Huh?
How thick is the atmosphere?
I don't know.
Was it like 100,000 feet or something like that?
What's this have to do with pink clouds?
What's it has to do with pink clouds? So when you look through a distance, you're looking through the atmosphere. You actually see in the sun after it's already set because you get atmospheric refraction that lifts the sun up more than it actually is set. But that's a different phenomenon. But the coloring you're seeing is through the layers of the atmosphere. Sunlight is not colored, right?
Yeah.
It's white, where it's
Mhm.
all the colors.
So why aren't the
blue
clouds pink?
skies? What?
Why aren't the clouds pink in that picture? There's no pink clouds on that picture.
Because you're not seeing a sunset.
You're not, the people right there on the Terminator line are not seeing a sunset.
No, the people on the moon are not seeing a sunset.
Okay, but the people that they're looking at on the Earth, they are seeing a sunset if they're on the Terminator line.
They are seeing the sun through the atmosphere. You're not.
Yeah, but you're looking at them and they're seeing a pink cloud, but the sky is turning pink, but you're looking down at them and the sky's not turning pink.
The light coming to their eyes through the atmosphere is changing color. The light that's reflecting off the Earth back to the astronauts in space is not refracting, is not changing color as much as the light going through the atmosphere from the sun is.
In order for the light to do this, it's got to pretty much kind of turn at like a 90-degree angle there, because it's coming down, it's going through the atmosphere, it's getting all of that kind of the Rayleigh scattering through the Earth, and then all of a sudden it's got to turn in order for you to see it. That's kind of what it has to do. Because you're over there on the moon, and the Earth is in front of you, and then there's the sun, which is way up above you. So the sun in that picture was not behind them. The sun was not behind the astronauts in that picture. Okay, it was above them, and it was above them in the picture of the Earth as well. So that sunlight is going down and it's traveling through the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah. Okay, and then in order for you to see it, that has to get reflected back to the camera.
No, it's
and the
not
camera
reflecting.
is right in front of it, and so it's got to do that 90-degree angle thing there. And so that light, it's still going to get
not
the Rayleigh
90-degree
scattering there,
angle.
going through the Earth's atmosphere. It's still going to turn pink, but you're not seeing it.
No. Why would it turn pink? And first of all, it's not reflection.
It's the Globe Earth claim.
It's not
it turned pink because of Rayleigh scattering.
It's not refract. It's not the Globe Earth claim. You're making
Rayleigh
it up.
scattering is a Globe Earth claim.
That's when you're on the planet looking through the atmosphere across the surface of the Earth. The astronauts that are on the moon are not doing that, and what you are seeing is called albedo. You're not seeing reflection. The photons.
Albedo is not reflection anymore, because before you said albedo was reflection. You've changed your mind on that?
I didn't say it was reflection. I asked you a question, but anyways, so to understand it better, a lot of people will reduce it to reflection. It's not reflection. What's happening is that the heat, or the EMF of the sun is hitting stuff and absorbed into the atoms, which is exciting the electrons on the things. And when the electrons get excited, they release photons, which is light. So what you're seeing is what's being released from the surface. So the color you see on my skin is what's being released, not what's being reflected. Reflection is like off a mirror surface or something like that, where you can get the reflection off of it. But what you're seeing here is my skin is releasing photons.
Okay, and
to be more
the
precise.
atmosphere would not release any kind of pink light towards the viewer.
You're not seeing the sun through the atmosphere.
Not seeing the sun through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
but you're
Except
seeing
of the moon.
atmosphere. You're
Just a
seeing the
little bit of
atmosphere,
atmosphere
that's
on
not
the
the sun
moon.
from the atmosphere.
Yeah, so that's why I asked you how thick the atmosphere was. Because when you look at the sun from the surface of the earth, not only are you looking through how thick the atmosphere is above the earth, right? But you're also looking at it through horizontally through the earth too. So if the sun is setting over here, you're looking through all this atmosphere and out of the atmosphere. So you get all this refraction that creates different lighting effects for certain periods of time during the day. And it doesn't happen all day long. It just has to go through enough atmosphere, the right height to get the certain colors that you see that are pretty cool during sunsets, that the astronauts are only seeing the light coming straight down. So what the astronauts are seeing is exactly what you see when you're during daylight, because they're just seeing the light reflecting off the earth. They're not seeing a sunset. Now, I think there are images from the ISS of sunsets. Sunset from ISS. We can maybe look at those. Ooh,
So
look.
if they see the pink sky from the ISS and they're seeing the red hues on the
it's not-
ISS, it should, if they can see it, then why don't they see it on the moon?
Not usually pink, but because they're not looking through they're not looking horizontally through the atmosphere. But here's from the ISS, which is looking horizontally through the atmosphere, if you can see that screen. So there's the stratosphere. See how it's different colors. Outer space up here is black, dark. Then you got the upper atmosphere, which is what we're actually like looking through when we're looking actually through all these lasers straight up during the day, and the astronauts when they're on the moon are looking through it as if it's like perpendicular to the earth. But when you're looking through the stratosphere, the troposphere, and whatever limb is, I guess you can see the colors like you were talking about.
You can see the colors on the ISS, but you can't see it from the moon, even though you see the whole horizon all the way around the earth. Okay, you can see the edge of the earth, and that light is being reflected to your eye.
No.
And that light has to go through the atmosphere in order to get to your eye, but you're still not seeing that.
They're
on
not.
the edge of the earth. Like the entire edge of the entire earth should be pink, but yeah, but it's
No,
not.
they're not. They're not looking at the sun through the atmosphere
Well,
like the
when you look up-
ISS is here.
okay, when you are looking up in the sky during sunset and it's pink up above you, you're not looking at the sun either, are you? You don't see the sun when you're looking up there.
You're looking at the
You're
sunlight
looking at the sun
scattering
from a
across the
different. You're
clouds.
looking at the sun down below, but up above the sun, even behind the
Yeah.
sun, it can be pink. Those are pink
Yeah.
clouds, but you're not
They're
seeing
not
it.
pink. When do you ever see pink clouds?
I showed you a picture.
Well,
I
you
showed
have
you a
one
picture.
example. Like I
Yeah.
never see pink clouds. I maybe once or twice.
I see pink
But
clouds
anyways,
all the time.
Okay.
Pink and purple, yeah, you see a lot of those stuff in the evening.
Yeah, I think I covered all your
Pink, purple,
planes.
orange. You don't see any of those colors.
No, I've seen them, but very rarely. Usually it's just orange, yellows, and stuff
Okay,
like
maybe
that.
you've seen them, but I'm talking about in the shots from the moon, the pictures of the Earth from the moon. You don't see those colors.
Because they're not
Or
looking
on-
at the sun.
You don't have to look at the sun. I already addressed this. I don't have to. I can look away from the sun and I can see those colors.
I've never seen it away from, usually towards the
Okay.
sun.
Well, next time you'll be thinking of me.
What-
Every time you
what
see
you-
it now.
what you-
Every time you see it forever now, you'll be remembering me because I.
But what
I-
you what you are seeing is you're seeing the reflection of the light off of the bottom of the clouds. So it's like when you're on a plane, you don't see that color all day long. You only see it through the atmosphere, through the sunset.
Yeah, and so
Because,
I'm not
like you
claiming
said,
it's
there's
gonna be
all-
everywhere. I'm not claiming the entire Earth should be orange.
There's
I'm
always
just
the
talking about
sunset.
certain spots.
Did you
It's
also
always-
notice in that picture from the ISS how nice the Earth is curving?
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, not that I
Mhm.
believe in all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. Electrostatics doesn't cause things to fall either. A lot that you should debate me on that because I would destroy you on that.
Oh, my.
Yeah,
I've
you
done
got
all the
destroyed
math.
last time you talked about that.
No, I've never talked about that to anybody
Coming in.
Oh, you
juicy.
did. You talked to it with Witsit, and he just
for like
destroyed you
2
on that.
minutes.
You had
No,
that-
he couldn't
you had a big
explain
discussion
lead.
on that, and I made a video talking all about that because yeah,
I
it's
reviewed
really
your
funny.
laughably ridiculous video because
Destroyed.
you don't understand it either.
Destroyed, he says.
You
Destroyed.
got destroyed
OCN.
on that one.
Yeah.
You got destroyed on that one.
Witz's afraid to debate anybody that actually understands gravity. That's why he never debates NASA or gravity.
Oh
So
dear.
All
dear.
right.
Yeah.
Do you, either of you, have any other topics you'd like to move into before we hit this Q&A? And once again, a reminder to our audience, if you have questions, get them in now. We are going to move into those very shortly. So if you have anything specific, Ozian
Okay.
or Kyle, you got something.
When the astronauts came back and they started handing out moon rocks to the different countries, the moon rocks were pitch black. Pitch black. And if I go out there hiking out in the desert, I see an odd looking cactus. Wow, that's really different, and I'll go take a picture of it because I thought that was unusual, right? But these
Show me
astronauts are coming up
pictures.
with like pitch black, like obsidian.
show me the
black rocks.
pictures of the moon rock
Okay, I can show you pictures.
from a repeatable source.
I got the pictures right here.
We are still ready for screen share. So if you want to pop
Okay.
that up, Kyle,
Let's do a screen share.
go for it.
But
Turns his camera off. It's all good.
okay,
It happens.
pitch black moon rocks.
I asked for a repeatable source. What is
Oh,
this?
sorry, this is not a repeatable source.
What's Myro?
This is the plaque to Arizona.
What?
This is the
What's Myro?
Miro. It's just the place where I save the pictures to.
Yeah, I asked for a repeatable source. So
Okay, so this is, you just look up the Arizona moon rock. This is the plaque they gave Arizona with the
so
moon
where
rock.
is it pitch black? It looks like it's going through a thing. So there.
It's going
So
through a
you're
thing.
saying
It's
there's
pitch
not.
black. And I've got like
you're
country
saying
after
it-
country. I've got these pitch black moon rocks. And if that's not good enough for you because you're thinking that it's going through the light, I've got moon rocks that are outside of the thing. They're
Nope.
flipping the thing upside down so you can
Nope.
actually see through it. It's not looking through anything on this one. This is outside of the glass and you can see it's
Sure.
like
That's a
pitch
piece of
black.
ash.
Okay, pitch black. Why are they pulling back pitch blacks without any kind of footage of finding black rocks on the moon? You look around on the moon and you see nothing. That's my cactus, my odd looking cactus there that I found out in the desert. And like, oh, wow.
What the fuck
that's
is
pretty
this?
interesting. I'm going to take a picture of that.
Mhm.
Okay. But if you're out on the moon and it's all white across a pitch black moon rock, I'm going to say, wow, that's different. I'm going to take a picture of that. But you don't see any pictures of them finding black moon rocks on the moon.
But this is gray. This is
So
not
this
white.
is the problem with people like this. They show a picture that they
Not
are
just one, I got a lot of
presupposing-
pictures. I got a lot of pictures.
know what it is. So if you can stop your screen share, I'll show you reliable sources. Okay, like let's see. This is phys.org. No, you're still sharing.
I don't want to leave the meeting. I'm trying to figure out how to.
You just
Stop
go to
share.
the top, like hit the green button.
I hit it. No worries.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
It's
So
all
here
good.
there are several different types of moon rocks that are on Earth. Here's if you share my screen.
You're up and
Here's
running.
one sample of moon rocks. So the moon actually, as far as we know, actually struck the Earth. So they're going to have a lot of the same type of material you're going to find on the Earth. There's no one specific type of moon rock. I don't know is this Sharon? It is, isn't it? So here's another moon rock from NPR News that NASA cut open, and you can see there's different colors from the outside to the inside, a much darker color. So maybe there's something oxidization going on with that particular rock. I don't know what, but you never showed any provenance for that particular rock.
There's a black one
that's
right there.
red. Yeah, so there's a black one. There are multiple colors of rocks.
Yeah. You
On
expect it
Earth.
to be the moon gray, but black, pitch black, with no pictures of them actually finding it on the moon. If I wanted to say that this is actually from the moon, I want to just really source it up to actually say this is the place exactly where I picked up the rock, to show evidence and proof that it actually came from the moon.
How do you know how did you look? It doesn't
I
look
did
like you
look. I
looked.
did
Then why
look.
didn't you provide the evidence?
Okay. The evidence of them not having any sources is nothing.
You should have provided that then. You should have shown that you did your research to show there was no
There's no-
provenance for these rocks. You didn't do that. And
Okay.
those rocks, how do you know they came from the moon and they didn't?
It's the
How do you know they
plaque.
were brought back
President
from
Nixon,
astronauts?
if you trust him, yeah. President Nixon is the one who went and distributed these rocks to the different countries and states. Every state in the United States at the time
Sure.
got their own little moon rock on a plaque, just like the
Cool.
ones I showed you there. And if you look at them,
What type of rock is it?
They're claimed to be moon rocks. That's what they say on the plaque.
No, moon rock is not a type of rock. That's where it came from.
Yeah, and that's what it's claimed to be, is a moon rock. They don't really specify anything
think-
other than that. It's just say moon rock.
Okay, so
This is
moon
a rock
rock's
from
not
the
a
moon.
type of rock. We agree, right?
It's a well, I don't believe anyone's ever been to the moon to get the rock from the moon. But if it was a rock that came from the moon, I would call that a moon rock.
That just means where it came from, but that's not a type of rock.
Okay.
Last 30. Any other questions or anything else we want to get into?
Well, yeah, really quick. I just want to go over types of rocks like basalt. Play Minecraft. Basalt, dolomites, basalt, obsidian, granite, rhyolite, kimberlite, humus. Those are different types of rock.
Uh-huh.
So you'll find rocks, not all those type of rocks, but you'll find rocks, different types of rocks on the moon. Moon
And if
rock
you-
is
and
not
I-
a type of rock.
And if I saw an unusual looking rock on the moon, a pitch black one and surrounded by white rocks, I'm going to take a picture of that pitch black rock from the
What
source right there on the moon.
The moon's not white.
That's kind of that grayish thing. We looked at all these different moon photos and
Well,
kind of
when
like
you
that
look at
gray.
photos of the Earth from space, does it look like a rock?
Does the Earth look like a rock?
Yeah, what color? The Earth is covered with different colors because we have light on the Earth. So the what you get is a bunch of different colors. But if you look at desert areas are not all desert, right? They might have like different colored sand in different areas. They might have vegetation, but you don't really notice that from a far distance. You see like it sort of all blends together into one color, sort of like a forest, right? Go up in an airplane over a forest, it all blends together as green. But
Yeah.
you get lower, you start seeing the color of the bark and stuff like that. You
Yeah,
notice.
so there's
oh,
a
it's
lot of
not all
pictures. We have a
green.
lot of pictures of these different things, but we don't have these pictures from the moon. They just came back.
Yeah,
Oh wow, look at these surprise rocks we have, but we have no pictures of ever picking them up. We have no pictures of when we found them. It's all zilch.
Okay, so they do have some pictures and video of them picking up rocks. There are
Black moon
videos
rocks.
of them picking
Let's see
up
it.
rocks.
Black moon rocks. I really
you're-
looked for this like kind of black rock. I wouldn't be bringing
You're
this
just-
up if I
You're
had
just
evidence.
calling it a black rock. What type of rock is
It was pitch black. It looked like coal.
All right. I'm going to give you guys one last chance. If you have any
coal.
other topics you want to press each other on, speak now, or we are moving into that Q&A. And also
We
to
can
our
move on.
live audience, get your questions in because we are going to move into that Q&A super shortly. Big thank you to our speakers for keeping the conversation going as I prattle on to give them a moment to get their memories going about something they might want to press each other on. So Kyle or Ozian, anything else you want to discuss before the Q&A?
Yeah, I just found from Apollo 17 where they showed pictures of particles of round glass particles
Found-
in the sand.
On the
In the
moon, they
soil.
found glass on the moon now.
Round glass particles, yeah, are common.
Someone's throwing beer bottles out there.
What?
Oh, yeah,
Nature can
Had a-
create glass.
Buzz Aldrin had kind of a drinking problem, and so yeah. So
Well, now you're defaming Buzz Aldrin, but
he's already done that himself. So,
oh, you lied about Buzz Aldrin too. We didn't talk about that.
I
Buzz
lied
Aldrin
about Buzz
never.
Aldrin.
Oh, absolutely, you lied about Buzz Aldrin. Are you talking about his interview with the little girl where he explained to her why we hadn't gone to space again?
Well, he did talk about. He talked to. I didn't really specifically mention that one. He didn't talk about that one, but I thought
Yeah.
the Conan one was a lot stronger when he talked to Conan and said, it wasn't you
Comedy
didn't see
show.
anything on the moon. It was an animation that you saw. And, yeah. That
A
was
comedy
my favorite one.
show, a comedy show where he was on a comedy show. Yes. Or the one with the little girl where, yeah, that's all been refuted. You don't bother to go do your own research.
I
You just
did my own
believe
research.
whatever
Yeah.
flat earthers
He
tell
said we
you
didn't go.
is
and
true.
There's other one.
He never said we didn't
the
go.
other
That's
one-
a lie.
The other one.
You are
he did say
lying
that.
about Buzz
No,
Aldrin.
I'm not.
Don't lie
You're
about
lying.
Buzz Aldrin.
No, I'm not. He directly said that.
Buzz
We
Aldrin
didn't
never
go.
said we didn't
We
go to the
didn't
moon.
go.
You
He
are
did say that.
lying.
No, I'm
He
not.
did
No,
not
no.
say
Anyone
that.
can see that. Word for word, we didn't go.
No, like you did with Bill Gates, you were taking a quote out of context when he was talking to a 7-year-old girl. When you said Bill Gates was trying to kill 30% of the human race, you took
Oh,
that out of
no,
context.
Okay,
no, that was even better.
before we sidetrack, before we sidetrack with the metaphor, do we have anything of this to show this before we move into Q&A?
Well, we might as well stop now because you just interrupted the middle of a really good point. So
Oh,
I'm
well,
ready for
sorry.
the Q&A.
Well, Bill Gates is where it gets really good, where Bill Gates comes out and says, I want to reduce the world population by 10 to 15% through vaccination.
I
You don't
am
wanna get
avoiding
into
this for a
vaccination.
reason. Hold on, guys.
That wasn't my topic. I was going to bring it back to Buzz Aldrin, but I'm
Oh, but you
done
brought that up. You
because
brought that up.
No worries. I think it is a good time to
You
move into
interrupt me
Q&A.
in the middle of the point.
Oh no, the world is gonna end. It's okay. I'm so sorry, Ozian. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But I will say that we have gone a little bit over
You were
time.
better this debate than the other debates when you didn't let me speak most of the debate. But so this is much better.
Oh, I need that validation. I am going to take that.
Especially in the
home with me.
2v2s, you don't let me speak much.
Oh.
But let's
I'll
go to the
try-
Q&A.
I'll try to look out for that. Don't worry about it. All right. So we got questions coming in. Richie Constitution says, right from the beginning, he says, Ryan, where can I listen to the entire intro song? That's on my YouTube channel. I already commented back to him. It's called Until We're Gone by
Cool.
Cosmic Breach. That's my one little pitch. But you guys can let me know in the live chat if you'd prefer an aggressive outro or with the Greed, the new song I recorded, or if you'd just like the chill one with what Richie's asking for there. So next one, a membership chat saying from Chris G says, Kyle, get to the proof you promised. Hi, everybody. I'm not sure. This was very early on in the debate. So if Ozian, if you want to maybe highlight this capital proof that Chris G is maybe missing from this debate, maybe we can get some back and forth. So I'll give you the floor there, Ozian.
Proof. I did a deductive proof. I showed that it was physically possible, and I showed the historical records that we went to the moon, and deductively we can know for a fact that we went to the moon. It was in my opening, the first 10 minutes, but he might have asked this early on.
Yeah, it is pretty early on, but it could be a chance to kind of put a bow on a few things and maybe bounce it back. But if you didn't have anything you wanted to bounce off of Kyle there, as far as what our membership was asking there, or Chris G was asking for our membership chat, we can move on. LJ, our bona fide flat Earth, always asking questions related to flat Earth questionnaire here. Thank you, LJ, for being here. Why is it we see stars through the moon at all times?
You never see stars through
Or
the
at
moon
times,
because
sorry.
you never see stars through the moon. You see other things that are traveling in front of the moons, or you're seeing some type of camera artifact or something like that. You have never seen a star through the moon because the moon is a solid object you can bounce or RF radios off of to measure the distance to the moon. So the moon is a solid object. It's, if you're going to say it's not a solid object that's orbiting the Earth, that's your burden to justify, because we have substantial evidence, including eyewitnesses that sent cameras there 3 days ago, that just landed on the dark side of the moon, people that have gone to the moon, military veterans, sailors, wonderful people, beautiful people that are honest and don't lie, and that get defamed by people like Kyle Adams and his ilk every day. They say they said something they did not.
Okay, chance to respond to that, Kyle.
Respond to what? like the question wasn't.
Okay.
It could be dead pixels too, or something.
So just as a reminder, we always give the other side a chance to respond to the question, and then the other side gets last words. So there's 3-part response, usually to a question. But if you want to just say, you know what, I'm not interested in making a comment, we just move on. And that's
I think
totally
there's some
cool.
pretty good evidence when it comes to, historically speaking, you just look at like the Muslim symbol of the crescent moon and the star, and there's evidence of seeing
Oh
stars.
my
through the moon.
God.
And that's kind of one instance of people seeing that historically. That's all I got on that.
All right, Ozian, it seems that you got a lot to say there. So closing thoughts or bouncing thoughts? Go ahead.
Muslims believe the moon exists. They believe it's a solid object just because they believe it was split, though. But just because they have a symbol of a crescent and star, and the star is like a 5-sided shape. That's not what stars are in space. It's a shape. But anyways, the crescent moon and star doesn't mean that they saw stars through the moon. So that's not what that means. That's your apophenia, where you see conspiracies draw these.
Yeah, that's like baby flare levels of dumbness.
Their holy symbol
Yeah.
has nothing to do with what they observe.
Okay, you're entitled to your opinion on that.
Okay. Seems like we should just move on from there. There's not a whole lot of bounce back. So thank you so much for your super chat, and we will move on to Otto. Otto, thank you so much for your super chat. I have a question to Kyle, just for my personal statistics. Does he support Russia in its
Oh
invasion
my Lord.
to Ukraine? Okay, so just for the interest of trying to keep this short, because we could really get in the weeds on this one, he did add yes or no is enough for me. So do you support Russia's invasion into Ukraine, as Otto has stated this question? Yes or no is enough for them, and then maybe we can have that debate at a later date.
I'm not really pro-war on killing people. I'm for abolish NASA. It's kind of like a non-violent war. It's more of a
Oh my
war of
Lord.
beliefs and where we should put our money, but it's not like violence.
That's fair, man.
Non-violence is
I'm okay with
the way
that.
things should be.
All right.
It's better than war.
Ozian, did you want to give your yes or no on that question, or did you want
I
to move
agree
on?
with Kyle finally.
I don't support offensive wars ever. If it's self-defense or defense.
Why are we talking about war though? Why is that
that's
being
Super
fine. So,
chat.
like most of the wars,
Yeah,
US
Why
like
is the
assume
super
hey,
chat
Bonnie.
asking
I
this question?
don't.
This is
People
a
are
Or
fun-
actually
random.
got out of the
Huh?
Navy because, well, mainly
People
It's
are
just-
random.
So
Someone
it's just
just
a random
sent,
thing.
Yeah, someone just sent him like a sort of a gotcha question.
Dewey Canyon, where the
think it's
soldiers came back from
because
Vietnam
Kyle
and
broke
threw
everyone's
their
brain.
medals back at the Capitol.
With what?
Just everything. I mean, my brain's just like kind of all over the place. I'm now thinking of all kinds of things I wasn't thinking before.
Unless, sending us out there and doing that kind
Flags
of crap.
wet.
OJ coming in saying Ozian doesn't question anything NASA claims. Why?
It depends on the provenance of the information and how trustworthy the source is. So far, I've seen no reason to doubt the sources. Some claims are like subjective, and there's no like factual claim being made. So those, is a little different. But I've actually worked at a JPL site. Like, I actually got a job offer to go work for NASA. I mean, I trust them. I don't know why we wouldn't. Their only motivation is to expand human knowledge.
Any thoughts over there, Kyle?
Misdirect human knowledge is much more accurate. Yeah, the whole thing with MK Ultra was pretty severe, and the whole Jack Parsons involvement, Operation Paperclip. There's like so
Jack
much
Parsons Project.
blood on their hands in so many ways that it's just not cool.
All right. Any closing thoughts, Ozian?
Association fallacies, conspiracy theories, defamation, tourism about MK Ultra. MK Ultra, we already know what that was. It had nothing
was a
to
fact.
do with
It was true.
NASA. So
All right. Well, thank you so much for your super chat there, LJ. And keep them coming in, everybody. We appreciate the super chats. They're going to keep the conversation rolling along and also bring up new juicy subjects that maybe we didn't touch on. So if you've got a question, get a super chat in, and we will make sure that we read it before the end of the
That guy
debate.
couldn't even be a
Hate
Satanist
Stairs is
too,
trying
because the
to
Church of Satan
trigger
wasn't
me
even
here in the
around
live
back
chat
then
with their super chat
when that
saying
Jack Parsons guy was around.
666, the number of the beast. All right, you got the Iron Maiden out of me. Says spooky number. Yes, very spooky. Unless you like metal. Old metal's getting kind of cheesy for a lot of people, but I still love it. And I don't think there's much else to say there. Hate Stairs. So thank you again. And everybody who hasn't already, hit the like button and share this out in those juicy, contentious spaces. You like to have these discussions. Ember, long time no see. Great to see you in the live chat. Asks a question. Oz, know ye Joseph Smith found people on the moon?
that's a conspiracy theory. That somebody somebody else wrote about Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith never actually said that himself.
All right, Kyle, did you have any
Dum
comments?
dum dum
Or
dum.
maybe somebody
Yeah.
around here to maybe add some context. What's happening with the super chat?
I don't know what's going on. It's like
there's-
people can say all kinds of crap and make up all kinds of things about all kinds of people. And what
Why is
really
this
comes down to the
unicorn
end
giving me
is
a funny look?
substantiation. We can't just take someone because they said this and therefore it must be true, right? And that's kind of the whole thing here with Ozian here is he's got all these testimonies and, oh, well, this person said so, therefore it must be true. And yeah, it doesn't quite work that way.
Oh, okay. Would you have any closing thoughts? That's fine.
It wasn't just testimony, it was basic understanding of forces and stuff like that also. But to go back to the Joseph Smith thing, so what it is, somebody wrote something a while back saying that Joseph Smith said that there was a colony of LDS people on the moon. But the provenance of that is false. There's no record of Joseph Smith ever making that claim. It was somebody else and something they wrote that made the claim that Joseph Smith did. As a matter of fact, Joseph Smith II, was that another one of the church leaders? Am I right?
A different church.
A different church. Oh, anyway, so there was another it was LDS. So I don't know the name specifically, but there was a while where the LDS church was denying that humans could ever go to the moon in like the 1950s and stuff.
That was
like
Joseph Fielding Smith. That was much
Joseph
further
Fielding.
down. He
Thank
said,
you.
yeah, no man will ever go to the moon. And yeah.
Yeah, he was wrong.
I trust his word a lot more than I do with Lund's over there.
Okay. Let's move on. LJ coming in, striking.
Kyle's working
for,
hard
I
to
think
get
it's the
that
third
planet
time.
of
So
his
thank
when
you
he
so much,
dies.
LJ, for your support. And everybody who's given a super chat, we really appreciate it. Why can't we check out rockets in person? Inside out.
You can you can
So,
buy rockets in Maine for the 4th of July, and you can go take them, turn them apart. Are you talking about like the rockets they're making for NASA? I'm sure like you could probably get like a escort or something of SpaceX. You might have to schedule it or something and go see the facilities. It'd be interesting to go look at that. I've done that before, but usually there was like some business reason for me to go to one of the facility, not space, but like aeronautics facilities for like I went to go look at the production line for the Super Hornet and go help them actually improve some of their processes at Boeing, which was interesting while I was in the Navy. So that there's opportunities to do that stuff like that. I'm sure you just have to look.
Kyle, any clapback or response?
Kind of hard to do that when they destroy the technology, right? I really like that. It's just,
oh my god,
they spent billions
Dumb
of
argument.
dollars, billions and trillions of dollars to do this stuff way back then.
Did you just say
The last
trillions of
thing you'd ever
dollars?
do is
Yes.
destroy that technology.
They never destroyed the technology. They repurposed the infrastructure for the space shuttle program. The technology was still available. Don't Petit said a stupid
Don
thing,
Pettit,
just like
Don Pettit, he was
Yeah,
an astronaut.
Don Pettit, thank you, said a stupid thing about we destroyed the technology. We didn't destroy the technology because technology is basically about knowledge and about ability to do things. We what we doing, we were making items that were for one use during the Apollo missions, but he's talking about going to look at rockets now. It has nothing to do with the Apollo missions. We have the Artemis program right now. We have we send up satellites all the time. I'm sure you can get a tour of one of the facilities and go check it out. I'm not positive, maybe you can't, but if not, go build one. You can build rockets and learn how rockets work on your own.
It's interesting. You trust all
Oh,
these other
granted, you can send
testimonies.
your
but
own
you don't
satellite
trust
into
his
space.
testimony.
Whose testimony?
Don Pettit, when he said,
I
we
do-
destroyed the technology and it's been a painful process to build it back again.
I do trust his testimony, but just like with you, when you misuse a word, I trust your intent for the definition of the word, and I trust his intent for the definition of the word, and not what the word actually means, because he misused the word just like you misuse words all the time too.
Oh my! Well, I have to give you a chance to respond there, Kyle. Let's
No,
keep
I'm
it
good.
rolling.
I'm good. That's all he's got. You just don't understand. That's all he's got. So,
I
Well,
had a
because you don't
10-minute opening
understand
argument.
anything,
That's not all I
Kyle.
got. I
Yeah,
didn't say
I
you
heard
just didn't
that.
understand.
I
I
heard
said
your
you
argument.
I said you misuse words and you do it
Yeah.
intentionally, and you admittedly have said you do it intentionally when you talk about what the definition of God is, what the definition of science is. You cherry pick your
No,
own definition.
No, yeah.
You're a professor because you profess things. Yeah,
Okay, he's saying no, so let's give him a chance to respond. We have given you floor for a little bit of the
There's
question.
there's
there, so
nothing more
we'll
to
let
say
you
on that.
close.
It's just, yeah, that's all he's got is, you just don't understand. You're a liar. That's all he got.
All right, let's
not
move
what I
on.
said.
Let's move on.
Let's move
I
into
said
the
you
next
tell the
question.
truth. I just said you misuse words.
All right. I think it's a good point to move on there. Evan Lord coming in saying, Mr. Ozian, does it worry you that 1/3 of all votes said the moon landing was faked? Mr. Adams, why would the US? All right, so let's break this up into two parts, guys, because I see this is going to impact us in multiple ways. So we did a poll, and I'm going to start a new poll, guys, now that you've reminded me that we did a first poll. So, was the moon landing a hoax? This was our earlier poll. 62% voted no, it was not a hoax. 32% voted it was a hoax. Yes.
I bet those
And
numbers are way
4%
different.
said unsure. I'm just here to smack the like button. You know what? And we appreciate you guys for smacking the like button, but we are going to do a new poll so we can kind of get a little bit of a gauge for the statistics of how our audience is once we get to the same point of votes. So I'll change that over while we ask this question. Mr. Ozian, does it worry you that 1/3 of all votes said the moon landing was faked?
No, that's the modern day debate audience. A lot of the audience members are flat earthers. So as part of that is they're going to deny the moon landing. So I am concerned that something like 12% of the US population has problems with understanding how it was possible that we went to the moon, and 10% of the US population struggles with understanding basic physics and stuff like that when it comes to the shape of the earth. And they don't know how to learn, they don't know how to engage in these topics. And I think that has to do with the failing of our education system with science communication. We think if we dumb things down, it'll make it easier for people to understand. But what we need to do is dumb things down, but maintain the concepts. But what we tend to do is we dumb things down and we remove the concepts that are important, like the idea that there's no negative pressure anywhere. Space is a positive pressure, even though it's a very low positive pressure. But people have all these misconceptions about how all this stuff works, because I think we belittle people by dumbing down the concepts. We don't have to use advanced words like Whitsitt does, because he doesn't know how to make a coherent argument using words that people can I understand his words, so I can engage. but for a broad
And-
audience, you want it to be words that most people understand.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the other side?
There was a question for me on this. There's this split.
There is a split question. I didn't know if you had a response.
Where's
to
Witsit
what
when we
Ozzy
need
just
him
said
to make a
before we move
comment?
into your question.
It's just more shallow remarks. So I don't really have a response for that.
Okay, Mr. Adams, why would the U.S. military make a space force if space is fake?
Why would they make a space force? Yeah, there's a big thing called Operation Bluebeam, and that I think that's kind of worth looking into right there.
My goodness
Getting ready
gracious.
for the fake alien invasion. That's one big thing they can be prepping for. You're seeing a
What's
lot more of
Operation
the
Bluebeam?
alien
Blue beam.
Blue beam.
stuff.
Basically,
going on.
It happened
days.
after Hawaii.
That's,
Is
I
that
think
only
that's
that
part
so-called
of
only
the
blue buildings
getting
didn't
ready
get
for that.
destroyed. So apparently, people are painting their roofs blue.
All right,
It's
thoughts on the other side?
ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no Project Bluebeam. So they think they're going to create holographic projections that show alien invasion and use that as pretext
Yeah,
to
that
start a
too.
war and create like a one world government and destroy all religion. It's utter nonsense. Some people believe they're working with outer land peoples. Some of these flat earthers do. Outer lands being people that live external to the
Extra land.
yeah, another absurd claim. You believe the earth is infinite, which is incoherent anyways. But
Where did I say that?
in our debate on God, you said there was infinite humans, infinite gods, infinite flat plane, but that maybe you were lying then.
I don't recall ever saying that the Earth
So do you
itself was infinite.
well, so
Like,
I can oh, okay, so I can make a clip of you claiming the earth was infinite and now you deny it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Because when it comes to Operation Bluebeam, there's no evidence for any type of alien invasion. They just made this up in their head. I actually believe aliens have never been to Earth. I don't believe aliens are coming to Earth in our lifetime. It's flat earthers that believe in these weird, absurd claims for outer lands.
As
And
an
there's
alien,
like
I'd
a
stay
there's like
far
a
away from
correlation
this
with
planet.
people who believe in alien stuff, that aliens have done stuff on Earth with flat Earth belief. There's like similarities in how they produce these beliefs. So
All right. Sounds like we have a good stopping point there. So thank you, Ozian and Kyle, for expounding so much on even Laura's question. We're moving on. We have what? 4 more super chats to go. So if you have a question, and get them in now, because there is a bit of a delay on YouTube. So if you don't get them in now, we may not get to them. So let's carry on. Chris G says, Kyle, I would like you to emit a balloon or chip bag expands under lower pressure.
that's what I talked about. It's as it goes up higher, there's less pressure up as it goes higher, and so that was kind of one of the big things I said is that the lower the pressure, external pressure, the more it expands. That's my whole point about the balloon in a vacuum. The reason why the balloon in a vacuum expands is because you're dropping the atmospheric pressure in the vacuum. You bring that vacuum down to half an atmosphere, that balloon gets pretty big.
All right, Ozian, did you have any response before we ask your question?
no, I fully explained that during the debate. People can go look at soda cans and vacuum chambers. He just misunderstands it.
All right, well, hopefully that answers your question from Kyle's perspective there, Chris G. Chris G also asks, Ozian, can you explain the difference between a balloon being filled?
Like a balloon, I don't even know what you would mean. Like it's a balloon would be filled, like that's sort of a subjective thing when it comes to a balloon. When it's reached the dimensions you want it to be. There, I don't know. Like and they can expand. It's elastic, it's rubber, it has it's strong enough to withstand the pressure of a kid playing it for a little while.
Okay. All right, let's carry on. Unless you had some thoughts, Sir Kyle.
No,
No? Kids playing balloons? Yeah, it's all fun. we like that. All right. Melodic Lyrics says, Kyle, how do you respond to a photoelectric effect? an effect that shows light has particle-like properties as it hold on. Is it a wave or a particle? Sorry, I thought there was a typo there for a second. So let me just read this again, maybe with my glasses on so I can see it a bit better.
I can explain it.
How do you respond to the photoelectric effect, an effect that shows light has particle-like properties? Is it a wave or particle? So Kyle first, and then Ozian. Hold your thought.
It acts as both a wave and a particle, is the whole statement there. But yeah, it's still very much a wave.
It's both.
All right, Ozian, over to you.
So what it is when light strikes material, can knock electrons out of orbit. That's what the photoelectric effect is. Emission of electrons from material caused by electromagnetic radiation. Electron emitted in this manner are called photoelectrons, phenomena in study in condensed matter physics. So this is the point that light does have force. If you actually look at E equals mc squared, that's actually not the entire formula. The entire formula is actually energy squared equals mc squared times PV. So for photons have zero mass, so that first part goes away. So the second part, the PV, the P is the momentum of the particle, and the V is its velocity. So the velocity of course, of a photon is speed of light. The momentum is, you have to calculate, I believe, but that's the energy you get from a photon that can cause things. So it acts as a particle in the photoelectric effect by knocking other particles.
Particle with zero mass.
Yep. And I didn't say it was a particle. Did I say it was a particle?
It sounded that way to me.
I said it acts like a particle.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Ozian and Kyle, for expounding on that super chat. And once again, if you have questions, we're getting near the end, and we will do closing statements once we get to the end of our super chat. So if you have questions, get them in. And EJ asks another for Ozian. Have you investigated anywhere on the web outside of NASA sources for accurate measurements of the energy flux in the Van Allen belt?
The energy flux, yes. So all my research for the Van Allen belts none of it was from NASA. The only part I got about the Van Allen belts from NASA was the mission guidelines for how they traversed through the Van Allen belt. So it's actually Van Allen, the first hypothesized what it was. They came up with what it was, and he actually said we could traverse through the Van Allen belts. There's like a certain pass as long as we go through it quick enough. And what it is the magnetosphere of the Earth, due to the movement of the crust creating an electrical current through the crust, and creates a magnetic force that's basically that's what our north and south pole is. That creates this magnetic field. If you've seen the normal bar magnet creating the field lines going out, you see it with little iron filings and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. That's how we know magnetic lines of flux don't move. For a bar magnet, they don't move. They're static, so they can't cause anything else to move. Really, they can only form in that shape. But and what it does is it captures solar winds like alpha and beta particles, which is both protons and neutrons and electrons. No, protons and electrons. Whatever, I got it wrong. Neutrons and electrons.
Did you have any response there, Kyle, or anything to add to this question here?
I don't know. I just kind of like.
So for Ozian, he asked, have you investigated anywhere on the web outside of NASA sources for accurate measurements of the energy flux in the Van Allen belt? So did you have any context to add there?
I don't really believe in the Van Allen belt, so it's not really relevant to me.
All right, you got it. So thank you so much, EJ. Alex asks, how do, and we have a lot of likes for this, and this is a total side rail. So
Fine.
I almost feel like we should set we should set a 1 hour timer just for this one question, Alex. What are you doing here? They ask, how do the Antarctic and Arctic have a 6-month night-day cycle on a flat Earth model? Oh my, go, Kyle. What
Well, we
you
have
done?
this firmament. We have a firmament that shines light and it refracts the light that passes through it. And that's a huge part of my flat Earth model. And I've got demonstrations of this firmament and how it can create a 24-hour sun period in the Antarctic region. I've got demonstrations of that. And so there's a big thing going on right now of let's go to Antarctica to try and disprove the flat Earth. And my model directly has the seasons built into it and explained into it. And in fact, I don't know how to explain this whole thing without there being a 24-hour Antarctic sunlight. And so that's like, I just don't know how to explain my model without it. And so if anything, to prove my model wrong, you would be having to say there is no Antarctic 24-hour sun.
Oh my God, what an idiot.
But I know my model's a little bit different than other flat earthers out there. Maybe it's just further away Antarctica. I don't know. Yeah, we'll find out. So
Do you
Show the
think
model.
everybody sees the same sun?
yeah, though they do see it in different locations. Even Neil Tyson acknowledges that much, that we see an apparent sun during the sunset, and that the sun gets refracted as it passes through the atmosphere. Even Neil Tyson acknowledges that.
But we can measure that. We know how much refraction is.
Yeah, and that's kind of off beside the point. The point
That has
was
nothing
that
to do with seeing a sun for 6 months in South Africa or South America or Antarctica. How do you explain seeing the sun itself for 24 hours a day for 6 months? Or not 6 months, but for 24 hours a day during the peak of summer. How do you explain that in Antarctica?
with a demonstration I've got on my channel.
So,
the seasons.
but it also, so how did you measure it for the elevation angle for every location?
I don't have to measure it for every location.
Calculate it.
I just demonstrate that it's possible. That's all I do.
So you
That's not a
didn't
model.
demonstrate that we could see it in the. You didn't.
I just said I
demonstrate at what
demonstrated it, and you're saying
elevation
I didn't
angle-
demonstrate it. And so that's kind of
No,
what
I
you're
asked
going
you,
What
how
is
did you
happening?
calculate the elevation angle of the sun for the northern hemisphere during the day at the same time they have a 24-hour sun in the southern hemisphere?
I just demonstrated it. Just kind of like I
didn't demonstrate anything.
demonstrated the whole thing with
not
the inverse
demonstration.
square law of light. The whole inverse square law of light thing was a demonstration that I didn't have to show you any kind of math to prove it. I just showed you that this is what it is at 50 feet. And if I wanted to, I could go up. This is what it looks like at 100 feet. And if you actually watch the video that's attached to all that, it actually demonstrates that it gets dimmer the farther and farther away it gets. I don't have to show any kind of math or calculations or anything like that.
Yeah, you do.
No, I
never
don't. I just have to
understand
show
these
you that
debates.
it gets dimmer.
Because
This
it's an impasse.
paper here
You're
is
having one
dimmer
person
the
who's
farther
like
away it is from the light
using
source.
kind of scientific
Okay, can you
evidence
I don't have
roughly
to get into-
explain? Can you
who
very
believes what
quickly
they
explain
believe.
how you can
I
see
don't
the
get the point
sun
of these conversations.
for 24 hours a day?
That's why they need to have me believe it's
from
for.
I'll make Antarctica, and remember Antarctica is wrapping around your piece of planet, right? So how can you see the sun
The flat earthers
at all locations at the
bring
same
into
time
the
around
argument.
this?
They can't talk about
And you
science.
get
not
day and night.
They need to talk about religion.
Yeah.
And that's how someone like Kyle can control this situation. Because Ozine's not going to win in the religion department if he just brings out religion and says, the religion says this, God says this, God is the authority. You can win that way. But trying to argue in the other person's domain, you're not going to win. It's a very dumb position that I see these flat earthers doing. They have to
Right.
use their strength.
Truth, which doesn't explain it either. So you have to explain the day and night cycle for every place on Earth and a 24-hour sun at the poles.
Yeah, I've got a great demonstration for it. So, yeah, you can
Well,
go check it
so
out.
you can
anytime.
calculate. So you should be able to tell me at what time of the day, every day of the year, what elevation angle I should expect to see the sun, and it should match.
People
your
have made
demonstration.
analemmas for generations, and it's like the analemma isn't a new thing. The ancient Mayans were able to detect and make calculations, despite them being flat earthers. They were able to know
You weren't flat earthers.
they were flat earthers.
No, they
That's part
weren't.
of their cosmology. The ancient Mayans were flat earthers. Even
No, they weren't.
the Smithsonian comes out and acknowledges this. And so by saying that
because
they
they're
weren't flat
misusing the
earthers,
word.
they're just disagreeing with the Smithsonian, which is totally fine. You are more than welcome to disagree with the Smithsonian.
Because they're wrong.
I can't even talk right now. Smithsonian. Okay.
Smithsonian is making an equivocation fallacy because what it was a worldview. Worldview is about the world you know to exist. It's not making a claim about things you don't know of. So all they knew that existed was the local world that surrounded them. They had no concept of other continents beyond the waters.
Yeah. Then that's why they have a boomerang in there. They found a boomerang in the Mayan pyramids.
What the heck does that matter?
Okay, there's certain iconography that you can't okay. I wanted to say that you cannot deny, but no, I'm talking to you here. You can definitely deny him. You definitely will deny him about the iconography similarities between the Mayan pyramids and the Malaysian pyramids and the African pyramids. There's certain iconography that you just see like all over the place.
Are you seeing humans do human things that are similar?
It's more than just similar.
Humans do human things that are similar because we evolved as the same species.
It's kind of like a logo. You're seeing the exact same logo, kind of. Yeah,
we have the same similar psychology, so we're going to come up with similar memes all over because we experience the same day and night cycle. We experience predators, we experience agriculture. So what's more telling is where the culture is located. If it's in a place of food density, prosperity, their cultures are going to be more similar than an arid cultures where they don't experience a lot of food density and stuff like that. And their cosmology is not just about what the shape of the earth is. Their cosmology is what they know is what they believe they know is true, which deals with their gods, which and the idea of what the lands were, it was either floating on the back of something or it was up on pillars on something, depending on the cosmology. So they both can't be true, right? And they could both be wrong, right? It could be false that we're on pillars. It could be false that we're floating, right? Both of those could be wrong. But now we got photos from space, so we know they're both wrong. We've understood they've been wrong
to do with the
for
ancients
thousands
traveling.
of years.
All right.
What does that have to do with the ancients traveling?
You're
So
just making a claim they're traveling based upon
No.
having
Okay,
similar
they got stepped
iconography.
pyramids. They got stepped pyramids
Yeah.
with a little hut on top of the stepped pyramids,
Yeah.
and then they got the dragon statues going down the stairs with the heads, and it's got the same kind of concepts here. It's more than just coincidence.
All my children knew without being taught that when they saw somebody suffering, because they knew what helped their suffering was a comfort thing, like their little pacifier or their blanket or their toy. So when say that it was a teddy bear for the kid, right? So I have several kids. So if the teddy bear would comfort them, if they saw a dog in pain, or if they saw another person in pain that they knew, they would want to go give that person their comfort toy. There's certain things about human psychology that are similar across the species of humans. So the
And
fact
stepped pyramids are one of those.
we need to build shelters, there's only so many ways you can build a shelter. And a pyramid
stepped
design.
pyramid with dragons coming down the
They're not even
stairs.
shelters. You're seeing similar memes and you're drawing a conclusion based upon similarities without showing the connection between the two claims. Until you can show the connection, you're not justified and believing there is a connection. This is apophenia. This is you seeing connections that are not there.
Oh, they're there. They're there. They're finding the cocaine mummies out in Egypt. Okay, and that's a big South American thing. And then they're finding the boomerang and the Mayan pyramids. It's kind of one thing after another. There's the physical evidence of travel.
I'm not denying the observations, but you're drawing the connection that it's evidence of travel. You need to show it's evidence of travel. It could be evidence of something else. It could be evidence of aliens. It could be evidence of God just put it there and just made us that way to want to do these things. It could be evidence of all types of different claims. Until you can show which one is true, you're not justified in making any claim. You're saying it must be because they traveled, because you're seeing similarity between culture. But I just gave examples.
Are you claiming it's only evidence if it's proof?
What? No.
Are you claiming it is only evidence if it's proof?
I'm saying you're not justified in drawing those connections just because you see similarities.
That's
you
what
need
evidence
more
is.
than that.
Evidence is just that's it. You're
Evidence
finding
isn't drawing conclusions.
It's evidence.
That's not what evidence is. Not drawing a conclusion.
It's evidence that something might be the case. Okay,
it's
the
evidence.
Girl's head felt warm, which was evidence that she might have a fever. That is evidence. Okay, and so we're finding
I said it was
a boomerang in America in like these ancient pyramids, and that is evidence that they might have been traveling between America and Australia.
I already conceded that fact. It could be evidence for the claim,
so you agree
but
it's evidence then. Okay.
You can't draw the conclusion that they did it based upon that evidence because it's too weak of evidence to draw such a conclusion.
Science proves anything, do you? Did you change your mind on that?
No, logic proves things. So I prove things all the time. I proved that we went to the moon.
Okay,
I don't use science.
I'm glad you agree that science proves things because it's huge.
No, whoa. Why are you straw manning me, Kyle?
You just told me that you believe it. You just said the word proof like a bunch of times there. You said that I believe there's proof that we went to the moon.
Science? Science is not the only way
to go with what's going on.
So it's not. You're making non-scientific claims and saying this is non-scientific proof that we went to the moon.
Well, I'm not a scientistic. Are you?
Do you
worship?
Huh?
I'm not a scientistic.
You're not a scientistic.
Yeah.
Making up words now. Okay.
No, that's not a made-up word. That's a person. Yeah. Well, see, you don't have as broad of a vocabulary as I do. So scientistic, and this Leo actually taught me this word. But thank you, Leo Filius, if you're watching this. But a scientistic is a person who believes scientism is the best way to obtain knowledge, that they believe the best or only way that we can obtain knowledge is through the scientific method. I don't make that claim. I think there's lots of ways to obtain knowledge. History is not obtained. Knowledge about history in the past is not based on science. It's history.
I think you've got a weird definition of science that you're just kind of going with.
Nope.
I'm
using the standard, not your made-up one.
Knowledge, that is science. It doesn't have to be the exact scientific method. But if you're gaining knowledge, okay, that is what science is. Science actually means knowledge.
No, it doesn't.
All about. Yeah.
Knowledge means to justify true belief. Knowledge means justify true belief.
Okay. No, science is systematized knowledge of the world in general. Okay. Systematized knowledge. That's what science is.
Nope. Science is a methodology to obtain knowledge about the natural world.
And you're just saying it's a very specific methodology.
Yeah, when we're talking in this domain about a debate about how we obtain knowledge, do you believe the only way we can know things is through empiricism?
As in like observing things?
Yes, through your senses.
That's how we learn things, is by observation and experimentation.
Do you believe that's the only way you can know things are true?
Through observation, that's how we experience things. We can only know things.
Can you just answer the question? So you're saying yes. So you're saying yes.
Yeah.
How do you know that's true?
through experience.
How do you know it's true that you can only obtain knowledge through experience?
In what instance would it not be true?
Well, I asked you, how do you know it's true? How do you
Through
use
experience. That's how I know.
you used experience to prove that your concept is true.
That's right.
The concepts aren't physical. Concepts aren't empirical claims. So you're seeing this concept, which is a brain state, like your doxastic state, your belief about the claim that you can only obtain knowledge through empirical things. That itself is not an empirical claim, but you're seeing it's true, but you didn't use science or empiricism to justify that empiricism is the only way you can obtain knowledge. So you falsify your own claim. It's called logical empiricism. I challenge people to look up logical empiricism. Logical empiricism is self-refuting.
And also please look up the no true Scotsman fallacy, because it's saying that it's not science unless it does this. But there's nothing saying that.
It's not a no true Scotsman fallacy.
It's not science.
This might be a natural
The
time.
equivocation fallacy, and it's not.
All right.
You're making the equivocation fallacy.
No,
This
you're
is a
making the
natural time to move on there, gents. Thank you so much for entertaining this subject so far as we got it. And thank you so much for our audience for putting into our super chats and asking more questions to our speakers. So honestly, Ozian and Kyle, we'll have to get you back and have that discussion, because I'm sure that you have more than just surface thoughts coming into a separate discussion about flat Earth. And
Well, I'm excited to go make a video about cans exploding in a vacuum.
yeah, I was gonna say I should be careful because we may avoid the tag, and if I be careful, we may just
The
not
tag
get
doesn't hurt
suppressed.
you though.
Yeah, yes,
Tag?
it's all right.
Your
Oh, the tag.
those debates get more views than your other debates. So I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, then let's say it 10 times. All right.
Your most watched debates are either like Aaron Raw or like one of the big names people's,
Well,
or
speaking of-
these type of debates.
Speaking of,
So-
a kind of a deal, I Killed Earl coming in with a super chat, which working with what you hooligan doing Deep Six, and they did an interview with Aaron Raw, which
Yeah.
I wanted to hang out, but I was very busy, and I don't even know if I was invited. So don't make me allow myself to sound like I was invited. Kyle, this is from I Killed Earl. Why would NASA fake 6 moon missions and all the technological advances that came with them?
Why would they fake the technology? I'm not claiming they faked making like pillows and memory foam. I'm not claiming they faked that. That stuff is real. But yeah, memory foam and moon mission. I don't know, whatever. Like if NASA made a rubber chicken factory, they could do that, and they could claim, "Oh, well, that proves that we went to the moon." No, it doesn't. And
That was a
yeah,
straw
I
man.
already mentioned money. I already mentioned the whole religious warfare kind of a thing with the whole. I already brought up Jack Parsons. I brought up Operation Paperclip and the NASA Nazis. Are
you trying to address the other things that I Killed Earl brought up in her question? I don't know if you saw the question, Kyle. But the next
Why would
part
they-
of it was, why would they spend all that money for nothing?
I don't think they spent it for nothing. They definitely pushed their agenda along pretty well, and I think with as many people as diehard believers of the whole thing as are out there, I'd call that a pretty successful propaganda campaign.
All right, and any thoughts over there, Ozian, before we move to the last part of I Killed Earl's question?
I think it's the dumbest conspiracy in the world to pretend like we can go to space to waste money. There's all different other types of way we can like why don't we just pretend like we can't go to space because of Van Allen Bell radiation? Like
doesn't
if
make
they
them
want
money.
to, because they can make money so many other ways and hide money so many other ways. You don't have to pretend like we go to space to do any of those things.
They don't push an agenda.
You just presuppose space is fake, so you must deny that NASA is real. And the second part of the question, I think, was about and Operation Paperclip was before NASA. It happened before NASA.
Yeah, so they
Right.
could build it. That was kind of part of the thing.
Well, that's your claim. NASA was created by Eisenhower.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Operation Paperclip was part of building.
And no Nazis started NASA.
You don't claim Werner von Braun was a Nazi?
He didn't start NASA.
You don't think he was a big part of the whole one of the head honchos of NASA?
He was part of the development of the Saturn V rocket,
Mm-hmm. And he was
not
a Nazi.
NASA. He ran one department. He was a Nazi. He ran one department of NASA. That's it. And then he was, that's it. One department in NASA, right? One department in NASA.
How many departments do you claim were there? I don't know. So
There's like 20 different departments in NASA.
It was kind of a big deal.
I've looked at the
He was
org
one of the big
charts.
deals.
No,
He was one of the
you
big
claim
spokesmen. He was one of the big spokesmen at NASA. He's not just a nobody there. I've got video
He
footage
wasn't
of
an-
him
he was
going
at
and
the-
talking to like the generals and the army
He was
head
at-
honchos.
he was the department head. That's because before NASA started, he worked with the military on rockets,
Mhm.
not with NASA. Then NASA started. NASA developed the rocket program, and he became the department head of that one program.
Uh-huh.
That's it. So and
He
yes,
still
we
wasn't a
shouldn't
nobody.
have, and we shouldn't have hired Nazis because Nazis are deplorable. And the Holocaust happened, which executed approximately 6 million people because of their ethnicity and who they were. You agree with that, right?
That the Holocaust shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, you agree 6 million people, something like that, died because of Hitler and all that
I
stuff.
believe a lot of people died. I don't deny that
Oh,
people died.
There you go. So you even deny that because you're
I denied
so
what?
stuck
I just said I don't deny that people
No.
died. And you're saying you
Denying
denied
the
that. I
number-
just said, like, I didn't deny
denying
that.
the definition of Holocaust denialism is denying the number is part of the definition of Holocaust
And
denialism.
what point
People
did
can
I
look
deny
up-
any kind of number?
peop-
I
Oh,
never
you
said
just-
anything like that. You're just straw manning. You're just straight
No,
up
I
straw
didn't.
manning. Oh yes,
Anyways,
you are.
pretend.
You denied
All
that.
you
I'm like,
are.
I just said I didn't deny that. People died.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna agree it was 6 million.
Let's carry on, guys. There's one last part of I Killed Earl's question. Hi, Mark Reed. I see that you tagged me in the live chat there. Good to see you guys hanging out along with everybody else. If you haven't hit a like button already, smash it. It doesn't hurt it. You can click it over and over again, but I don't recommend it because sometimes it ends up not liked, and we don't like that. So Mark Reed says hi, thank you, yeah, Mark. Let me know what you're up to. We'd love to see you on the show. What is the point of this conspiracy? I think we may have touched on that.
A lot. An agenda. An agenda. Big agenda.
Did you want to expand on that a little bit, Kyle? We'll give you some time if you wouldn't.
No. I think I've done my part in that.
No
There's a
worries.
big agenda in there.
Don Keatic says, "I love these debates." I added these debates, but I love debates. Is what they said. I say these debates because I'm having a lot of fun. Hit the like button once again, everybody. And thank you, Don Akidik, for your super chat. We're moving on to the last question from Even Lord. Not much of a question. Once again, just a compliment. Ozian grows on me every time I see him debate. Oh,
Thank
that seems nice. But at the same time, if you have a physical Ozian growing on you, I've met Ozian. You're what, 6'4"? That's a big growth. You should probably see the doctor. If you have Medicare, that's great. Awesome.
I felt like I always had this like image of Aaron Rod, this big, huge, giant dude, until I went to lunch with him, and I was like, I guess he's still big. He's just like, it's all comparative, right?
Hey,
And Hitler is an evil, vile person.
What
and
the
they
f-
did evil, wild things in Germany,
Where
and
did this come
everybody
from?
with any type of conscience should condemn it outright. 6 million people got executed by this evil, vile person, but you get these
What
conspiracy
is
theories that
happening?
want to deny it. They want to deny it as part of this grand conspiracy that Jewish people are working with, like
It's one of the
NASA.
things we can't really
hide
talk about
God,
here because
to
that like
hide
endangers the
God.
channel. So
I
we
can.
can't really.
I'm not endangering the channel because I don't deny the truth.
What,
Like,
You
no,
deny
no
the
one can
truth.
really
hold-
talk about that conspiracy. That's a taboo topic.
Okay,
So-
I have no idea. I'm wondering why is this being brought up, and yeah,
Because it was talked about before.
okay.
I'm just setting the record straight.
Well,
He's the one who brought it up. It's like throwing in
Yeah,
a giant
don't-
red herring.
yeah, don't make me spend half of my night scrubbing this video, not just my awful singing, but also whatever you just said. No, it's fine. I'm just picking. So thank you, and also we're gonna do our closing statements. I usually do them backwards style. Ozian, behave yourself. My goodness, 1 minute on the floor. Your closing thoughts on our debate tonight, subjects you like to debate in the future, and also where everybody can find you.
Me?
Yes.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it after show on Matters Now. So if you want to come ask me questions, you can even come up
Yeah.
on stage. If Kyle, you can ask me questions and grill me. I'll be a lot
I
nicer
won't.
in that
It's his
in that
bedtime.
space and here because there's challenging
I
ideas.
wish you
and
would have asked him about the final
I'm going to
experiment.
virtue signal more. Yes, Hitler is a deplorable person, and I'm glad he. We should all condemn it.
All right. Kyle, 1 minute on the floor. Your closing thoughts on our discussion tonight. Other things you'd like to discuss on our platform and where everybody can find you.
Okay, you can find me on my channel, Kyle Adams. You can also look for me with Abolish NASA. Okay, Abolish NASA is my.
I would want to debate Kyle, and if he did something like that, I would turn my hat and have a hat saying "Abolish Kyle."
Stuff under the past water, but NASA itself is still a huge problem today. Getting $26 billion a year or more than that. And yeah, it's just nuts just how much money they end up getting. And that's taxpayer dollars. Okay. There's a lot better things to put those taxpayer dollars than probing Uranus. Okay. Just forget it. Okay. We don't need to be, throwing money at
My
probing
anus
Uranus.
out of this.
There's a lot better uses of money. So let's divert that money and cut the crap and put it in better places.
Cut the crap, stop probing
crap.
Uranus. All the things Kyle said. That's. I think this is all bad. This all sounds really funny to me. On the other end,
I had to make
honestly.
notes
that's
to
a-
remember all the dumb shit.
That's a legitimate argument.
What? Sorry.
I had to make notes to remember all the dumb shit he said.
Yes.
Whatsoever. Just
Brain
All right,
turned to
so
mush.
I closed the poll. So original poll, we got 62% said the moon landing is a hoax. 62% voted no in the second poll. So we have a tie on the no's, but on the first poll, 32% voted yes and 31% voted yes. On the secondary poll, we had 4% unsure and 5% unsure. So we had a 1% move in the unsure department as far as our polls were, but it was really close. And I think, that just depends on who's coming and who's going. So, if you enjoyed the debate, hit the like, share this out once again in the contentious spaces you like having these discussions. Keep an eye out. You heard about the after shows, so check those guys out. We'll have all of our speakers linked in the description. And once again, I'll close it out with some of I'll do the chill music because we had the nice super chat asking where that was. And honestly, the studio take is only on Modern Day Debate. I only have a live take on my YouTube. I really should update this, but I never do, and I'm awful and lazy. But anyways, thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Ozian. We appreciate you, Modern Day Debate. Have a good night, everybody.
All right.
See you. Sorry about.
All right. So that was something. Kyle, I would listen to Kyle for a long time. I love listening to Kyle's nonsense and his non-arguments. Like I just love Kyle. And today, while we get us joining us here today, before we actually start the after show, I did something as the debate was happening. I took a couple of screenshots to comments from people. So think for yourself says, yet we can't get any real significant footage of Earth in its entirety. Of course, Earth isn't an object in reality, regardless of how high you go. So Earth is not an object. Remember that. Kyle is my favorite debater. I don't agree with a single thing he says. I just love watching him. So entertaining. I can certainly relate to that. Oh, this guy was going insane. Raven Randwolf. They were doing Photoshop in the early 1900s. Look at cabbage postcards. Shady, no, I was sick. I missed Nadir's debate. I'm getting back into the. I got back to work yesterday, but I wasn't feeling up to like hosting and stuff. But now I'm all good. Raven Randwolf, need a container to contain the atmosphere. Ocean was told pressure to 5 pounds. He wasn't there. Just believe what he's told. Talking about the gas, the tanks and the canisters. We didn't go to the moon, but the Israelites came to North America in magic-powered submarines. That is what Kyle believes. Oliver, Ocean is so lost. I feel so sorry for him. Star, War for Life, Virgin for Life, whatever. Insults. Kyle Adams has to be an embarrassment even for his side. Glover Mom is here with us. We got Mark Reed, who I saw in the chat. How are you?
I'm good,
We're
mate. How's yourself?
Really well. While reviewing some of the comments I snipped during during the debate, because the debate was pretty chill, not many insults, but there were a bunch of questions.
There he is. Hey, Oz.
Hey, Mark.
Hello.
I mean? I was rough on him, I think, but
I don't think so. I think Kyle needs to somebody to be a lot firmer with him sometimes, because he really does go on these weird ass tangents that have nothing to do with the debate.
Mm-hmm.
I triggered the live chat over there. I was looking at it when I said the stuff about Hitler. I was like, come on.
But yeah, that was a bit of a what the fuck moment, Oz. That was a bit of a random rant, Matt. I know why you did it, and I agree, but it was a bit of a like, what?
The Venn diagram between these people, he could not deny, right. He doesn't agree with the Holocaust. He wants, but and it was related
to agree with you, right? The easy thing to do is go, yes, I condemn Hitler and the Holocaust was an awful thing that should never have happened. That takes 2 seconds and he refused to do it, which is very telling. Yeah.
And there's a Venn diagram between the two, but the reason why it's pertinent to that debate is because they bring up the paperclip, Operation Paperclip, and the Nazis that came over, but they will not condemn Hitler for the Holocaust.
Well, it makes sense. It's obvious why they do that, because it's a part of the conspiracy. You have to support the anti-Semitism. You have to support the fear-mongering of Freemasonry. It's all a part of the same religious collective.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
And you can always
Hey, Brenda, how are you?
I'm okay. I was really impressed with Oz. I thought he did a great job. One of the comments at the end said some, that they really liked Ozian, and how he did that. Yeah. So I'm just saying,
I think
it's really
comment
intimidating.
I'm
insanely jealous that you got Kyle to rage out like that. I'm envious.
Did he rage? He got I got him a little bit a few times.
Ryan had to stop him. It's getting too crazy. Yeah.
It was very subdued the last time I debated him. He seemed a bit more animated this time round. maybe.
Yeah, and more
But
cocky, more even like more like. But
yeah,
that
the
was
last time I debated him, he was in a sort of 2v2, so maybe that's why I'm not sure.
yeah, potentially, yeah, possible. So let's I didn't do the banner. Hold on. Kyle's opening. Let's go around and I will start with you, Oz. What did you think about Kyle's opening?
It's a bunch of nonsense. Like water streaks on the lander windows. Like he never, if it was or wasn't, he just said, "Oh, I read it somewhere." Flag is wet. Why would they do that? Even if they were faking it, makes no sense. 1 hour of oxygen for somebody taking 2 little tanks down with them. Like he never provided anything to justify that. He just makes a claim and then says, but this tank is carrying 22.5 hours, which he never validated. So I did it for him. And apparently those tanks had 4 hours of air. It wasn't just oxygen, it was oxygen and nitrogen. So and then he totally misunderstands pressure differentials. Totally misunderstands pressure differentials. The Earthrise photo with the seeing the sun through the atmosphere versus seeing it the albedo off the Earth, you're going to get a different perspective. Like totally didn't understand, doesn't grasp that. Yeah,
That was amazing.
Yeah, that whole
that's
thing
perception.
That whole thing with the exterior pressure dropping and the balloon inflating but losing pressure, that broke his brain. He was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know how to understand that. Like if you've got the same amount of air and because density and pressure is only like the volume over the area. So if the area increases but the volume's the same, I don't understand how we can't understand that. It's just it's baffling.
I said that though. I spelled it out. I tried to.
They have no education at even the basic level. They simply hear things other people say and repeat them, and they don't understand the ideas involved. They simply have learned replies. It's like a script tree. It's like a tree structure. To this question, I give this answer, but they don't understand the actual concepts involved. And I think Ozian said something about dumbing things down too much. And I think he's exactly right about that. Sometimes the culture or media dumbs things down too much and doesn't explain the concepts. Because if you actually do, then people will make an effort to understand. But I mean, if you just feed them pablum, they'll get used to pablum and they won't be able to digest steak.
One of the things that came through my mind when when you were talking about this whole idea of pressure is this little thing that you can do at home with a couple of straws and 3 balloons. You can make sort of a diagram of your whole rib cage, and when you pull on the balloon below, that would be your diaphragm, the balloons inside inflate because of pressure mediation and how things work. And it broke me. Like, Kyle, have you never seen this? Have you never done this? You build the thing and then you can make it breathe just by putting it down because of how pressure works. It's baffling that they don't know like this kind of like schoolyard experiments that you do in primary school.
And this is how people are sort of saying, oh, science is just indoctrination in the chat. And this is why it's not indoctrination, because we're not just telling people what to think. It's how do you go about putting into practice an experiment to show that what we're saying is actually correct? How do we demonstrate this to be true? Right. So it's sort of, we don't just say, hey, this is what happens. We say, this is what happens, And here is how we found it out. Here's how we broke down and actually found that to be true. And that's what science is all about. Science education, anyway.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing that Batman brought up here, this came up a lot. What happens if you put a soda can on a?
I wish I had that prepared. I had prepared one of these before. I didn't have it on this.
Yeah,
computer.
I found the one that you were talking about, Ozian. And he even says in the video that he had to heat it up to make it explode.
I know.
So it's like, it's literally what you said that was in the video, you know.
He doesn't understand the pressure differential. So it's pressurized up to 50 psi, but outside of the can is about 14 psi. So the difference between the two is 36 psi, and that's him heating it up.
Yeah.
To get it to do that. Some of them are defective though, and they'll do that.
Yeah.
Well, which law of Flirts is it that their citations will always counter their claims?
And at the end of the video,
MC Toon's laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the third or fourth law of Flirts.
But I've noticed that in these conversations about vacuums and stuff like that, they don't understand the difference. So like the force put on the outside of the can is only 36 psi.
Yeah, they don't have any. They don't have any scientific intuitions. Sorry, sorry, Mark.
It's law 1. Citations will always disprove the Flirt's claims. No exception.
I don't think it's that they don't understand. It's that it doesn't matter if they did. The point is they have an agenda, they have a narrative, and they're going to do whatever it takes to reinforce and support that narrative. That's what I think. It has nothing to do. You're not going to persuade them. It's not that they don't understand. They understand what they want to understand, which is that the Bible is literally true, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to prove that the Bible is literally true.
Well,
it's really weird. I think I've heard you talk about this before, Issa, that, you know, if you're hinging the truth of your text upon a scientific inaccuracy, then you're on really shaky ground.
Yeah, I see it all the time too.
That's correct.
I did during the debate.
Some Flirts have deconverted or switched sides or whatever you want to call it. So it's not dyed in the wool. I mean, it is possible. I think it's similar to cult deprogramming, though. They need to get out of the echo chamber so their false beliefs aren't constantly reinforced.
Well, and also do the research properly and actually look hard to find the information, not just give up right away. Like Kyle said, he couldn't find a lot of the information, but Ozian found it right away without even knowing.
I don't know.
What he said is probably true. He found the information he wanted to find, and then he just stayed with it.
I think the starting point is the religion. So the starting point is, I believe that this book is true. I believe religion is true. My religion is true. And I'm going to find whatever evidence is going to support my narrative. That's the way that I understood it listening to these folks.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're not all Christians. They're not all Christians. Jeranism, for instance, has been very harshly critical of Christianity. Some of them have some very strange beliefs, spiritual beliefs.
Eric Dubay is not.
I think it's more complex than that. I think it's also a distrust of authority and a sort of, sort of Christianity. I totally get it. The Venn diagram of sort of young Earth creationists and Flirts is almost identical. But I think it's also this buying into a narrative about how you want the world to be, or things that you distrust in the world, leading to this framework of conspiracy and just all of these things that make it so the world is that you're sort of what you want it to be. I think it's more complex than just religion, because there's plenty of religious people that aren't Flirts. So I sort of started thinking, well, what else is it? And I think it's a real distrust of anything that comes from any kind of authority in society. The amount of flat earthers that are sovereign citizens is overwhelming as well, right? There's all of these things that they also are, that they buy into, that are. So I think it's more Yeah, a lot of them are religious, but I think a lot of them just have an incredible distrust for any kind of authority. Like, so if somebody tells them this sort of fact, they will absolutely dispute it just on, well, I don't like that you're right about anything. I don't like that the authority is right about anything, so I'm going to dispute it. They can't be right, because if they're right about one thing,
they'll swallow memes hook, line, and sinker, though.
Yeah,
They're some of the most gullible people on earth, though, too, at the same time.
Well,
but it's not from an authority.
It's their community. So if their community says it, then it's true. And when I'm saying religion, I don't mean just Christianity. It's this sort of tapping into the esoteric knowledge. It's like, I have the truth. I'm one of the few. It's also kind of a superiority complex. It's like, I'm one of the few that knows the truth. The majority of people are being lied to and being deluded, and the government is lying to them, and they're in the Matrix. The Matrix is probably a favorite movie for probably a lot of these folks.
Yes.
And the Truman Show.
These are all cogs. These are cogs and capacitors that are running the system, but we have the truth. We're the 5% that know the truth.
Do you think that's a response to kind of, scientists being held up in respect for having these deep understandings, and they have trouble understanding the science? So, but they still do want to be seen as those who have some kind of, deep understanding of the universe. Like, we kind of look at scientists and say, Hawking had a deep understanding of the universe. I think that partially it's, well, I want that sort of label for myself of having this deep understanding, but I can't understand what the scientists are talking about. So make it up yourself.
Well, Mark, do you think it could be dyscalculia also? And what Ozian said, I don't remember the word that he used.
Apophenia.
It's a new one to me.
That's a new one.
I mean, if it's a real psychological process that is going on that affects their perceptions, that would have a big influence.
Mark, you said something very important. You brought up the distrust of the government, and I think that's a big part too, because these scientists are in cahoots with the government. Look at Fauci with the coronavirus. They're like, in the United States, they're like, look at this evil scientist. These are godless heathens, and they're lying to us, and we have to be within our fold. We have the truth in our fold, and these people are godless heathens. Why would we listen to them? They're trying to take us away from God. They're taking us away from the truth. If you've watched Zeitgeist, Loose Change, it's the same narrative. You see that same narrative throughout.
Well, I think scientists work. If there's any conspiracy, I think it's sort of corporations, spending money to have scientists bring out results that they want. I think there's more of a conspiracy for that than the government doing it. I think there's definitely problems with the effect of fiscal influence on science. I mean, we're not saying science is perfect, that has its problems, but between the government influencing science and corporations influencing science, I think that corporations are definitely more guilty of that.
Right.
Well, the media is a corporation, right? Media is out to make money, and what happens a lot of times is they'll post a headline saying the James Webb Telescope is debunked all of science. The most it did is maybe the universe is older than we thought it was.
Like, that's different, Ozian, though. That's sensationalism, misreporting science. What I'm really talking about is something like Monsanto paying scientists sort of tons of money to come up with a product that may or may not be safe, but they kind of, push it through and lobby for it and cover, directly influence it. But that's a problem too. Like, I totally agree, Oz. Totally agree.
Yeah, I think it's all related to like this, if somebody's funding research, and as long as it's not lied and motivated research, I don't see a problem with them funding the research that they value to fund, because I don't think government has the desire to fund all things. I think there's a place for private research. So I don't have as much a problem with that, but the problem you get into, I think you are suggesting, like you can look at the oil industry or tobacco industry where they funded research and they shared the reports, but science isn't about funding the research and sharing a report. Science is about peer review. It's about making observations. It's about forming a hypothesis and seeing if you can observe that thing is true, especially when you talk about medicine and stuff like that. We can't really always do an IVDV, people. All we can do is sort of observe what happens after a period of time when people smoke. And so they're going to post their report and people are going to treat it as if it's science. But that's not science. Science is publishing your paper and peer review. And this is Joe B. Welcome, Joe B. He's on X, and he's one of those evil anti-flat earthers.
Hey there, guys. How are you?
No.
Well, I think that's true, but I do think that the reports that are published, they do have think tanks in order to peer review stuff that may or may not should go through. I think that when you're being paid by a corporation to do a study and they implicitly are after something, I think that's going to have an effect on the person paid to do the study, especially a person paid to do study who may not be, the best ethically. I think there is problems with that. If Monsanto's paying me $2 million over the course of 2 years to do this study on the effects of this particular chemical, and they sort of say, hey, it'd be awful if it came up that this had bad effects on the people, that is influence over the scientists' results. And I think there's problems with that. But no, I get what you're saying. But I still think there's problems with that.
That's why it should be subjected to real rigorous peer review. It shouldn't just be, this report was done. And that doesn't happen. And the media shares it as if it's true. So the media is involved.
Well, who pays for the replication study, Oz?
That's a problem.
Monsanto, right? The company producing the chemical, right? So, and the government, as much as I would like them to do replication on all of these companies and stuff, sometimes they just don't have the money to do that. I think there should be more independent control over the funding of science, so that companies are forced to pay for, if they want a product to go through, they have to get through these certain checks, like the what's the department over in the US, the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, right? And that they have to go through that, and so they have to spend the money, but they're not the ones choosing the scientists, and they're in no position to put pressure on the scientists, kind of thing. I think more of that needs to happen. So, but my answer isn't less government oversight; it's actually more. But then you've got the problem of companies influencing the government, and that's a whole nother can of worms that I'll leave.
I don't know if you want me. I don't know if you want me to bring this up, but has anybody seen the Veritas video, the 8-hour-long
pieces of it?
I've seen about half.
I have
of
not.
It.
What's that?
I'm in there a few times. I saw my face several times.
Veritas is a gamer, but he produced a very long 8-hour video. He really should have it is put into chapters. He really should have broken it up into chapters, but it's pretty good. He's pretty thorough and meticulous, but it's long. Holy crap!
Yeah,
there's some great moments in there though, but he's very.
Did I make it in?
I'm sure you probably did, but maybe.
Do you want to send us the link on the private chat and we can share it with everyone?
I just found it.
It's long. I'm in the beginning portion. I noticed a few places, but they never interviewed me or anything. They did mostly MC Toon, Red's Rhetoric, and Craig and stuff like that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of flat earthers that made it in that are like not necessarily as known, like Ross, Iron Horse.
Yeah,
Iron Horse. He's a nuts.
I watched. Jaron had Pastor Duffy on earlier, also.
Yes, I was watching that earlier.
Yeah, and it seems
Looks like
like
a lot of
Jaren
things
might
to
actually accept. Jaren might actually accept the trip if he can get another flurfer to go with him, because he claims to be afraid for his life.
Yes, I saw that.
Just
Yes,
so funny.
he doesn't want to go alone because if
come on
if
now.
they are really going to kill you, they will
sneak
make
up on
a
you in the
lot
night.
of problems just for killing one person or two.
Please, you're
He
going to
just wants to
stream.
share a gym with them.
You can stream all the way onto the jet and like all the way onto the like what
It's paranoia. It's simply
Okay.
paranoia. They are well, it's different with different flat earthers, but Jaren, at least, I think he is very paranoid. He does not use email. He uses Telegram. He is very, very paranoid, right?
Mhm.
He's also incredibly jealous, especially of McKeegan, the photographer, because I've seen episodes of Jaren looking at the numbers that they get of views and Patreon followers, and he's just seething because he knows that they're making good money. Or must be.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Flatter
don't
Day
know.
Saint is on this. Oh god, that man once
Yeah.
ate crayons online in a debate.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of dumb ones on there. Yeah.
Shifty Eyes says that Jaren said he will not go before his wife and kid.
Huh? I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe that he promised them he wouldn't go or something.
I heard what seemed to me, my interpretation, as the willingness to go if there was another flat earther that would go along. That's what I
and
thought.
Will said yes, and they also get
Him and
all their
Witzer.
expenses. No, Will
All
said yes.
all
to-
expenses covered.
Yes.
Not a penny from them. So
Yeah, because
cheap.
that was another issue. The money was another big problem. But going back, let's hand it over to Isa. Give us your thoughts, and we'll continue going over Kyle's opening.
Okay. Oh boy. I think it's the standard fare that we're used to. I don't think that I listening to Kyle, it's the kind of the same types of arguments that he makes. It was not like, it's not persuasive to me personally. It's the same kind of arguments that we've been seeing from the flat earther. So that's kind of what I felt.
All right, thank you so much. Brenda, thoughts on Kyle's opening?
I didn't see his opening. I was listening to the Jaren.
Gotcha.
Thing. So,
No problem.
but I'm going to take off
All right.
because I'm tired and I'm older and I'm turning into a pumpkin. And
Brenda,
pumpkins.
Sorry to interrupt you. Do you debate at all?
Yeah, all the time.
Do you want to throw a contact detail in the private chat? Just because I'm having a few debates on my channel and I'm looking to ramp it up. So I'm trying to grab sort of contact details of people that do want to debate, and maybe set a few up here and there.
All right, we'll get that over to you.
Yeah, I've been distracted lately for a number of. It's gotten overwhelming a little bit. I've had.
Totally understand.
Well, somebody hacked into my account and withdrew 500 from my savings account, and I don't have that kind of. I'm on assistance.
If someone into your bank account, I don't know. Over in my country, the bank's responsible if that happens. Like the bank has to cover it.
I don't know. It was I think it was a side loading. Here's a hint. It was a side loading Google Play spoof that installed. When I clicked on it, side loaded a duplicate Google Play that when I clicked on links, then took me to a different server with spoofed websites, which then took my credentials and stuff, and was able to I froze my account. I might actually get the 500 back. But it's
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot. I'm on assistance. I don't have a lot of money from month to month, and been saving up because here in Minnesota we have the government is helping out with purchasing electric bicycles, and I was hoping to save up for one, and so then this happened, and then there's been other shit that happens in my area because I'm in a low income area, and there's always I hate people.
We get
No,
that.
I don't
Yeah.
hate people. I don't hate people, but I kind of do. I'm sorry.
People
But I'm
can be
really
stupid.
tired.
Love-hate relationship. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just really tired right now.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Taking Bakiden has a solution to all your problems. He says, accept Flat Earth for 40 days. And it's free.
Okay.
What do you mean accept flat Earth? What do you mean by that?
I don't know.
People think you can change your beliefs just by doing it.
Yeah, I don't believe
Is
in
this like a
dogmatic
manifestation thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, by the way, Ozian, Majesty of Reason published a thing on the argument from the fine tuning argument,
Oh, okay.
and it's fantastic. He also just recently published a paper in conjunction with Alex Malpass, and he, along with what's his name, rewrote an entry for the SEP.
Oh, nice. So did he cover like the both anthropic principles? I guess because I'm not that smart. He
I haven't
is.
read it.
So
I haven't read it yet, but yeah, you are pretty smart. So I thought it would interest you because he's it's interesting that it's never mind.
no, it's the best argument I think for God.
I'm getting goofy because I'm tired. So
no problem. Take care. Have a good night. And Taking Bakiden sends us $2 Canadian. Thank you, Maxi Rock, for reading that message to Brenda. And wait, Oz, someone said this to you, even Lord. I would look into Jim Bob. He's an up-and-coming YouTuber, and he has strong sympathies for Flat Earth. I personally believe he's a Flat Earther.
Yeah, same here.
Earther.
Yeah. I've run into Jim Bob before.
Skeptic.
Yeah, I've run into Jim Bob before. He won't debate me. I keep challenging him, and he keeps running away. So he's kind of all talk. He came out with a syllogism that I call the Bogan syllogism because it's absolutely terrible. And it just, I think Prophet of Zod did a video on his syllogism. I was going to come out with one, and Prophet of Zod beat me to it, but it's bad. It's really bad syllogism with multiple flaws. Jim Bob's a bit of a joke. He's kind of associated with Andrew Wilson, who their kind of presuppositionalist kind of bigotry is really bad, like really bad. They're shockers.
Yeah, he's mad. He was mad at me because of my. They thought I was going to physically attack Andrew Wilson at DebateCon. So and Jim Bob's associated with the Crucible and those people, because I'm big, so I can understand how I would be intimidating up there, like a few feet in front of Andrew Wilson, telling him off about how he treated Arden during that debate he had with Matt Dillahunty.
But there's no reason to think. I don't think he'd attack anybody, Oz.
Maybe he's used to getting beat up or something.
But they talked about the big giant angry crowd. So hey, DC, you got some background noise though.
Well, they kind of Andrew Wilson calls himself Big Papa Fat, like they're literally fascists. So, I can understand why they get a lot of anger towards them because they don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in equality between people. They believe in fascism, which is ultra-nationalistic, very, very militaristic kind of ideology, which if you think in that sort of terms, nationalistic and militaristic and sort of, achieving your ends by violent means, they kind of assume everybody else will do the same. And that's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much overlap with these people and flat earthers and stuff. Hey, DC and Joe B, they haven't said anything really. You want to?
No, yes. Let's hand it over to Mark for thoughts on Kyle's opening, and we'll move on.
Well, I didn't see Kyle's opening, but I would like to comment on his general demeanor as he went through. I think that Kyle, I don't think that he is particularly honest at points. It's that grin when he uses conflation of words, and he has this habit of, if he's really in a corner, he'll just go back to science doesn't prove anything, ha ha ha. And he's just conflating what prove means. So generally when we're talking about prove, we're talking in a colloquial sense, sort of like we have overwhelming evidence or enough evidence to justify in a very, very solid manner. But he's sort of taking proof as in mathematical proof. Now, he kind of misrepresents Karl Popper, who said you can't prove anything in science. But what Karl Popper said is globally you can't prove anything. But there's small proofs you can do in science, like you can prove, certain segments of it. So Kyle really has this conflation problem of every time he's backed into a corner, he just conflates words and then uses semantics to kind of muddy the water and say, hey, science is this thing, when he's completely wrong on the definitions of science. I found that in my debate with him when he sort of said that the Teletubbies were scientific. Like, it just is, it's absolute madness how much he conflates words. And there's no reason why the word can't mean what he's saying, but nobody else is using it like that. And he uses that to extrapolate in a way onto things that you're saying when you're not using the word in that way. And that's why it's dishonest, because he's projecting a non-normative definition of science onto other people who are not using the word in that way.
So yeah, and those debates, people who do that, they suck to debate with.
And it kind of is what he does when he's backed into a corner. And I think that the sort of grin, and when you explain it to him, he doesn't change his mind on it. It's like he knows it's a trick. He's using it as a trick, and it's why and everyone knows what he's doing. It's not like the audience is bewildered as to what he's doing. It's very obvious. The best one I saw was Leo, who he did that to. And Leo said, well, how are you using proof? And he's like saying, well, you have tons of evidence demonstrating it's the case. And Leo said, then science does do proof under that definition. Bam, he's got it.
Yeah. All right.
How exactly does the Teletubbies become scientific exactly? I'm curious.
Well,
that's the first time I heard that one.
His definition of scientific was anything that conveys knowledge.
Oh, so Barney, the dinosaur, Mickey Mouse,
Correct.
Teletubbies.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
Correct.
okay. I can follow that line of thought, I think, right
So,
into a rabbit hole.
because the debate was whether the Book of Mormon was scientific. I think that was the debate topic. It was a while ago now, but I mean, it's on Modern Day Debate. It's on my channel if you want to see it. But the whole point was that he was basically saying anything scientific, therefore nothing is, therefore science doesn't exist. And it all hinged on this definition of science, was that it was communicate or something that conveyed knowledge.
I caught him in a lie. I caught him in a direct lie, because in my debate, because I mock him about the other debate I had with him on Modern Day Debate. I debated him more times, and on there, this would be, I think, my 4th debate overall against Kyle. But he said that it was an infinite flat plane, and he confirmed it. Yeah, that would be correct in my debate with him before. And now he's not saying that. Oh, I never said that. Yeah, you did. You can't keep track of your lies, Kyle.
Like Trump.
All right, Billy, give us your thoughts on Kyle's opening.
Well, just to touch on that, I think it's a semantic change or a semantic shift that Kyle tries to use. So like taking words out of context and then trying to change the semantics of them or shift it into fit his narrative. But in his opening, he mentioned some BS about Buzz Aldrin, and we found out it was about the Conan. He was talking about the Conan, but also he was like, "Oh yeah, there's other ones too about Buzz Aldrin," but that was not in the opening. And Ozian talked about that. He said pretty much Ozian said everything about the water that they said that was outside the spaceship. Sweat stain, or I don't know, on the flag there's water, maybe sweat stains. Astronauts spacesuits and the tank should have exploded in space because Kyle doesn't understand
Yes.
how he was trying to relate that to a balloon. He was like, yeah, balloon will explode, so a tank will explode then. And also we can't see the pink from the moon. That was pretty.
We can't
pretty
see
cute.
the horizon on the in Earthrise. We can't see the sunset in Earthrise. There's no sun. The
As
sun's
Issa
up there,
said
dude.
earlier, that was pretty cute and sweet what Kyle said. about
Yes,
that.
it's just, oh, you know nothing.
Baby flirter.
Yeah, that is
logic.
such a baby argument.
I think that's why Witz didn't super chat, because he was like, oh my, I don't even think he likes Kyle.
All right, thank you very much. Batman, thoughts?
Oh, where do I begin on this one? I don't know. I kind of feel like he was just like, he just saw a bunch of stuff online and kind of just grabbed it and just kind of made up his own story for the most part. You know, I almost feel like he should go write a nice storybook about the things that he believes. He might make some money off it. But to be honest, I kind of feel like he wasn't really out there to really change anyone's mind for the most part. I think he was kind of playing to his own audience, the people that he makes videos for that watch his stuff. You know, those people that, you know, will just believe whatever somebody says online without actually looking things up. Because I see it all the time with lots of different information, especially on TikTok. It's absolutely insane what people believe. But yeah, you know, like what Billy said, you know, with the flag, you know, like I was literally staring at that thing when he was like, look, there's sweat, I can see it. And I'm like, where? I'm not seeing that, you know, because it's just like, it makes no sense. You know, and it just like his whole beginning, it was just like, what am I looking at? Some kind of like timeline or something? I was trying to figure out what he was going with. He should have gone with like a slideshow or some kind of PowerPoint or something, because like the way he was going, it was just, he was all over the place.
Yeah,
And-
that presentation tool. Oh my God.
yeah, that was it was like all over the place, you know. And I personally, I kind of lost track after a while. I was like, I don't even know what he's talking about anymore, you know, because it's just like, you know, just because something is similar to something else, like when he was mentioning the tinfoil, you know, it's the same thing as like when people see like videos of like somebody using tape to tape up the front of an engine on a plane, being like, why are they using duct tape? It's like, just because it's tape doesn't mean it's the same kind of tape you buy in the store. You're talking about tape that is really expensive and is a lot more durable than what you would buy in a store, you know. And this is the thing that a lot of people like him don't seem to understand, is like, just because something's similar doesn't mean it's the exact same.
Well, can I just say something quickly on that? Just very quickly, you're absolutely right. But what I've found is they've got this thing of looks like a thing, therefore it is that thing.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And this is a problem, because we encountered this among a bunch of friends of mine in an evolution argument where someone said, hey, this maple leaf is around and scientists say it hadn't, you know, evolved until this date. The problem was that it wasn't a maple leaf. It was a sweet gum leaf, which is an entire another genus kind of thing. And when pointed out, they said, but it looks like a maple leaf.
Yeah. Yeah, and then that's a big problem.
Canada, man.
Right.
You know,
That was this whole debate.
Right. It looks like sweat, therefore that's what it is. Is it?
Yeah. You know,
Because
yeah,
a mirage looks like water. but it's not water.
Yeah. You know,
Right,
and then
so-
that's well, yeah, and I was just
Go
gonna
ahead,
say,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Go.
yeah, and then that's why I always tell people it's like, you know, take what you see online, you know, but look into it, figure out what it is, you know, do a lot of research and make sure, and absolutely make sure you're not going on some biased website that, you know, because like I've had debates with people online saying, hey, send me proof, and then they send me a link, and then I go to it. It's literally to a site that is 100% in favor of what the person's pushing. So it's like, how am I supposed to believe this? It's not a non-biased source, you know, and that's the biggest thing is people really have to make sure, you know, they're not finding a biased source, because I will say at the end, there are apps and websites out there that you can plug in a website. You know, I don't remember them off the top of my head, but there are where you can literally put the website in and it will tell you where its bias stands. So you can find something more in the middle than either left or right. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you want to find something more in the middle, something that takes everything into account and gives you the best answer they can give you without being biased in some way. So.
All right, thank you very much. And now handing it over to Joe B. So give us your thoughts on Kyle's opening.
Hey there. Unfortunately, I actually missed the opening, but hearing you guys talk about it,
Hello, Joe.
I'm definitely
You
gonna.
there?
Oh, can you hear me?
I hear him.
Oh, you're able to hear
I
me?
don't hear him.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Wait,
Huh,
you're
wait.
muted though. That's weird.
Oh, I muted myself. Yeah, after that.
Oh, there we go. I can hear you
Okay.
now.
Yeah, I
Okay, I was
figured if I
gonna
muted
say.
myself and undid, I figured if I like muted it and unmuted, maybe it would fix it, and it looks like it did. But yeah, I was saying, unfortunately, I missed the opening, but hearing you guys talk about it, I'm definitely gonna have to go back and listen. But something I wanted to talk about really quick was just what was mentioned earlier about like the pressure thing and like tanks exploding and stuff, because this is like a really common thing that I hear from people, and I think it ties back to that whole like weird concept of people think that like a vacuum, right, is like a super strong like negative pressure or something, right, where like it'll just pull everything apart. Because I actually had a conversation once with somebody who was insisting that aluminum, right, was a bad material for this because you know, the thing would explode. Aluminum's not strong enough to hold the spacecraft together. And so what I did was I actually looked up the pressure difference for an airplane and then compared it to the Apollo capsule. And when you do that comparison, you actually find out that an airplane is holding in more pressure. There's a higher pressure differential. It's about like 7.5 psi compared to the Apollo capsule, which only hold about 5. And when I told him that, he said, "Well, no, I don't believe that that's true, because the pressure difference has to be higher than 5 psi." And I was like, "No, at the most, it's 5 on the inside, and if you want to be, you know, technical, it's not exactly 0 psi outside. But for the sake of the argument, it helps their argument, honestly, to say that it's 0 outside. It's still just 5. The difference is 5, you know, and I think
Is
that's
that because
a
they
big
don't
thing.
pressurize the capsules as much as we do a plane? Is that the reason why?
Yeah, that is why
Right.
the Apollo capsule was only pressurized to 5 psi, and an airplane
Right.
is, I want to say it's pressurized to something like 11 and a half, something like that, like at altitude. And but yeah, like that's just basically the point I was trying to make. Is it's hard because I come from, like, my background is in engineering, and so I know this stuff because I studied it. And I think a really difficult part is I'm also big into like education, teaching people about this stuff. It's hard to have that conversation with somebody who's never studied it, and it's also hard to expect people to know that without having studied it. You know what I mean? So and you can't hold that against somebody, but I think what you can hold against somebody is a person who hasn't studied that but refuses to acknowledge they haven't studied it and have chosen to go a different route of believing like a conspiracy theory instead of just, you know, learning this stuff on their own.
Apparently, it was 5 pounds per square inch at 100% oxygen. And apparently, when the lunar module separated, it was at 3.5 psi.
Oh, I actually didn't
Which
know
I
that
wouldn't,
it was always 5.
Which I wouldn't, I wouldn't, and the suits were at 3.7 psi. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't, subject somebody to that over an extended period of time. But I think for a spacewalk or a lunar landing mission, I think that we can get away with that.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why it had to be pure oxygen, if I'm not mistaken.
Like climbing a really tall mountain and trying to breathe, kind of thing. Like it would be difficult.
Well, that's I
It's
think
like
why
the top of
they
Mount-
chose that mix, and why originally they used pure oxygen was because if you use the exact mix that we have like on the surface of the Earth and you only pressurized it to 5 psi, I don't actually think there would be enough for them to like they wouldn't be able to
Yeah.
breathe. So that's why
Yeah.
they went with pure oxygen at first, and then they had to find a different mix because the oxygen was just too flammable. It was just too risky.
It's about the
Yep.
altitude of the peak of Mount Everest is the atmosphere they had for the Apollo missions. Now they pressurize them higher for the ISS and stuff like that. But they had it was weight. Like, and then the suit design, like even though we could have built suits, but the suits had to be flexible enough and work well enough for the environment that they were in, and so it worked. They survived. They weren't there that long, but like he says, like you can go to the top of Mount Everest with just have to supplement the oxygen. I think it was 60-40 or 40-60. I have it in one of my notes.
While you get that, DC, give us your thoughts on Kyle's opening.
So unfortunately, like Joe, I missed the opening because I was sharing the world of Tron with my daughter tonight. So I thought that was a little more, higher priority. So sorry, Ozian, I missed your beginning, but it was for good reason. But as someone was saying, Ozian can speak to this too because we're both Navy vets, and we were both in aircraft carriers. We have these things called 100-mile-an-hour tape because that's what we put on planes to fix things. It's not regular duct tape. It just looks like duct tape, doesn't mean it is duct tape. Yeah, you call it 100-mile-an-hour tape. Yep, 100-mile-an-hour tape is what fixes everything. And Joe, something you said earlier about aluminum not being an acceptable material. Soda can has a differential of it's got what 25 to 30 psi. So even at sea level, you're talking about a differential of 15 psi. And soda can is pretty thin. So to say it's not the right metal, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
he said it would expand like a balloon too. It's like, no,
yeah, it's a strange thing people bring up. Someone told me that if that was true, it would have to be made out of steel, and I thought it was a really fun thing for them to bring up because I was actually able to come back with an actual lab that I did this semester and my results. Because that's what I had studied this semester, was why aluminum is used is because it's relatively strong when normalized by weight. Because when you're building something like an airplane, it also needs to be light enough to fly. Because if you make the whole thing out of steel, it's not going to come off the ground.
Right.
Well, it's like the adage, why don't we make airplanes out of the same material as a black box and we don't have to worry about any crashes anymore? It's like, well, then you'll never get off the ground.
60-40 oxygen to nitrogen. So 60% oxygen, 40% nitrogen.
But I will say this, the highlight of the night was my 13-year-old daughter did not say that the CGI from the 1986 version of Tron was too cringy. So I'll take that as a plus for a win for the weekend.
That's always a win. All right. And we're going to move over to Oz's opening. And let's start with Isa.
Isa might be with the patient. Oh.
No, I'm here. I'm at home. Let's see. I think it was good. I think it's rooted and grounded and logic and rationality. So, yeah, I don't. It's hard to like really go deep into these kind of spaces because it's usually the same stuff every time. But I think it was good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Mark.
I think I didn't see the openings, but I do want to comment on sort of part of what I saw with Oz, and I think he did an amazing job. Like at one point, you were going through the technological innovations that NASA has done on the result of the Apollo missions and other missions, kind of thing, and I really liked that that perspective on it. It's something that's always enthralled me. I think I had a debate against I can't remember who it was, but going through the amount of technology we have due to NASA is actually incredible. Like modern firefighter suits were sort of designed by NASA because they deal with extreme temperatures, from heat in the hot part and cold. Their breathing apparatus was designed by NASA. Cloud systems were designed by NASA. OpenStax is the cloud system that they designed in order to transfer information. What it sort of says to me is that if we were putting money into fake things and to do CGI and stuff like that, that's the technology NASA would be producing. But that isn't what they're producing. What they're producing is practical applications like space blankets and freeze-dried foods and all of this technology that you would expect to come out of them finding solutions in space travel. Like, that is really telling to me, because if we were paying them to create CGI and come up with ways to fake things, then that's what they would be producing, but they're not. So I think it's really telling, and it's a really good argument that, if they didn't use this money to test out this stuff in space, how the hell did they develop it? And why are they developing it if it's all fake? What's the point?
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was trying to remember what they're called. They're called spin-off technologies.
Yes. Billy, give us your thoughts on all this opening.
Well, I missed most of the opening because I was banging my head into a wall to try and understand how Kyle can come to his understanding. No, I missed the opening though. Sorry, Ozen and everybody.
You didn't miss anything. It's just normal stuff.
Yeah. I didn't really think but yeah, I can't really comment because I was busy at that time.
I used logic to prove that we went to the moon. Made a deductive argument. It's really a deductive argument, but the premise is he could have caught that and refuted me by saying, well, your premises are based on induction, so it's really an inductive argument, but he doesn't understand it.
All right, Batman, take it away. You there?
Sorry, forgot I had it muted on there. On which point?
Oz's opening.
Oh, I thought it was perfect. I just wish he had somebody a little bit stronger to debate against, because it seemed like he had this amazing presentation up against what looked like a child's, kind of pieced together from magazines kind of thing. They just kind of cut pictures out and slapped them on kind of thing. And it seemed like he had spent some good time, putting it together and stuff. And I did notice that he did kind of lose track there for a moment, because he's like, wait, am I on the right spot?
It wasn't working right.
Okay.
Yeah. My PowerPoint didn't open right. You press space. I'm supposed to be able to read notes. I couldn't read my notes. I knew what to say anyways. Because I've done this debate enough time.
Yeah. But, other than that, I thought, his opening was fantastic, but like I said, I just wish it was somebody a little bit stronger, somebody that could have actually made some more. I don't know. I mean,
are there any stronger moon hoaxers?
Well, at least somebody that has more of something put together. Even though the other people aren't that well put together to begin with, because they're just talking nonsense. But at least sound smart for the most part. That's what I'm meaning. At least sound smart. They may not be smart, but at least sound smart.
Fake it to make it.
Yeah. So, but at this point it seems like, like a lot of these other people that, can at least debate don't seem to want to debate Ozian anymore because they're scared of the truth. I will say though, I was kind of disappointed that you didn't bring up the final experiment.
I
Unless I
did.
missed it. Oh, you did? I must have missed
Had
it.
it on the
Yeah,
screen.
definitely did. Yep.
Oh, okay.
It was mentioned later on as well, not just
Yeah.
in your opening.
Okay,
Yeah.
I must have missed that because I had to get some stuff done.
I don't know if I vocally said it, but I had it on the screen, and
okay.
Kyle brought it up, and I had the countdown up on the screen with the points, and I
In a
expanded
while-
it to make it big.
I
After
will
this has
say
been going a while, I want to hear everybody's favorite excuse as to why they can't do this, like go to Antarctica. Like it's going to be funny
Yeah.
to hear the excuses. Really, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I will say my favorite part was the very beginning of your presentation. I thought that was a great little plug. But
All right.
yeah, I mean it was a good presentation, and and again I hope at least somebody else you can use that against that's a little bit stronger, and not just kind of pulling random images and just saying, look, sweat, look, blood, look, a black rock, Martians,
He's gonna clip me out and show how stupid I was. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
There's no pink
I'm
clouds.
actually looking forward to seeing that video that he makes. I'm just gonna sit back, get some chips, get my soda, and laugh my ass off. So,
All right. Let's hand it over to Joe for his opinion on Oz's opening.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was pretty good, and I think I've very rarely seen the person that is on the pro moon landing side have a bad opening. To be completely honest with you, just like in a moon landing debate, and I think it's just because I mean, obviously, you're coming from a side that you have the facts on your side, but I wanted to say the 2 points that I thought were the best ones. One was just me personally that I liked was bringing up the Van Allen belts, because this is just one of those points that no matter how many times it's explained in a debate, people just keep bringing it up. It was like the debate that MC Toon did, I think like a week ago. What was the one? Bart Sibrel or whatever on Joe Rogan's podcast brought them up. And they always talk about how you would need like a thick layer of lead to protect yourself from all this radiation and all this. And I'm like, no, like you said, it would have the opposite effect. It would actually be worse if you used lead to shield yourself from that radiation. It would produce X-rays.
That's how we make them.
And I appreciated that because it's just one of those points that no matter how many times people refute it, people bring up how it's just like not an issue. People still bring it up. I also find it especially fun when the flat earthers bring it up because they believe that NASA invented the Van Allen belts and that the Van Allen belts are also fake, but then say that the Van Allen belts stop them from going to the moon, but whatever. And the second point that I thought that I really appreciated was what I honestly think is probably the strongest piece of evidence for the moon landings, which is the what was the word that you used? Like a hostile source or a hostile source, whatever, of the Soviet Union, being they conceded. They were like, yeah, they landed on the moon. Like, that's it. Like, we kind of lost the race, didn't we? And that alone, in my opinion, is probably one of the strongest pieces of evidence that we landed on the moon, is that, our competitors were like, well, I guess that's it. We lost.
All right. Thank you very much. DC, thoughts on Oz's opening?
Yeah, I got to preface this by saying that I hate following behind Joe B on this case now because he kind of brought up some of the same points that I like. Funny thing, 2 weeks ago, I was in the city for some business meetings for 3 days and sitting at the hotel bar in Margaritaville. Now, hold your opinions about Margaritaville Bar and about the quality of intelligence that would be at a hotel bar in the middle of the night. But there was actually a discussion there with me and another gentleman about, do you really go to the moon? Is the moon flat and thing, or is the Earth flat and things like that? And he's brought the Van Allen belts, and I literally had to ask for like 3 more drinks while I went through that whole conversation about the differences of radiation. And I could just see this guy's eyes roll back, like there's more than one type of radiation. So that was an interesting conversation to have. And, you know, I'll admit I was on my way into being in the bag. So to be able to hold a somewhat intelligent conversation was kind of intense, was kind of fun. But with that being said, yeah, the points on the Van Allen belts, because I did see, you know, part of or most of Ozian's opening because the movie had ended. The Van Allen belts was a good point, but and like Joe said, what I appreciated in your opening, and something that I haven't seen, except I've seen someone else do this from the flat Earth side. So when Witsit gets on his thing and he starts going through all the fallacies that he thinks that his opponent's going to go through, and he lists them and defines them and everything else step by step. Of course, he's the one who actually does that, but let's skip that point for right now. But like you literally went in and said, like, what justifies an historical claim? And you sit there and says, you know, your primary sources, your secondary sources, and your hostile sources. And then you literally broke down all the documentations and listed all the different things. And to Joe's point, the hostile sources is something that like Flat Earth tries to claim, like the hostile witnesses, like look at Mickelson and Morley, but yes, it doesn't matter if they believe that the Earth was round, because it's a hostile witness that I'm invoking. But in this case, when you're invoking a hostile source of saying, yes, you guys went there because we're no longer in the race with you because it's already been won, that's different. And no, I thought that's, I mean, to me, that's a very big proof too, because basically, you know, the Soviets just threw their hands up and said, whoops, I guess we lost that. And, but, you know, outlining your primary sources and your secondary sources and explaining why they are actual sources and why they can be believed was, you know, paramount to actually making that point. And then invoking and then having the hostile source at the end of it was just like the cherry on top for it. And I thought that was pretty well done. Like I said, I've only ever seen one other person do that, and that was Witsit, although he does his in a different way, just kind of laying out his game plan. And yours was yours was very much defining like what he's going to be seeing, and you know what he's going to be seeing, what you're going to be presenting him. And I kind of find it funny because you know he would alternate, Kyle would alternate between, you know, kind of shaking his head or looking away or something like that, and then he'd have a confused look on his face, then go back to looking away again and be like, it started to wonder if he's watching cartoons or something in the background, or I don't know, but it was entertaining to watch, because usually when I watch these things, I'm actually looking at facial expressions too, because it's to me it's more insight than more anything else. And I thought it was pretty funny watching his during that part, like he was confused to figure out, wait, where's he going with this? And the rest of us, you know, watching it would know where you're going with it, but then to see his facial reactions as you now, you know, after you got done explaining it and then showing it, it was just like, oh, so. You know, it's kind of like when I catch my daughter without having, you know, she hasn't done the dishes, you know, it's like, oh, whoops.
Well, I said what I was going to do in the beginning, and then I did what I said I was going to do, and then I showed what I did, and then why we're all justified in believing we went to the moon. And I could have gone in more, I could have spent an hour at least going over all the physical stuff and stuff like that. But like, why? Like, it's going to be pointless in the debate, because I listened to his, and you notice how I was able to work in some of his claims in there, because I mean, I think I covered half of his claims when I did my opening. Like,
claims like what?
The flag, the pressure differentials, and all that stuff. I sort of, even the thing about seeing like part of this Earth was missing from the photo, and we didn't see the colors for the horizon. I said, well, we had Don Lind who explained what he saw. Like, you don't see the horizon. Like, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, I thought my favorite part, my favorite part was the Don Lind 1 minute presentation, because that goes directly towards his worldview. And so he's just saying like that his own worldview has problems. So like, okay.
Yeah, the spin he tried to put into that question was weird. Like you accept that he was an astronaut, but don't accept him as a Mormon. That was just him trying to grab whatever he could on the spot. We have a super chat from Taking Back Eden, and this is an interesting question. Is there a flat earther, Buzz, and Neo in the multiverse?
Yes.
I don't
Probably.
believe the multiverse exists. So
But if you
I don't
subscribe to the multiverse, then yes, there is a chance that there
I'm gonna
are
say yeah.
flat earther versions of everyone.
Yeah, I
Why
don't
wouldn't it
believe
be?
in
It's
the
infinite.
multiverse.
It's infinite. I know. I
How
don't
do you
believe in the
how do you know
multiverse
it's infinite?
either.
How do you know it's infinite?
Well, as far as the people that push the idea,
Marvel
the
told me.
narrative, yeah,
Marvel says so.
if there is a multiverse, it should be infinite.
It was in theaters.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange tells you everything.
I'm not saying I reject the multiverse as being true because we don't have any evidence for it. We don't have any good evidence to accept it. I'm not saying it's false, I guess. I'm just saying like
right.
So, but if there was a multiverse, but they do this to say because people will say, well, this is how you get out of the weak anthropic principle is you appeal to multiverse, or this is how you can appeal to the weak anthropic principle is you can appeal to multiverse theory. But I don't think that's true because the weak anthropic principle can still be true, and this is just the only universe that exists. Embedded into their claim with the anthropic principle is that the strong anthropic principle must be true in some way for each universe, but fundamental to reality is something to do with indeterminism or chaos theory at some level, as far as we know. So I don't think you can say that we must necessarily exist. I don't think we can know that.
Mm-hmm. It was a joke question though, so we went a little bit to the serious side, but yeah.
That was just like Kyle saying he had a model that worked with proving that no 24 hours sun in Antarctica.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on his YouTube channel, so go there and subscribe. I think was what
it's obviously to scale and everything.
Well, I think Kyle's under like he had his YouTube channel taken down a while ago because of making things that were against terms of service, which he was pretty upset about and probably quite rightly deserved. So I think he's trying to get people to go to his new channel kind of thing. I think maybe I'm cynical.
No,
he said he didn't need to do any math to show that his model was accurate or show that it can explain all observations. I'm like, dude, you don't have a model. You just shined a flashlight and you can see it because you got it. Probably because he has it way too high above the surface. Right? I'll bet
yeah, I mean, if you don't do math, you can't have it to scale. You can't do like you can't even get started on doing a model if you can't do the math. But yeah, I had saved this comment that it was surprising his claim of him having a model, and he made a distinction that he doesn't have the same model as he doesn't have the same model as other flat earthers, which it's always interesting because we have different types of flat earthers. Now, going into the open discussion, I thought it was going to go into Michelson Morley and all that stuff. I didn't know that Kyle was one of those. Say the people that say that light requires a medium.
I didn't even have to use that. Well, I did.
How did that surprise you as much as me? Us?
No, I saw he has 4 videos on electrogravity, and we looked at a little bit of it. So I think I'm going to do a review of his 4 claims. They're going to be worse than the Either Cosmologist guys because we're talking Kyle who can't understand 1 + 1. But anyways, Kyle's not that bad. I've met flat earthers that were that bad, literally.
Can I
Oh.
just bring up something I find really weird, especially in the context of we never went to the moon, and that's Operation Paperclip. And I don't know if anybody's heard of this. I've looked into it extensively. So Operation Paperclip was at the end of World War II, where basically the Americans captured a whole bunch of research labs with a lot of scientists in it, most notably rocketry scientists, who were, some of whom worked on the V1 and V2 rockets that Germans used to attack Great Britain and other countries. But the area they captured was in Russian, like they agreed with Russia that they would split the country, who took what basically and who occupied what part of the country. So you're not having your forces firing at each other. Now they captured this installation, but it was in the Russian sort of where they'd said, hey, you're going to occupy this area, Russia. So Operation Paperclip was the attempt to get those scientists out and back to America, right? Instead of letting Russia capture them and having access to these geniuses in rocketry, basically, one of which was Werner von Braun. He definitely worked on the V2 rocket. There's no doubt about that. He definitely was a member of the Nazi Party. There's no doubt about that. Now, what you've got to remember is that they didn't accept all the scientists. The CIA did, and FBI did a whole bunch of investigations, and some of them they sent back to Germany. Some of them they sent over to Brazil, which is where you get a whole bunch of, boys from Brazil. The Germans escaped to, the Nazis escaped to Brazil. That's where that comes from. Now, what you've got to remember is if you're a scientist in Germany in World War II, you had to join the Nazi Party. You didn't have a choice. You would be imprisoned if you weren't part of the Nazi Party and doing research. Now, an argument can be made that you should have just stopped being a scientist, stopped doing research, and not joined the Nazi Party. It's very hard for scientists to do that when they've spent all their life working towards their research. I don't know if you've noticed this, but a lot of scientists don't let their research go. That can be argued, and it can be argued whether America would have done that. But what's interesting here is that they will argue that, hey, they got a whole bunch of German, or they call them Nazis. I don't think a lot of those scientists were Nazis. I think that they were forced to join the Nazi Party. They basically sent a lot of Nazis back and over to Brazil, basically to stop, because they didn't want them because of their previous ties to the Nazi Party. I think that they definitely were Germans and part of the Nazi Party at some point. But it's interesting because the head of NASA at that time was a guy called Abraham Silberstein, and he was a Jewish guy. And he was actually very good friends with Werner von Braun by the end of it. A lot of these people, they didn't have anything against the Jews. They weren't fascists. They were just part of the Nazi sort of organization because they had to be. So it's important to understand that context. But if we weren't launching people into space and trying to get to the moon before Russia, why did they get the rocketry scientists from Nazi Germany? Why bring them over at all? Like, what's the point if the Earth is flat and we can't get to space and there's a dome over us, or whatever your narrative is? Why take them and put them, like these geniuses of rocketry, and put them in with your guys to work towards rocketry? It makes no sense unless you're trying to beat the Russians to space. And quite frankly, the Apollo missions never would have beaten Russia to the moon if we didn't have the German scientists. So I think the morality of that move is debatable, but the pragmatic advances in technology are not.
I think redemption arcs are important. So I'm like you in that regard. But the point is, he always bring it up as if it's a negative thing. And I understand where that argument is coming from, but they're not being consistent. They're just using it to try to do an internal critique of my worldview and saying, because I hate Nazis, I must hate Werner von Braun, and I must reject NASA because he is. But then when you poke at their actual belief systems, they have this little love affair going on with actual Nazis.
Mhm.
You
Because
go
the
ahead.
correct answer to the
I think
Holocaust
DC wants to
is awful and should be absolutely condemned. The correct
Yeah.
answer is yes, not that's a banned subject on this platform, right? The correct answer is yes, it is disgusting, an atrocity, and should be condemned by anybody. That's the correct answer. The incorrect answer is saying, well, I can't talk about it because it's banned on this platform. No, it's not. What's banned is the denial of it happening in the first place, which is
That
where
is
he wants
true.
to go.
I did it on purpose. I mean,
good call.
Because he brought up paperclip, and so it's
Open the
directly
door, yep.
related to the topic.
Yes.
And
he opened the door. He opened the door. Yep, I agree.
yeah, and I knew it would upset the flat earthers. But I think
Some people-
Dano wants to say something.
Some people claim to be revisionists, though, like David Irving and some other people that nobody likes. But I'm just saying that's what they identify as. But I don't.
Holocaust denial is denying the numbers. Also, it's the definition.
Yeah,
of
no.
Holocaust
But
denial.
they don't consider themselves denialists. They consider themselves revisionists.
Yeah, I don't really care what they consider themselves, you know.
I know.
Definition.
No.
Well, along the same line about Operation Paperclip, there's been times throughout history where we have, scientists who, were part of the Communist Party under Russia and came to the U.S. and defected. So all of a sudden, does that make them, evil too because of what of what the Communist Party did? So it's one of those things where it's a double standard all the way across the board. And to Ozian's point too is there is a redemption arc. Werner von Braun became very religious when he came over. He found his religion, and they tend to use the Psalms 19:2 as one translation of saying that, look, he knew there was a firmament, we couldn't get through it. But that's another topic that we deal with on X on entirely too much. But it's funny because Joe B and I are kind of in the same group, and in his profile on X, he actually has Psalms 19:2 listed on his profile, and I've never had a flat earther ask him what he thought that meant in the sense of whether he subscribes to the translation that says firmament or means expanse or whatnot. So one of the other debates like would sit on Lore Lodge and the historian and Aiden, who has like a history degree in medieval science or studies and also has religious degrees, was correcting him on the actual translations of the Hebrew words and things like that to say, no, this is expanse and this is everything else. So, but I always found it interesting, like, because Werner von Braun is one of those people that are like, look, he's a Nazi, he's evil, but yet let's look at his tombstone because it's a firmament. It's like that confirmation bias that you guys were talking about earlier, in the sense that how you search for something is going to be what your biasness is. So if you search for, is gravity a theory, the first thing that comes up is that satirical article that was put up that was like quoted by, I don't know, Caleb and stuff like that. Right. Or you turn around and say, is gravity a law? Then you get Newton's law of gravity and things like that. How you search, confirms your bias also. So, but it's funny, that double standard, because again, we've had scientists who come from the Communist Party, but no one ever says anything about them. All the Nazis who came over to become part of NASA, but yet this one person who was in charge of them all, and Werner von Braun had had Psalms 19:2 on his tombstone, so that means the firmament. It's the double standard that goes both ways. You get whiplash from just having any discussion with them about any of those topics.
I actually did a video about Psalms 19:2 or whatever it is. It's a good quote. It's inspiring. Like, I understand it. You don't have to believe in God to sort of get some value out of Psalms 19:2. And it does talk about God, of course, but I did a little thing and explained it in the video. I was trying to find it. People think I'm a preacher or something.
I just find it funny that this is something that, that they all quote, and yet, here's somebody that's in their replies correcting them and debunking all their stuff, who literally has it in his profile, and I've never heard a single person ask him.
I have been asked about it one time.
Oh, have you?
One time somebody asked me about it, and of all people, it was actually when I talked to Caleb in one of his Twitter spaces. It was right at the end. He was about to end the space, and he wanted to ask me about it, and I was like, "Oh, I'll talk to you about it another time, whatever, you're about to end the space." And we never actually got to have the discussion, because right after that was when he went on that whole let's just say he went downhill after that discussion. I won't discuss exactly what he did. We all, I think, know what he did. But
No,
yeah,
really?
but yeah, and to answer your question, or the thing that you brought up before, is so I was raised Catholic, so if I was to use the translation, say the Catholic, say Bible, it would use the word firmament. But I do not believe firmament is like a solid dome like they try to say. Basically, you could go back in translations, you could find that really the most direct translation would be something along the lines of the expanse. They'll try to say oh, but it's like molten glass or something like that, and it's yeah, whatever. But again, the most direct translation is the expanse, and that's again what I interpret it as. And it's so strange to me, the number of them who are what's the word I'm looking for, Bible literalists, because that's a pretty rare thing to find, even among Christians, to find at least in my experience, to find a Bible literalist, somebody who takes every single word as it's written, puts no further thought into it. It's strange to me.
Well, and Psalms is written as prose. It's written as a poem.
Yeah.
It's really what it is. And Joe, like you, I was raised Catholic and everything else, and along the line, I lost that faith along the line. But all the ones I read never had that word firmament. It wasn't the King James Bible, King James version or anything else like that. The ones we used were older, because I was in California. We had missions who didn't have books very much, or had books, but they were using the older versions of them. And King James was not the one that the mission that I went to was actually part of. But it's interesting that there's 20 different translations, and there's only 3 of them that say firmament, but those are the ones they latch onto.
Well, it depends on what sort of translation you're using, and we've got to remember that they're originally written in sort of Aramaic and ancient Greek and translated to Hebrew, and then that has a different translation. But so it depends. I think Strong's Convergence sort of gives it as an expanse or sky, basically. And I think that for my money, it probably just means sky, which isn't very specific in what that actually means. But for the firmament to mean a dome or something along those lines is probably a mistranslation, like a very, very bad mistranslation. Like they sort of take it as firmament equals barrier, but that's not a very good translation of the word. I think that I'm sorry, I don't know your name. The chef in the hat, BJ, was
Joe,
it?
Joe.
Joe. I'm sorry, Joe. I think that Joe's right, that it probably does mean a gap, or a like you say, an expanse is probably a much better translation than a barrier, which is what they take it as. I mean, some people take it as water because it talks about the waters above, but there's nothing saying that firmament means water. That's a bad translation too. But it all depends on which concordance you're getting the translation out of as to how it ends up. And this is a problem with language. It's not that, people are willfully doing it. It's just a problem with language.
Yeah, if people want to know what it is, I got it right here. This is Psalms. I do 19:1 and 2, so because it should be in context.
Brothers and sisters, let us turn our hearts and minds
to Psalm 19:1, which says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the skies proclaim the work of his hands." What a powerful reminder that is. Anyways, so that I don't need to do the whole thing. But yeah, I do the whole thing.
There, Oz. Hard
What?
night. eh? Hard
I
night.
was
Looks like you're hungover.
I was at the beach. My hair is
Oh, okay,
curly
yeah,
if you didn't know. Yeah. So
Okay.
if I don't
Well,
if I
at
don't
least you
like
have hair.
use product, yeah, it gets curly. So
Oh,
yeah.
speaking of hair, when did Kyle start shaving his head? What's that all about? Like, I love his style, but I didn't know he had a shaved head.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I didn't even notice it was shaved.
He took his hat off
Yeah.
at one point. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, you
Yeah,
turned
when
it
he
around,
flipped
yeah.
it around.
yeah.
And
He's copying my style.
we joked around here when I said I would like to debate Kyle, and if he pulls off that hat, I would pull off my own saying "Banish Kyle." Just on.
Abolish NASA is such a like. What? I just wow.
That's the name
I
of his channel. His tag is
Really?
Abolish NASA. Yeah,
Oh,
his new
oh
one.
my
why?
Well, that makes more sense now.
Brenda
it
was
takes up
wondering.
so little of the American budget. Like, really, you look at the percentage it is of the
I
American.
know.
It's tiny. It's incredible.
Brenda was wondering when Kyle asked about auditing NASA. Brenda was thinking about Whitset's campaign for auditing NASA. That we still don't know what happened with that.
It's still on their website. I checked it the other day. I there's no updates to it. So I think he's on a new grift with going to debate hate preachers and conspiracy theorists and going to a church to preach to himself because no one wanted to travel to debate him. I offered if he paid my way, but he doesn't want to debate me.
Well, that could be a whole other show trying to figure out what his new grift is going to be, whether it's going to be heliocentrism or whatnot. I mean, you guys can have a 6-hour show on that one.
Yeah.
Whitset doesn't debate anybody that's got too many answers. It's a common theme you see over and over again. If somebody's got the answers to his sort of nonsense, he kind of just will not step into the ring with them, and he'll make up all kinds of excuses why not.
But so far, even the people that don't normally debate, they both wrecked him.
Yes.
Harrison and
there was that
the
young guy I was
pastor.
really impressed by. A young guy on Modern Day Debate that came in. It was the first time I'd seen him go up against Whitset. He absolutely wrecked
Will
him.
Smith. Will
I
Harris.
can't remember his name.
You been talking about Will
Luke
Duffy?
or something? Will
No.
Duffy, maybe? I don't know, but he wrecked
It's
him.
William,
and
I
I
think so.
it
William
was
Harris.
such a good
but-
performance.
yeah.
Like, I've never seen him before, and I thought it was amazing because, Whitset treated him like, "Oh, you're a young guy, doesn't know anything," and he got wrecked. It was fantastic. He looked so surprised. Yeah, William Harris, absolutely, he did
Yeah.
fantastic.
He's an engineer, isn't he? I believe.
He
I
has
don't
a-
know. I just caught the debate and went, "Wow, this young guy is killing it!" And Whitset looked so surprised. And I bet Whitset will never enter a debate with him again. He'll
No,
completely
no,
avoid it.
definitely not. Yes.
He's like a
Yeah.
physics engineer or something like that. He has some non-standard
Mm.
physics and engineering degree, some non-standard physics degree. So, but he knew how to handle Whitset. He did a great job.
Yep, great job.
Yeah, he's been on here. He did another debate with a pre-sub guy about Christianity, and we did a pre-show and after show. Yeah, Will, cool guy.
Oh, did he? Was
Yep.
that on MDD as well?
Yep.
Okay,
He
I'll find it.
came by here for the pre-show and for the after show, which got delayed like 2 weeks. So my voice is starting to give out. Let's go around and give our summary for the debate tonight, and we'll wrap it up because we have another debate tomorrow. Tomorrow, Grayson is debating evidence of God. I think that one is also going to be pretty exciting. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
On the flood again. So
Yes.
So I'm sure they'll hit all the good time. And that's where, okay, so I guess I go. You want me to go first, or let everybody go? We'll close out.
Yeah, all right. We can start with DC and then do the inverse round.
Some of the sheer insanity is what I'm still trying to wrap my head around. Like, you know, he when Kyle came right off the bat in open discussion and say, can we agree that 2 × 2 = 4, but that doesn't mean a yardstick is 4 feet? And I'm sitting there thinking, what in God's name does that have to do with anything? I mean, like, when I heard that, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a dumpster fire at this point. And then, you know, between the abolish NASA and the hat on backwards and everything else, I was just like, oh my God. And I forgot who said it before me, it was Batman or something like that. But when that was his first opening salvo, I guess you could say, in the open discussion, it was like, this is not going to be good. It was entertaining, don't get me wrong, but it was not me. But when that was his opening salvo, I kind of like lost track of where he was going from next. It took me about 10 minutes to get my head around why he was even asking that question and what it pertained to. So I think I should just resort to just not trying to find motivations why people say things.
All right. Thank you very much. Joe, final thoughts before we wrap it up?
Honestly, I don't have too much to say. I was actually getting ready to hop off myself. But yeah, just thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. I hope to join again sometime.
Yeah, no problem. We always have open panels, and we like people from all walks of life coming in and joining and giving us their experience. We used to get a lot of flat earthers in the after shows, but they have moved on to do their own after shows, so they don't come here anymore. All right. Batman. I'm sorry. No. Did I skip Joe? I'm sorry. Mind fart. Okay. Joe, go ahead.
Oh no, it was him next. That was me that just went.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went away from hosting for like 4 days and I already forgot about it. So Batman, take it away. Final thoughts.
Well, I will say the reason why they don't want to come on here because they're too scared. Because I know what they're up against. But I mean, overall, you know, I just wish, I don't know, I'm asking too much, to be honest, from those people, you know, to try to actually look into things, which I know they'll never actually do. You know, it's kind of like wasting your breath. But I mean, to be honest, at the end of the day, it's more of, I think these kind of debates are more to go after those that are watching, not the people that you end up debating. Because at the end of the day, the people like Ozian and stuff and Mark and stuff debate, they're gonna keep thinking the way they do. You know, they're making money off of the content they create, you know, and they don't want to be proven wrong. They you know, or to do things like the final experiment because they know that they'd be, you know, shown that they're full of it, and you know that would lose followers, and you know they don't want to lose money. So I'm more of say, you know, it's the people that aren't making content, the people that are kind of either on the fence or have just slightly gone over the fence, you know, that you can at least get back to normal, you know, because it's like I've told people when I was much younger. You know, I used to believe the moon landing was fake, you know, but it was Mythbusters who actually changed my mind, mainly because they actually made up models, you know, showed up how things worked, you know, showed how the shadows did what they did, you know, how, you know, all the stuff worked. And it actually made me critically rethink everything I was, you know, looking at, because you know, for me, I need to actually see something. People can show images, you know, they can say everything they want, but with my learning ability, you know, I need actual physical things. And I think, you know, things like that I think are great, you know, when people actually go out of their way to do that kind of stuff and show, you know, how things work and why they look the way they do, you know, because again, not everybody learns the same way. Not everybody can just look at some paperwork and be like, oh, yep, it's correct. You know, some people need to actually be shown different things and stuff. But, you know, I think people fall into certain things, you know, overall because, you know, they're trying to find the truth out there, but they kind of get led down the wrong path, and it's up to the right people. I'm definitely not the right person for it because I kind of lose my temper too much with people online. But that's why I'm glad like people like Mark and Ozian and stuff, go out there and debate these people and actually have logical evidence and show things to people. And I mean, you guys may not know, but there's probably people out there that have heard what you guys have said and been like, maybe I should rethink things. So at the end of the day, it's you may not be able to change the big guys, but changing at least a little people and getting them back on track to being properly a part of society and thinking more critically about things is, I think, the ultimate goal. But I think at the end of the day, I think Ozian did a great job, even though he was kind of fighting against somebody that was just kind of just seemed like they were just making up stuff on the spot, to be honest. But I look forward to more debates from Ozian on MDD and checking out more Mark stuff. So
all right, thank you very
so-
much.
Yep.
Billy.
All right. There was one thing, Ozian, that you could have pushed back on Kyle, I think, when he was talking about that Jack Parsons. But unless you look into it, you wouldn't know that he believed in Thelema, which was founded by Aleister Crowley, and he died in 1947. And also Jack Parsons died in 1952. And the church, the Satanic Church, was founded in 1966. So how could he be a Satanist before it was even a thing? Themites, occultists were not Satanists. They were something different than Satanists.
Yeah, some of them are, but most of them are not. Yeah, I tried to explain that, but it says he
Well, yeah,
died.
I guess
he's
you
only
did.
37 years old.
I guess you did say there was a difference.
He
Yeah.
didn't even serve in NASA. He died before NASA was even a thing.
Yeah, so that was the other
What a
problem too.
piece.
So yeah,
Yeah, whatever. Thank you.
but it's okay though. Yeah, but I had to
Well-
look into it myself. I didn't know that. I
Dilemma.
had to look into it. Yeah.
Well, we had a dilemma night on Modern Day Debate Discord. Remember her, Mark? Can't remember her name.
Who?
Oh, she was on the Discord. Used to every once in a while she'd talk about her beliefs. But they were like a polytheist, but then they became a Thelemite, and same thing.
Oh, Jen?
No, Thelema, the one that like conversed with her deity, and
You got me. I don't think I've ever met them.
you were part of some of the conversations, but there's so many of them
Oh.
there, I think.
Yeah, I may have met them and chose to ignore them. I won't
Probably.
argue that.
All right.
Mark, final thoughts.
Yes. I think Ozian did absolutely fantastic. I think like Ozian's used to Kyle's sort of nonsense by now. That thing about him saying, "Oh, but you think scientifically," and you went, "No, not just scientifically. There's other ways to find knowledge," was pretty good. Like, it really did take him aback. I get what he was trying to say. He's like, "You're basing all of your stuff on science, and science doesn't work," kind of thing. It's like, well, you're kind of countered by all of the scientific achievements that we've done. It's really interesting to me that flat earthers haven't contributed anything to our understanding of anything in the entire time it's been around. Don't forget that flat earth has been around longer than NASA has, or even the precursor to NASA has. It's been around for much longer, but has not contributed literally anything to our understanding of reality. Like, it hasn't come up with one thing to help us, hasn't helped us in any way. All it's done is provide confusion. And so, comparing the two, but the fact that he tried to go, well, science doesn't know anything, you said, well, it's not just science, was kind of funny to see him confused and upset that you weren't going, science good, and sort of defending it. But I think it is pretty defensible, even if you do choose that route. But I did like the confusion on his face. But no, you did fantastic. I think that the Nazi rant was a bit over the top as sort of some light criticism, but I understand why you did it and why it sort of was important too. sort of force Kyle into a position of either condemning the Nazis or refusing to comment, because that's an easy answer.
It wasn't just Kyle I was talking to, because I talked to a lot of flat earthers on X and stuff like that. I was talking to all the flat earthers. Like, so
Yeah.
like it was more of a political thing than, well, it wasn't just political. I believe it. Like, it's a moral thing. But I just wanted to point out that, and if you look at the comments, did you see all the comments? Like, the live chat went off on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
All
who I
right,
was
thank-
talking to.
Yeah, it was
Thank
good.
you
It was
so-
really good.
Thank you so much, Mark and Isa. Final thoughts before we wrap it away.
Well, it's more of the same. It's the same kind of debate, same positions where we have science and evidence, and on the other side we have a more religious argumentation and, you know, conspiracy theory. It's just, I don't know. I don't really think there's really a lot more to offer, but it's pretty much the same thing.
All right. Thank you very much. And Oz, final thoughts.
I want. Somebody said they just finished watching the Veritas video. Was Mark Reed in there? He better been in there. Answer.
No, it's fine. I was only joking. It's fine.
The final thoughts. I didn't expect anything different. I went in with what I wanted to do, and I did exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to press him on points. But what I hate sometimes is some people will press him on points and then not answer the question. So, like, what I wanted to do was press him, show he doesn't have a clue, and then answer the question so that the audience, because I'm not just there to talk to Kyle and try to convince Kyle. I'm there talking to those 35% of the audience or 32% of the audience that deny we went to the moon. And hopefully, or the skeptical people, and hopefully I can talk somebody down. Hopefully talk some of them down and explain, try to simplify concepts. If I did that or not, I didn't do it. But what I wanted to show Mark also is that logical empiricism itself, which is scientism, you need to value scientism to be able to use scientism, which you can't use science to prove that science is the best method, which was what I was trying to explain to Kyle and the audience. I don't know how well I did that because it is sort of a complicated topic to just throw in there in the middle of a debate. So yeah, and I was happy with it. I did what I wanted to do. And I talked to the audience, and I think I made it clear that I am in opposition to these negative beliefs that they have that are transcend just the shape of the earth. If people think this debate is just about the shape of the earth, it's not. This debate is about human liberty, human freedom. They're talking about Nuremberg Trial 2.0 for scientists and medical practitioners if they get in charge. And now you got people like Owen Benjamin. You got other people that are. Then you get friggin' what's his nuts, the talk show guy that had that actor from Marvel. I can't even remember their name. Joe Rogan. They had
Joe
that one
Rogan.
guy on. Yeah, now you got all these people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
and
you
now
got
you
every.
got Stu Peters too.
Yeah, all these people believe in
Terrence
speaking.
Howard, I think his name is. Terrence Howard. Is it Terrence Howard?
Yes,
he is.
yes,
He
Terrence
is
Howard.
yes, Terrence Howard.
rocker. Yeah.
This argument is more important than the shape of the earth. This argument is about, I believe, our freedom, our future, where the human race goes. And the fact that it was 12% deny the moon landing, 10% deny the shape of the earth. And I don't know if it's getting better. Now you got, finally, some science communicators are finally starting to take it. Well, one, Sabine. That's it. She's like the only one even trying to take it half seriously. Most people are ignoring it like it's ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous. it's more important than just this debate in the context. I showed that in that debate. They deny vaccines. They deny medicine. They deny viruses. They deny going to the doctor and using medicine. They think if you just eat right, you won't get cancer. They think Hitler was a good guy. They think there's all these other beliefs surrounding this because fundamentally they are hyper cynical of the government. They are hyper cynical of people that are not in their in group, and they reject everybody else. And it's important. And hopefully we can, and people need to take it seriously because it is growing. That these communities are coming together. Not all just flat earthers, but they're finding overlap with other communities. Now we're dealing with this stupid Ashton, what's his name, talking about how the US government teleported the MH370 thing. He was just on Alex Stein, Ashton Forbes.
Yes.
Just on Alex Stein's show, getting tens of thousands of views. He went from a nobody here. Now he has 440,000 followers. He's not a flat earther. He's flat earth adjacent. He believes we have free energy the government's hiding from us. He believes that the government can teleport planes. So he's teaching people to be hyper cynical of the government. He's just not a flat earther, but he's adjacent to it. He thinks the ether exists. All these concepts exist, and he speaks as if it's true. He reported that the Eisenhower was stunk, and people took it as true.
That's where it gets the like sort of dangerous, in that you're reporting events that didn't happen. Like that can create a bunch of problems.
Yeah, they get in these echo chambers, and these echo chambers are growing. So
Yeah,
take it for what it is. Take it as a rant, but I'm here to like. That's my goal. It's not about the shape of the earth. It's not about if we went to the moon or not. It's this hyper cynicism. It's this misunderstanding of knowledge. It's this misunderstanding of beliefs. It's this misunderstanding. Like I argued he said evolution and the globe and all this was some vast conspiracy to hide God.
Yes. A good old favorite. They're doing it to hide God. That one, I love that one.
I'd rather atheists focus more on saying you don't have to reject science to be a theist, like than the other way around.
But they have more. They put more weight into the science than like regular people. They think that science is more than it actually is. But I don't know. We still haven't got an answer as to why they would think that evolution or the globe or anything. We've never received like an actual answer of why they think that would be the case. Why they couldn't think that just God made it this way and that's it. I never understood that, and we still haven't got an explanation for it.
Yeah. Oh, there's Glover Mom saying Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind is saying that Christian Globers are toxic, disgusting, and less than human.
Oh my!
Less than human. If that's true, that is part of it. They are dehumanizing people that are not part of their in group. We need to stop doing that. We need to stop treating them as if they're like. Anyways, I'm done.
I think I understood what you said. Like seeing the actual threat, because it's not just about, oh, look at the flat earthers. They think the world is flat. We can have a couple of laughs. It's at this point that some of the beliefs get dangerous. Like saying, oh, these people believe the earth is a globe. They're not human, or they're less than us.
They're teaching children too. Like Kyle's kids teaches his kids. And then he
Yeah.
turns off
Well-
the comments. Turns out the comments because there's probably a bunch of people telling them shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff, and he just couldn't take it.
I think you
I
should
mean-
need accreditation to teach children. Like, I think that even if you want to homeschool, you've got to get some kind of accreditation to do it. I think this whole thing of, well, parents can educate children, can they? Because I've met parents that are educating their children that need to be educated themselves. Like, I don't.
Yeah, and I see it all the time on Twitter. You know, of like people being like, yeah, more and more people are homeschooling their kids, and I'm just like, yeah, but how many of these parents actually are educating their kids properly? Like, are these parents knowing what they're talking about? Like,
Yeah.
you know,
And don't
'cause I
get me
think-
wrong, some are fine. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them are, but you know, some I've seen. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to know what you're talking about, and not just that, but you have to not push your own worldview on your kid. It doesn't matter what you believe, what anything, you have to teach them the facts, and also to think critically. You know, teach them to look into everything, to research things, to make sure that it's correct, no matter what it is. You know, because I see, you know, it doesn't matter if somebody's religious, whatever political leaning they have, or anything else. It's, you know, you can have your ideas as an adult. You know, you've gotten those over time, but the kids, at the end of the day, they need to be kids, and at the same time be taught how to critically think. You know, which is one thing I wish schools would do more often: teach kids how to critically think.
You need to teach your kids how to live in society, and part of that is teaching them the shared culture you have with the society. So you can't totally just like make it all fact based. It has to be like, and I try to make that point in the debate is our knowledge is not all science. History is not science, even though T-Jump will say it is. It's not science. It's a different methodology to understand, evaluate historical claims. Culture is different. Like, there's no there's birthdays. Let's take birthdays. There's no scientific justification for birthdays. There's no, like, we could do something else, but it's a shared culture that we have in our community, so that we celebrate birthdays.
Yeah, and I mean, and there's some cultures that look at birthdays as the day you were conceived, and others look at it as the day you were actually born in the hospital. So, because I've actually talked to people where, like, in their culture, they started on the day you were conceived. And like,
So there you
weird.
go. So then
Yeah,
why?
yeah.
So you would have to teach those to children.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
specifically in
And
China, they give you an extra year because you're in the womb.
Yeah.
with that, we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Tomorrow we have another debate, and Grayson is debating evidence of God. So we'll go ahead and schedule the show for tomorrow, the pre and after shows. And since we have another debate tomorrow, this week's Tell Me That Story is going to get changed to Friday. So Isa and I are going to bring you the Tell Me That Story show on Friday at 9 p.m. like we do regularly on Wednesdays. And this episode, we're going to be talking about really rare or curious religious rituals and that kind of topic. So
Cool.
Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And tomorrow we have an after show for the debate between Grayson and Evidence of God. So pretty exciting. Anything else anyone would like to say? Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot about this. Hold on.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, join the Discord. But DC and Joe B have left me this link. So they will be hosting a Spaces tomorrow on X. So if you want to join that space, I'm going to leave you their Twitter link here.
It's actually next Saturday.
Next Saturday?
On the 15th. On the 15th.
On the
That's okay.
15th. All right. So you can follow them on X and get the details for that live spaces over there. And with that, thank you. Remember to do the social things, like, share, subscribe, send it to your friend, send it to your significant other, yell in the corner of your house, subscribe to Matters Now! And that way you can help increase the popularity of the channel. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm glad to be back. I spent some really crappy days, and we'll catch you on the next time. Woohoo.
Thanks, Matt.